Hey, what's up, everybody? Oh, mushmouth tonight. This is Rob D, and welcome to the NDA Podcast, the live art stream for artists by an artist, me, Sketchcraft. So this is where I work on things I can't currently stream because they're under NDA. So I'm working on them right here. But behind me, it's gonna be some Turtles gaming going on back there, and over here, we're gonna play some art that I did. Man, I think this is 10 years ago. This April piece was the basis. I did this April commission, and this is the basis for the TMNT tribute print that I put together. So I did this, and then later I use this as the basis for the whole poster. So I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna just go ahead and hit play. And I got the drawing for this, and I got digital inking of this. This is all old stuff. Matter of fact, so old you're gonna see a pencil up there. I don't even use that lead holder anymore because carpal tunnel. So let's go ahead and hit play. You're gonna see old Rob's cap. This is when the camera used to be way high, so my head sometimes got in the shot, but it'll be fine. You'll get over it. You'll get over it. You'll get over it. As always, the comments are they're live, they're open. Feel free to leave something, share your thoughts. If you got some nerd news, send me your nerd news. We'll talk about nerd news. Always good. Always welcome to talk about the nerd news. And you never know, someone might show up. Maybe Uncle Jerk, maybe Brandon, probably nobody, but you never know. So I'm gonna get to work. If you want to chat. If not, sit back, enjoy the music, enjoy the art, and I'll comment as we go along. Old commission. Oh, come on, chair. Move forward. Sometimes the microphone and the chair don't get along with the Cintiq. Yo, what's up?
What's going on, man?
What's up, Uncle Jerk?
Sorry, dude. My phone just fell out of the fucking jack. Ew.
It's okay, man. You call me from the closet? It's awesome. There you go. Oh, you're in the studio. Dope, dude. You there?
Yeah.
Use your audio? Okay, there we go.
You got my back? Okay.
Yeah, we got you.
But my phone was jacking up. So how you doing tonight, man?
Good, man. I'm just trying to wrap up this page.
Always.
Very close on this one.
Dude, you've been getting those fucking the spawn capes, man. You're figuring out those shapes finally. Everything looks all flowy and beautiful.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I mean, I was trying to do something different with it. So it's got the typical cape parts in there, but then it's got the symbiote in there, you know?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was digging like the organic flow of it. It reminds me a lot of like Capullo stuff. But it has all those nice like McFarlane shapes in it.
Yeah, so I mean, I kind of figured out what I wanted to do with it, like right as I'm done. I'm like, well, I guess, oh well, you know, hopefully I'll get to do more.
Done this time.
Yeah, well, we'll see, you know. I don't know if Todd cares for the cape shapes, but we'll see, you know. I don't know. I got a comment once about capes, and I was like, all right.
Really?
Yeah. So we'll see.
Huh. Well,
we'll see.
Yeah. I guess that is one of like the defining aspects or whatever. There's not like a whole shitload that defines Spawn.
Oh yeah, I think it's important. I also think, you know, like my take is like I don't like it drawn like fabric. You know?
Yeah.
So I mean, if you even go back to the first several issues of Spawn, a lot of it's just a silhouette with straight lines in it. It's not even, you know, so it's just funny. It's like, and Greg is dope, but I think there's more than one way to draw it, you know? So I was like, well, I wanted to add something. And I can tell you on issue 5, about there's one panel midway through where I kind of I figured it out halfway through it. I was like, well, shucks. Wish I could go back, you know? Wish I could go back and update that. Well, you know.
What was it that finally clicked? Was it just like shapes or?
No, you know, I was looking at the Spawn Batman crossover that Todd did with Capullo, you know? I mean, Capullo actually laid that whole thing out. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, uncredited, but that's how that went down. And I was looking at it, and it has a very pillowy shape thing going on with the capes, which weren't being done at that time, you know? So I was looking at that, and then I was like, okay, what if I took that and I just like tried to like Rob Schrab it up, or I don't know, like graffiti it up. Like, can you get a different, I don't know how to describe it without showing you, you know? But like, so if you have the typical Spawn capes, let's say it's it goes pillowy around the shoulders, but then you can just do big chunks that they make big, I don't know, balloon's not a good answer for the good word for that, but there's a way to do it that looks a little different. I mean, it's not drastic, you know what I mean? But
yeah, I was gonna say it seemed like the shit like it's got a very like you know, it's got a real sketchcraft feel to it, but it feels like a Spawn cape, especially that one you posted where it was just a big billowing cape that you just finished up a couple of days ago. I mean, that looked as cool as anything I remember from the first like 30 issues of Spawn.
Yeah. So there's some of that, and then there's the new stuff. Here, I'll send you something. Just don't put your camera on phone. But I do want you to look at it so you can see what I'm talking about. Just give me 1 second. I sent my buddy Joe a snap of it.
Make sure my phone's on camera here.
I'll send you two. The first one I'm going to send you is the one that I had figured it out. And then the second one is like, well, I mean, how big can I make this? All right. So here's the first one. Bottom left. So it's a tiny shot, but you see what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying.
And then here's the next one.
That does feel very Shravi or maybe Vasquez-y.
Yeah, it's something, you know.
I mean, that's 1000% sketchcraft, but that's dope. See, yeah, that's the movement I'm talking about. That second piece, man, like that flowy, kind of like organic, alive feeling. Yeah. I guess you are kind of getting away from like just the weird blocky shapes that McFarlane used, though.
Well, I mean, they're already doing it, so why?
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying Todd himself. You know what I'm saying? That was his always his approach. That was one of the few things that like made him famous or whatever for some reason.
Hey, he might be like, draw the regular cape, but don't change it. You know, he did tell me once that, you know, I was drawing them shooting through the cape on issue 3. You know when Chibi's like flying through the air, that big city shot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was drawing him. Like I actually draw so it looked kind of like the torn up cape. Remember, like in issue 29 when he got the cape all ripped up.
Oh yeah, shredded. Yeah.
He's like, no shredded capes, you know. No, don't do that. You know, draw a big flowy cape. You know, and I'm like, all right, man, big flowy cape. Yeah. 2-page spread across the whole thing, but just make it real big. So I'm like, he's a little guy with a giant. I mean, yeah. And I had to draw like a grip of dudes, and you know, I'm certain. He never said it, but I'm certain he's thinking, why is he throwing all this damn city shit? You know, like just no one wants the city. Draw the capes. Like, you know, I could hear it. You know,
no one remembers Violatorville.
Violator Bill.
Oh, the Capullo cover for that one Violator town. I'm sure I've got the name.
Yeah, Violatorville. Yeah. Hey, man. You know, I do.
When you posted that, I was like, holy fuck, I haven't thought about that cover in 20 years.
I always wanted that cover to be real, you know? So I was like, I'm making this shit canon. If I had one thing, you know?
Yeah, I just remember that cover fucking me up because it's got he's killing a little kid on the cover of it. And I was like...
On the cover. And that shipped during Christmas, by the way. It says Halloween, but it shipped in December.
It shipped in December. I was going to say, I knew it was November or December.
Yeah, I loved it, man. I was like, fuck yeah. Like, Merry fucking Christmas, you know?
That's my kind of Christmas.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna get flagged for that statement. But I'll fight it. But anyway, dude.
Well, at least you got it figured out.
Yeah, I mean, it looks different, but it's, you know, I think it looks cool. But you know what I mean? I don't know. You know?
I think it's looked cool since issue 1, but I can see you like every issue just figuring out little things and moving
He
forward.
didn't like the way I drew that spawn cape for the second issue. He didn't like that. Yeah. So I figured out like ways. I mean, with Chibi, it's different. It's like I can't give him a giant cape, man. You know, I'm not giving him like. I'm not complaining about the previous art crew. They're great artists, but the cape they drew on that guy was like a triangle. You know, like the cape you get on a bad video game that's poorly rigged. You know, like,
Yeah.
You know, and I'm like, no, you know, not doing that. So like I created the Briar cape. You know, I was like, okay, you can have little tentacles, and I'll have them move around because it's alive. And then I added little spikes. I'm like, why don't wasn't the cape has formed spikes before in the past. It did in the Angela miniseries when he went to hell. I mean to heaven.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and then Blood Feud too, I think, right? Anyway, yeah, go ahead.
I never read Blood Feud because of my feud with.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. That's why I was just rereading that. I was like, why was I just rereading that?
Yeah, you'll never see me putting that stuff in the book. You'll never see a Blood Feud reference from Rob. We don't acknowledge the Tony Daniel runs. Yeah. But then I also went and made certain that Chibi in different shots has a flowy cape when it's necessary. So an issue. There's a shot in issue 4 where he's got the classic side view cape, you know what I mean? The spawn cape, the side
yeah.
McFarlane, but it's the little Chibi dude. So, and what's cool is I put him, it's not a big spoil, but I put him on, instead of like, you know, Spawn's always on a church steeple or a building or some shit.
Yes.
I put him on top of a swing set. You know what I mean? Like he's on a swing set because he's a kid. It's a little different, but it's, you know.
It's different, but it's the same.
Yeah, it's different, but it's the same.
This has been a nice change for me to see something different coming out of Spawn. It looks different. It's not like just trying to be that edgelord art that I don't know. Like I'm just tired of that. Like 30 something years down the line, like.
Well, you can always make something look badass, you know. But like, I had to make a real big decision early on for myself. I was like, okay, you know, JJ Kirby drew a few versions. When JJ Kirby did the first Spawn Kill series, he drew Chibi like a little badass in a few poses, and they're great poses, you know. Like the mask is up and he's got little claws, and I'm like, that looks cool. So I did some like tests with that. I said, all right, let me draw that Chibi, that version, eating a sandwich. Oh, doesn't really hold it. Got to show his mouth now. You know, like it doesn't.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't hold water. You know, like you can get badass poses, but the minute you're like, I need him to sit at a table looking depressed, it no longer flies. You know. I had to come up with a face that's far more expressive. So I'm like, so I can always make that expression if I want to, but I gotta give him a mouth, and the mouth can't be something that goes away. Like he doesn't have any mouth on the JJ art, so I was like, I gotta get him to keep the mouth. So people could say he's Invader Zim in that. Once you give him a mouth, he looks like Invader Zim. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah,
You know, and with sharp teeth, not zipper teeth. So it was like, but. I mean, the artist on the second issue gave him a mouth, but he gave him like, I don't know, he gave him like cone teeth, big round cone teeth, and I'm like, we're not doing that. So interesting take, no. So I was like, well, I'll just have to, you know, make a decision. As you know, man, making decisions is like the hardest thing to do, right? Because then you're stuck with it.
Yep.
And I just don't think people appreciate the decision-making process like professional artists have to make, you know?
Oh, hell no, they don't.
They just go, just make crypto white. And I'm like, that doesn't solve your problem, you know? Does it make it accurate? Maybe, but it does. Maybe making the dog white throws off the entire look of everything, you know? Like, I don't know, or it paints you a picture of a character that dog may not be in the movie. Like this, everything is very difficult to ascertain. So like, there's opinions, and then there's actual like decisions, you know. So I'm always like, what can I do? What can I do? Surprisingly, the thing I thought I would get some blowback on was showing the meathead, because he never had the meathead in the other two spawns. It was just always the spawn phase. The spawn kills. I was like, no, he's a boy. You should take the mask off, and he's a little rotting kid. You know?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But I was like, I love the shoelace phase, because I'm fucking from the 90s, right? So I want to give him the shoelace, and I was like, what if the shoelace was like a bow tie on the top of his head? You know? So he walks around with a little bow on his head, you know? But it's just the shoelace. So...
I was just showing it off to my buddy the other day, and he was like flipping out. He hasn't read like a Spawn comic in about like 15 years, but he's my buddy that like I went and met Todd McFarlane whenever issue 1 came out and everything up in Chicago with. And he was reading it, and he was like, God, this is fun. He was like, I would have never quit reading Spawn if it was this much fun. Yes, I know.
Well, I appreciate it, man. My Google Alerts gives me like, you know, Spawn kills updates, you know, because I'm just interested. Yeah. And these guys did a podcast. It's like a 4 fucking hour podcast. It's a little ridiculous, you know. They need a producer, and but nice dudes, man. You know, like they know their shit. They just need to speed up the conversations. They drag on a bit. But they finally got to they got to a review of the comic at the 3-hour 20 mark, because I dug. I'm like, I'll just sit here and let the whole thing run until it appears, you know. And it was funny, man. They were kind of like, you know, at first they were like, they were against the idea, because it was like they thought it was a little boring. Like he starts off, he's just killing spawns. Like, who the hell cares? And he's like, then he gets to the Spawn con page. And he's like, well, this is freaking nuts. And then he goes, Spawn Comics kayfabe? Like he's like, this is some real insider shit, right? Like, and I'm like, and he keeps going. He finds the Bravura Hotel, right? And he goes, Bravura? I put Bravura. The hotel was supposed to be, initially in the comic, he went from the con to his hotel. He didn't go home. He went to a hotel. So it was a hotel room. So I made it the Bravura Hotel. There's actually a bunch of panels cut where he goes into the hotel. But it's still there in the big shot. And in the second issue, there's shots where he's in a different room than his bedroom. And that's actually the hotel shot, just as a temporary room. Because he destroyed his room in the first issue. But
oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. But the guys were like, Bravura Hotel. He's like, is this a reference to Rob Liefeld's podcast where he was making fun of Todd saying, Bravura? You know? What's a bravura? You know? Liefeld goes off on Todd complaining about Dark Horse's bravura to no end, dude. Like, I guess it was a deal. What is bravura? You know? So I'm like, yeah, it is. Like, that's like, he's like, this is like the most insider like reference to put in a comic. I'm like, but it's there for you, you know, like for that kind of fan, you know. There's plenty of like schmaltzy stuff you can pick out, like, you know, Waldo's and Snoopy and shit. But the bravura thing, that's for us real fans, you know, as super fans.
That's weird. I didn't know there was overlap, because bravura was the Malibu imprint, right?
It was Dark Horse. Dark Horse did their, or Malibu, yeah, whatever. It was one of those fucking.
It was Malibu.
Malibu. Yeah, you're right. No, you're right. Malibu did their own. Sorry, I got that mixed up. But Malibu did their own called Bravura, and so Rob Liefeld's always talking about Todd used to make fun of the name, and they go Bravura.
Oh, okay. I get
so in the issue, and initially Chibi goes from the convention center. He goes to the Bravura Hotel. This was a hotel room, but I made it. I called it Bravura. It's the actual logo. It's still in the shot in the comic when he's walking down the street after the convention. There's a big street he's walking down, and if you look at the center of that panel, at the very top, I put the Bravura logo. Like,
Oh, what the shit? Oh man.
Yeah, it's in there, dog. Like, right? Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It's like who cares, right? But hey, you know, Rob cares.
I do. That shit's hilarious, dude. Bravura had some cool stuff, dude. Gerber wrote some fun stuff for Bravura.
Yeah, but apparently it was a thorn in Todd's side or something.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either, but if you listen to the Liefeld's podcast, every now and then he doesn't set it up or explain it to you. He just starts doing things, but I know what he's talking about, you know?
Yeah, I'm wondering, like, what the... Man, now you got me... Sorry. Now you got me all curious.
You know, they were just really competitive, I think, you know?
Okay. That's what I was wondering. I was like wondering if Todd was just pissed that like Dave and and like Tom were trying to fight his idea, because that's kind of what they did with.
Yes.
Okay.
100% he was.
Okay, well that's awesome, because that's not even Todd's idea.
I know that's why Liefeld is clowning, because he's the one who came up with the whole and put them out.
That's just what I'm saying. It's just like that's so McFarlane.
Yeah.
Like, what are you so upset about? Oh, they took my idea, man. They took it, bud, and they flipped it all up.
And they got no talent doing it too. Look at them.
And they didn't even ask me to do no covers. I mean, I would have told them no, but they didn't ask me.
So I made the hotel the Bravura Hotel, dog. And like, it wasn't just at the top of the building. There were originally panels, and that bedroom shot. I took them out because it's no longer. But I put Bravura all over the fucking place, dude. And I made it look like kind of like Art Deco-y, Art Nouveau, kind of, you know, because it's like a hoity-toity name, you know, Bravura.
I made fun of Dave to his face about that name, so yes.
Yeah, that's like you're trying to be clever, right? Like, so funny to me, dude. But I love it, man. I love it. It's all good. I just figure, hey, you know what? If you guys know the story, you'll get that fun. And these guys got it, which I appreciate, you know?
I haven't had a chance to pull those issues apart as much as I'd like. I can't wait to sit down with you and fucking get to yank everything really apart and show people all the shit you put into that. Well, not all of it, obviously, but...
Oh, we can go through everything. I don't care. I mean, there's so much. I'm telling you right now.
That's what I'm saying, man. I mean, like, dude, it's just like every time I see one of those books, I pick something new up. And then every time I talk to you, you mention something that I didn't even fucking notice.
That's what I do.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That is why I occasionally just sit and like am almost moved to tears by my Uncle Jerk commission.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. I appreciate that.
Not to be all cheesy, but for real, like I just look at that thing and it like tells a story and all the little details. It's just Jesus, man.
I got a few Easter eggs in issue 5 that are for the hardcores, you know.
I was just reading an article about McFarlane Toys, and they were talking about the Bendy Violator, and I couldn't stop laughing. I was at work, and they were like, "What the fuck are you laughing at?" I was like, "Nothing any of you would even understand."
Right, the bendy arms.
Thank God I remember those.
Who was bringing that back? You know, me.
Yeah, Rob. That's it.
You had 30 years, guys, to come up with this. Oh, all of a sudden, now everyone's interested. Good. Let's bring it back. I always wanted him to make... See, the problem with the bendy arm Violator was it was too small. If he had made a 20-inch Violator with giant bendy arms, dude, see? Bendy works better, bigger. That's why the Stretch Armstrong toy worked. It was just too small.
Oh man, I never even fucking like equated it to that.
The minute I tell you a 20-inch violator with bendy arms, your money's down, right? Money, here you go, bud. Take it.
Yeah, if they'd at least done it to the scale of something like those, the like mech spawn and stuff that he did later.
Yeah.
Like even that would have worked.
It was just too small.
Yeah, it always looked silly to me, but only because it was too skinny and small, you know, like tiny feeling. But then again, all my memories of like that early McFarlane stuff is all conflagrated with me being a pissy little bitch, because he'd do all those. I had never really been into toy collect. I'm still not. I should say I'm not into it, but I had never paid attention to it enough before, I guess. And like, I just remember like having to look at the crotches of a million fucking Angela dolls as a kid. I will never fucking forget that shit.
I had that pre-ordered at my comic shop, you know, and I got my paycheck from from Pizza Hut at the time for like $40, you know, because they were paying me nothing, you know.
Yep.
But I got that. My girlfriend had picked me up, and I'm like, all right to the comic shop. Hey, what's up, Rick? And she's like, what? And I go there, and I just plunk her down half my money for that Angela. It was like $13 for that figure, you know.
Yep.
Yeah. And this is 1994 money, so.
Dude.
95, 94,
95. Back in into 94 when it first came out. Yeah, it was 95 when it really kicked off, because I remember like all throughout the end of 94, like, because that was back in, like, I'm sure you might remember, man. You're like my age, like whenever like stores would have exclusives of stuff, and they weren't like variants, they were just a different version that was produced for different distribution avenue. And like there was 2 versions of Angela. I can't remember, because the one that came through the shop that was so valuable that we could get every once in a while, that was like 1 in 15 or something like that, was the the pantyless one. But then there was like I remember what it was. It was the color of knots on her spear. There was like blue, red, and green. And like blue you could only get through Books A Million, I think was the name of the place, because I had to go up to St. Louis to get those a couple of times. I remember people paying like $80 for some of those Angela figures.
Yeah, that was that when they were like, there was still that craze for like the one color difference variant, you know?
Yeah.
Like the Boba Fett with the dot on his hand thing, you know?
Yep, yeah. Because
it was such a big deal that. Sorry, go ahead.
No. Go ahead. I was just gonna say, yeah, because all it was like the color of the ties on her spear, or she had underwear or no underwear. Okay.
Yeah, it was such a stupidly big deal at the time that Kevin Smith made it the basis of the story for the Clerks comic.
Oh shit!
The one Mafu drew?
Yep, I was gonna say, dude, fucking those good old Oni books.
Yeah. Love that Oni stuff, man.
Yeah, I got really lucky and picked up a complete collection of all of those Oni books for $10 back in the day.
I bought them as it came out, man. I was there day one. Yeah.
We could never, like, Oni had shitty distro in my fucking, in Illinois. I have never figured out why. We would order the fuck out of Oni books and never get but maybe a 6th of them, which was weird.
I got real lucky. This comic shop that I went to in Germany at the time, called Terminal. There was like Terminal 1, 2, and 3. They were numbered. There was a German comic shop, but you went downstairs. They had English comics, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And they always had Oni stock, you know. So,
I'm jealous. We couldn't even do that at our damn shop.
yeah.
Because I've been a Mafood fan for 25 fucking years. Ever since I saw him in Treehouse of Horror.
They had to be huge Mafu fans too, because they had Girl Scouts. I didn't even know it was coming out. Just one day it was there. I was like, "What is this?" You know. I was like, "Oh, it's the Clerks too, Girl Scouts." So,
Man, I still can't believe he's coming up on the fucking 30th anniversary of that book.
yeah. When's the exact 30th? It's
This year, I think.
Did he do that? No. That's 2000. That's 99 2000, right?
The first Girl Scouts?
Yeah.
I thought they were just talking about it on Ink Pulp.
Because I picked it up in Germany, man.
I guess it might have been, what is that, 25 years or whatever?
25 years, yeah.
25, okay,
well,
yeah, I would
it's
totally
not
believe that.
2029.
Fucked up,
Like,
25 and 30.
Which election are we in? Like, Ooh, scary, buddy, scary. But yeah, 25 years. That's
It's still. I remember that book, like, being the new book. Like, oh, wow, cool, a new indie book from Jim Mafu. Now he's like 8 fucking minis deep and entrenched.
They had that, they had Coffin, and so many books, you know. They were super dope. Coffin was awesome. Magic Pickle, Scott Morris.
Oh, Jesus, man.
Bro, hold on.
I haven't thought about Magic Pickle in fucking years.
Oh, that's because you don't hang out with Rob. Look at this. Look at this, buddy. Magic Pickle.
gotta have the Magic Pickle there.
I keep it right here, ready to go. Right next to my Image Zero. That's no shit. Signed by Eric and Rob.
Oh man, I remember.
I couldn't get Rob to do the Liefeld signature. He did his real signature, you know?
Oh yeah.
Like, I can't read that fucking signature.
No, it's bullshit. I fucking hate the. I'm not huge on paying. Like, I'm not huge on paying for autographs anyway, because I remember, and you remember, back when people used to sign shit for free, and like, if you're gonna sign someone's book, don't just scribble your fucking pen on my comment.
No.
I'm not paying you for that.
Roman, I didn't pay for this. You remember, there was a time when Liefeld, no one cared. Like, before the Deadpool movie came out, right? Before
Oh, so you're talking the Dark Ages.
Back like before the 2008, you know what I mean? 2009. Yeah. I went up to a Comic-Con, he's just sitting there, nobody's there, bro. Nobody. He could pretend like that didn't happen, but it happened. And I was like, can I get like, you know, he was like, no, I just do the regular signature. I'm like, there's no line. Like, you know, like, you don't. Is it hard to sign your own signature, man? Like, because Todd just does the Todd signature, you know? Like,
yes, and it's
one of those. The same thing though. Eric doesn't sign it like his Larson. Eric Larson, the way he signs his art, he has a different signature. It's freaking weird,
dude. As a Sam Keith collector, I can tell you that the only thing that Sam has ever done that has actually legitimately pissed me off as a fan is his remarks and signatures. It's just, like, at a certain point, you're being fucking disrespectful, in my opinion. Like, if it's free, okay. You're charging $40 for a goddamn signature. You fucking are scripting. That doesn't sit right with me. I don't do well with that.
Even then change your signature. Like, I don't care if it's free or whatever. I'm like, just don't have 2 signatures, man. Just sign your name. And let that way you sign it be the thing that you sign when you sign everything else. You know, I sign Sketchcraft the way I sign Sketch. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like,
But yeah, you have a chisel signature. You have an artist signature, which is what people want.
right.
That's why people started collecting signatures on covers. I remember when they went from being on the inside for just, you know, because I met the guy and I have it and it's cool. And like Jim Steranko or, you know, Klaus Janson and Frank Miller and John Byrne. I got books signed by all of those guys myself, personally, me. None of them were on the cover. And all of those signatures are like legal looking signatures, ballpoint style on the first page. And none of them shits look anywhere near as hideous as these Sharpie signatures I see people paying like fucking $40 for, and then $35 for like CGC authentication and $3 for account. I'm like, yo, I'd be
Well, I
pissed.
did. A couple years later, I did get Rob to do the chisel signature on that Youngblood one, you know?
Oh, did you?
Do you know the remake one that he did with Joe Casey? Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. The one that lasted like 2 or 3 issues?
No. It was actual. It was Youngbloodish to be recolored.
Oh, okay. Yeah. My bad.
Yeah. So I got the actual signature on that one, you know. So I think that one cost me like $40. It wasn't a big deal, you know. But I was like, whatever, you know. But it is still bullshit, you know.
Yeah. I can tell you what Sam Keith thinks of you by his signature, and I don't like that.
That's a shame too, you know.
It's insulting, in my opinion. Like I get it for mass signings and stuff. Like that's you know, when you get a signed version of something or whatever, like you're signing 1,500 book plates. Okay, I get you. But if you're going to a con and like charging or not charging, if you're set up and you're doing a bullshit fucking scribble signature, nah, that's just disrespectful to me. Unless, of course, you're like Bill Sienkiewicz when that's just your signature.
But that's what I'm saying. He made that his signature. So just make the scribble thing, but they won't make the scribble thing their signature because it would look dumb on a book.
Because you can't fucking read it, and it looks like shit.
Right. So why sign the books? I don't.
That's exactly.
I know.
Yes. Yeah. Like if you obviously don't want to do it that much, then like, why don't you just? I mean, I guess they're kind of like trying to Jim Lee the prices. And Jim Lee doesn't want to do commissions, so he's like $20,000 for a commission. Like, okay.
Then don't do any signatures. Just do the ones you charge for. You know.
But the ones they do try, yeah. No. We're on the same page.
Just don't do free signatures. Only, right.
But Sam does charge for signatures, and the signatures that he charges for, he's got 6 signatures, and I can tell you that it, like probably 40% of it is the books he's signing. And like, if he at all gets the sense that it's like a flipper book, he's out. And it's gonna look like the shittiest, crappiest, most phoned in fucking signature ever. And it was enough that I actually returned a signature to his last private signing. I'll say that much. Oh, dude, I was personally insulted.
Well, look, this is why I had, this long-running problem with Tony Dango, like...
Yep.
When he was, I'm a kid, he's like, afraid I'm going to, resell his sketch. And I never... Bro, they just never... Reselling a piece of art an artist gave you didn't even cross my mind in life until that moment when he said it. And I just remember that you could tell. I just remember that Kevin Conrad. But Kevin Conrad was his inker. He was there.
Yeah.
I remember he could see the look on my face, And he's like, man, actually, I think this kid's like for real.
I think he might actually just like your art.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta remember, it was the first time other than Todd and Greg was gonna do the main Spawn book, you know?
Oh yeah,
and they were young guys. So
I was gonna say, and they were young dudes. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, super excited, dude. And I'll fucking never read those issues ever again. I'm sure he's a nice guy, but that's just the way it is, So,
everybody has bad days. I can kind of forgive Daniels for that, for having a shitty day, but Sam has been doing this for 30 years consistently.
But I'm never reading those issues, so you can have a bad day, but fuck them. And look, that's a lesson I keep reminding myself: never take any fan for granted, dude.
Yep.
Any one of them,
They are all equally important for different reasons.
Yeah.
And that shit can really come back and bite you in the ass.
But I take care of my fans, Roman.
I wouldn't have any idea about that one, Rob.
Take care.
We don't talk at all. You definitely never indulge me with any insider information. You never send me any cool stuff. Selfish guy, Rob. I don't know.
Casa de Sketchcraft. You know what I mean?
And I do have like a couple of those memories of guys that, because there's the other end of that spectrum. I was just talking to somebody about Michael Turner the other day, and they were kind of hammering on Mike, and I was like, well, you don't have to be into the Wildstorm style, he kind of invented that secondary Wildstorm, darkness.
Top Cow. He defined Top Cow.
I said, yeah, totally Top Cow. I'm sorry, yeah, totally.
Because Cyberforce was a big, but it wasn't a defining, it you know what I mean? It didn't.
No, no. I was thinking of Darkness for Top Cow. You're totally, you're totally fucking right. And then he had Fathom, which I just couldn't really stand, but looked cool.
But Witchblade set the tone for Top Cow, and then comes Darkness after it. So Turner, really, it's because of Turner on Witchblade that Top Cow kind of broke out of that mold,
Yeah.
Which is weird because Silvestri was doing that whole look before Lee and all them, But I feel like Silvestri's earlier work also had like a little Mignola in there,
A lot.
Right?
Yes.
So, but yeah, it was Witchblade that took off, and then.
Oh shit! I even said Darkness. Fuck, man, I am terrible at that shit.
Yeah.
God, man, that's so disrespectful.
Well, no, it's not, but it's also Well, it's tough because the order doesn't make any sense. You in a proper world, Silvestri launches with Darkness, and then eventually you get a Witchblade.
Yeah, but it wasn't. That's what I mean. It's so fucking disrespectful because Mike kicked that whole shit off. I remember when that started. Yeah. God damn.
So Mike did that ballistic book and got everyone's attention, right?
Oh, damn. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just remember him. I saw him about, I think, 3 months before he passed away. And he was at the con, and he would not leave. He would not leave until he had everyone's books signed. And it was a gnarly line, and they had him propped up. He was dying. And I remember that guy, that his handler was there. And he'd come up every once in a while and put his hand on his shoulder, tell him hey, you're an hour over, you're 2 hours over. You can go when you want, and da-da-da-da-da-da. And it hurt when his handler was touching his shoulder even. It was painful to see, but he'd look up and point at everybody in the line, and he'd just shake his head no, and go back to signing books and smiling and laughing with people. I got a lot of fucking respect for that guy.
Yeah, the last time I saw him was 2008 or 9. I can't remember when he passed. It was right before he did a San Diego Con. Because he had the crutches still there, you know?
Yep. I just hadn't thought about Mike's work in a long time. He signed a book for me. It's the first book I ever fucking got CGC signature encapsulation because it was free. Back
He
when
was
CGC
really approachable. He was really approachable, like, kind of after the Fathom stuff died down a bit, you know?
Oh, yeah.
And so I remember, like, he was talking to DreamWorks to do a Fathom. No, it was Fox Animation before they shut it down.
Mm-hmm.
Fox Animation, and they were like, he's like, yeah, man, we're looking at the water. He was talking about the water in Prince of Egypt. And then we're gonna do this like water like they did in Prince of Egypt, you know, where it's like it's computer, but they paint it. It's gonna look all brilliant. I was just super excited. You know, I mean, Mike Turner lived. You know, he'd be doing kick-ass Avatar artwork for Cameron, right? I mean, that man was I mean, everything was like the Abyss. You know, everything was in his stuff. You know.
Yeah.
He put Top Gun and Abyss together. That's Fathom. It's Top Gun Abyss. He doesn't know how to sell it. I was like, just sell this as Top Gun meets Abyss. It should have all been underwater, like ship combat, like Top Gun underwater, you know? Like, who cares if she comes on land like Little Mermaid? Screw that. Underwater battles, you know?
Yeah, I never got into Fathom. I just couldn't get into that book, but it looked amazing.
Can't see you.
Yeah, I read it for a while I was in the shop and stuff, but
well, you know, I really had hoped at the time it would have been impossible with the way that the politics worked out because of, you know, Silvestri suing him and everything. But I'd really wish he had teamed up with Straczynski when Straczynski was doing Rising Stars.
Oh,
because I think if Straczynski had taken Fathom, you know what I mean, and done the Stargate treatment to it, right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think that would have solved all those problems.
A lot of them. Because that was back when Straczynski was, man, was he firing on all cylinders.
People forget about Rising Stars, man. Remember when Heroes came out, I'm like, yeah, I saw this already. It's called Rising Stars. Like,
oh, damn.
yeah. If I was Straczynski, like, they did it to me again. They stole Deep Space Nine, and they stole my fucking. And I love Deep Space Nine, but they stole that shit from them, you know?
Yes, they did. Yeah.
I like it more than Babylon. I would have liked Babylon more, but I can't get beyond the shitty CGI in that show. It's so hard for me. It was like any CGI seemed to impress in the mid '90s, but Babylon 5 did not. It's like, you know what? We're good, man. We don't need it.
Yeah, Babylon 5 always felt like Star Trek Light to me. And it was better written, but I just didn't care.
Yeah.
And also, I have to admit that I think another thing was that the main guy's hair with the like weird fan, like Shi'ar type.
It was weirdly designed.
I fucking hated it. Like, and right. I don't mean like I disliked it. I mean like I thought it was so dumb it put me off of the show.
Right, but he's an excellent character is the problem.
He is. That's why I say it's so much better written.
It's so horribly written. And then they got Walter Koenig on there. It just didn't help, you know?
Oh, jeez.
It didn't help, dude. It was like, you're right. It just felt like, oh, you're making bargain basement Star Trek, and that's not the show at all. It's closer to Game of Thrones, really. You know, but in space, and you're just like, whatever, dude. You know, if any show could ever be remade, you know, like if you could get the production design from the Dune movies on Babylon 5, because I can't stand Dune, but I do admit the production design is amazing. I can't stand desert planets, man. So, And that's look. I love Star Wars. I can't stand desert planets. Okay, I'm over desert planets. So people will get all mad that I like Avatar. I'm like, it's not a desert. It's not a fucking desert planet. You know? So not more boring than desert planets. But Babylon 5 would be right. I know he's doing like an animated special soon or something. But I'm telling you, if I was at Netflix, I would make a deal with Straczynski. I mean, if I was in charge of anything, I'd make a deal with Straczynski. I think he's the most underrated. Like, he's a guy just not doing anything right now, and he should be, right? Like Ghostbusters. Like, why don't you just fucking hire him back and let him develop your Ghostbusters cinematic universe, you know?
Holy shit.
He's already done it, you know? So rather than trying to make things feel like the card, get the fucking guy who wrote all that shit, you know?
Dude, that would be so tits.
Yeah, get him paid, get him set up, you know, and let him do his fucking thing, man. Like,
yeah, because Straczynski is like reliable and intelligent. He's not a flaky fucker.
No, man, he still got it, dude. So yeah, man, it's frustrating.
All of that.
You're not gonna outright Straczynski. You're just not. You know, I mean, some people will, but none of us will. You know.
Speak for yourself, bro.
It's like weird to me that they just never hired Paul Dini to write one of the Batman movies, right?
Yeah, I've heard some weird reasons for that, but I've heard that there are reasons.
Yeah, but there's all sorts of weird people in Hollywood. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean?
No, not on his part. Like, people with axes to grind with Paul Dini for very strange reasons that I'd rather not get into.
Yeah, well, they can all kiss my ass.
I know. It's super fucking... It took me years to figure out that it was Paul Dini who was the one that was really, like... not to underscore Bruce Timm, because he's really important. But, like, Paul Dini was kind of like the magic part of the elixir there.
Yeah, we've seen what the Batman cartoons are like without Dini. Like,
oh, that's true. Yeah, I forgot. Cape Crusader is totally without him. Yeah.
It sucks. I quit. I couldn't get through the first 5 minutes of the first episode. I'm like, no, I'm out. This is bullshit. I'm out. But Rob, you're not being fair. No, I'm being fair. I know when I'm watching bullshit. I'm out of here. You can tell yourself this is great. It's not great.
Well, Uncle Jerk watches. I only will talk shit about stuff that I watch. That show fucking sucked. Yeah. I watched every episode. I watched every episode of that steaming pile of donkey shit, and they fucked up every single character that they fucking dealt with. They changed stuff arbitrarily and needlessly, and it felt like they were ashamed of their comic book roots, like the fucking Penguin.
Meanwhile, the video game series everyone loves, the Arkham games. Who was the writer? Who was the writer in Arkham Asylum? Who was the writer?
Bruce Timm, right? Right?
I mean, didn't he created Harley Quinn? He wins. He's the only guy to add a new character to Batman since Bill Finger that I give a shit about, you know? Like, the original Harley Quinn, not this weird one with the fucking bubblegum ponytails and shit. Gloopy, oh, what's up, bro? I love this hardcore vulgarness. It's nerd shit, man. It's nerd nights. Welcome to the nerd nights.
Yeah, any day that Uncle Jerk's on, you're gonna get some vulgar.
I'm all for them making a new character with those ponytails, but that's not Harley Quinn. Just make a different character. Give her an evil twin or something. I don't care, you know.
Oh, but come on! You don't like her being a battered spouse and like having some a fucking kid that she hid from the Joker because she's a completely useless fucking waste of fucking space who's apparently too stupid to deal with a relationship, even though she's got a fucking PhD and is a doctor.
I know. You know, the only design they've come up with that evokes heart. I like the dress that Gunn had her wearing in that Suicide Squad movie. That was very good. So if they had to do something without the costume, I accept that. I also like that design in Batman Beyond, those twins.
Oh
Right?
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I thought that was an excellent, alternative. You know.
Yeah, I don't remember the dress. I am not a suicide. I didn't. Yeah.
Look, you want to make a character whose thing is roller derby? Just make a chick called Derby or something. Make a new character,
Yeah.
But then they go and turn Harley Quinn into roller derby chick, and I'm like, that's not Harley Quinn. Like, I don't. But everything changes. I'm like, well, then I'm out. And I like roller derby, but that's.
Well, no. No, stuff can change. Fuck that. Stuff can change, but you don't fundamentally mutate a character. Like that would be like being like, whoa, just because Absolute Batman is Batman now doesn't mean he's any different. He carries a fucking axe and guns. Well, I mean, change and no, shut the fuck up. Some stuff is just fucking stupid.
I like the giant design, but I like big characters. So,
I love giant designs. Quite literally, I have been waiting my entire life for a Frank Miller inspired thick beefcake ass Batman in modern continuity.
Look how I drew that Batman piece I did a couple years
ago. Yeah, it's one of my favorite pieces you have ever fucking done. Like, seriously, I still go back and look at the different versions that you did of that, like the retro color one. It just dude, it blows my mind. I love it so much. But it doesn't look like you AI photoshopped a Tin Sale head onto a Dark Knight body and then put a fucking axe and gave him throwing stars for ears. Much love to Nick Dragotta and everybody who loves that series.
Oh, it's the talk of the town. It's gonna be book of the year, you know that, right?
Oh yeah, I don't give a shit. Tons of fucking Britney Spears sold how many millions of records? She's a talentless bitch.
No. Come on. Now I'm getting just trying to get me demonetized left and right. Come on, buddy. Calm down.
Well, I don't understand. People have said why do you need Batman to carry a gun? Your main.
I gave my Batman a giant gun.
You have him with an homage to the right, a big Rob Liefeld style homage to the Dark Knight Returns. That's totally different.
He's hunting Kryptonians. It's a little different. Look, I think there's room for Batman to have a gun at certain points. If he has to fight Superman, I get it.
Okay, well, but that's not Batman carrying around a gun and killing people. That's not Damian Wayne. It's not the Grim Knight. It's not the Batman Who Laughs.
But Keaton's Batman was blowing dudes up left and right.
Oh yeah, well, he had machine guns on the freaking.
No, he literally blew that guy up. Remember, he dropped the bomb underneath his crotch.
Oh yeah, but I'm saying he even had machine guns on the Batwing.
And the Batmobile.
Oh yeah, you're right. Very true. But I never considered that. I don't ever consider media to be part of the comic. But that's
I know headcanon's tricky, what we consider, because the Batman animated is media.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But Batman the Animated Series is a different thing for me. That's a whole. Yeah. Batman the Animated Series.
You know what's funny about the Absolute Batman, and I'm not saying this has anything to do with, but it is funny, is Todd kind of giving me gripes about Chibi's Briar cape, and then the Absolute Batman has look at it.
Oh, I have.
It's tentacles.
That's exactly what it is.
I'm like, no offense, I did it first. Just saying.
You got the attack spikes on the end of it and stuff.
It was funny. I was looking at it, I'm like, of course. But At least I don't know, man. Look, every few years they create a new Batman that gets everyone excited. The last one was Court of the Owls, and this one is this, and and I'm like, hey, you know what? I haven't read it, but I'm actually happy when they do something different, you know. But at the same time, it's like, how long will all this stick, you know? So we'll see.
15 minutes.
You know.
They're gonna integrate the regular DC. Yeah, I'll just stop complaining.
I mean, look what they did with the Ultimates. I was there day one buying that stuff, you know. It didn't take that long before it all, you know.
Yeah, the Ultimates was a complete and utter clusterfuck. But that was for me, that at least felt like for a different reason. A lot of the whole reason that universe felt so unhinged is like so much of Jeff Loeb's writing. Like, I get he was going through some shit, but like, wow, dude. Wow.
Was it Matt Reeves? Who was it? I was listening to a screenwriter or someone really famous, and he was saying that the guy who taught him how to write, he's like, how did you learn how to write? He's like, well, my college teacher was this guy named Jeff Loeb, and he was like, you can write just fine. But I think it might have been Matt Reeves. I don't know. I can't remember. I gotta remember who it was, but yeah, it'll come back to me. I mean, I like Loeb, but his scripts constantly feel like 4 pages are missing every couple pages.
Yeah, but at that point, when the Ultimate Universe derailed was when his son, man. That's when he lost.
I hear that, but I didn't know. No one put that disclaimer on Ultimates 3. I bought that. I'm like, Joe Mad's finally coming back to Marvel big. Gonna be big cinematic Ultimates 3. No one put a disclaimer, so our writer's going through hell right now. You know what I mean?
like our writer wants to be dead, and he's going to inflict that emotion upon you as well.
Then delay the book, you know? Like, I don't know what to say, you know? Like,
well, he wanted to write it. He just wanted to be angry and spiteful and hateful and violent and get things out and work this catharsis out on the page. And that's fine, but don't drag me along for it.
I just wanted to see Joe Mad draw cool shit again. Like,
yeah, I did not need that Ultimate Fury series or Wasp getting eaten by the Blob or the Tony Stark sex tape and stuff. Whatever. That was about my last gasp of like trying to give a shit about like massive chunks of any of the main fucking companies. Because I thought originally like Ultimate Spider-Man was just transcendent. I was like, this is fucking awesome. This is how you bring in new readers. Like, this isn't always for me, but that's okay. And then the Ultimate Universe just devolved into whatever the hell you want to call that.
When Ultimates 3 didn't pan out, I think I stopped buying Marvel for... I don't think I bought anything other than Carrie Andrews' Spider-Man Reign stuff. I'm a big Carrie Andrews fan, so I pick up...
I love Carrie Andrews.
Look, I'm telling you right now, the only thing that could get me to, like, do whatever I can to go to Marvel would be, like, I'd drop whatever I wouldn't drop this book. I wouldn't drop this book. But if I didn't have this book, if I had anything at Marvel, let me put it this way. If I could choose to do anything at Marvel, it would be Legend of the Spider-Clan. That's my jam. That's my favorite version of Spider-Man. And then it's so underutilized. Never used. You know what I mean? It had like 2 seconds.
Yeah, dude, when I was at the shop, there was a lot of people that loved fucking Spider-Man Reign, and then there was a ton of people that hated that book.
But Legend of the Spider-Clan is my jam, man. Like, I would love to take a crack at that.
It was a strangely divisive storyline, which I did not see coming.
The Spider-Man Reign?
Yeah.
Spider-Clan. I'm talking about Spider-Clan. But no, I like.
Well, yeah, but that was Fallout from Reign, right?
No, Spider-Clan is like a cartoon. That's where Scotty Young did his first big series.
Oh, okay.
Carrie wrote it. Carrie drew one issue eventually, but
I was thinking it was his fault. Okay, never mind then.
Yeah.
I have it confused.
No, this was like an animated universe, like alternate storyline where Peter Parker has like a sensei, and like everything has like a graffiti meets ninja vibe to it.
But it's a book. It's a comic though, right? Not a cartoon.
4 or 5 issues.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I know the one you're talking
animated.
about because of the Scotty Young covers.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you shit about the interiors because I'm thinking about a different. I have it confused with a different book for some reason.
No, Spider-Clan that's my jam.
I don't know if I've actually read that.
Yeah, it's the potential of it. There was those 4 or 5 issues, and then there was a 1 issue that Carrie drew and wrote himself too, and it didn't go further. When they did that whole Mangaverse bit, they did a Mangaverse episode of that. Yeah, I would love to do that. Of course, they'd be like, but we need a monthly series. And I'm like, well, then I can't do that. But I'd love to do a Prestige Dark Knight format. Give me 4 issues in a year and a half, and I'll give you the fucking whole thing. 4 32-page issues, not 20-page.
I was gonna say, you don't want those nice fucking 20-page Marvel comics, like 18 pages of ads.
To be fair, my comics 18 pages. I mean 20. Sorry.
Course comics have always been filled with fucking ads, even when I was growing up.
They won't though. If they wanted to get someone who could probably do a monthly comic, they should get Marcus Williams. He could pull it off.
I don't know. What's Williams' work on? I don't recognize the name.
He's drawing the Popeye book.
Oh, okay, I got you. It's like, man, I know that name from somewhere, but as soon as I say something, I'm gonna sound like an idiot because I don't know where the hell it's from.
Right. Yeah. No, he's in the Popeye book. Super good. But me, I'd make it look like an animated movie. Like that's
the way it should look.
Cinematic, my man. Cinematic.
God, I remember when that was like the new thing in comics. Widescreen cinematic stories. Decompressed storytelling. So what you mean is you're just going to put a whole shit ton of splash pages in there and take one script to make it into a miniseries? I think is what you guys are saying.
So? Not everything needs to be top 10. You know what I'm saying?
No. No, it does not.
Yeah. Not all of us were big Tom Strong fans.
No.
There's 2 Wildstorm fans. There's the Tom Strong people, and then there's me. So I know everyone was so.
Like, if you're a Wildstorm fan, I don't even know why you like Alan Moore. Like, he despised that shit.
No, man. He wrote Spawn Wildcats. That was dope.
Well, no, I'm just saying, but like, Moore, like, his whole relationship with him was just rife.
Yeah, I don't get involved in all that shit. You know what I mean? Like, I just care about what actually gets done. So like I like his Spawn book, you know. I thought the writing he did on the Violator miniseries was hilarious, you know.
That one I remember. Did he just do an issue like
No, he wrote the whole thing, but
no, not the mini of Spawn.
Yeah, he just wrote the one, which sucks. I wish he had done a whole run. You know?
Okay, but I couldn't remember. I was like, all I remember is that one issue because he did that and Max and a bunch of other stuff around that time period. All for Image.
Look, in a perfect world, him and Neil Gaiman got along. Neil Gaiman didn't, you know, get himself into a bunch of trouble with women. And Neil ends up writing Spawn for another 50 issues, you know?
Meh. Better stuff to do. I can't imagine Neil Gaiman on
given he signed his
50 issues.
Given he sold his name to like Tech War or whatever that was, Tech Comics, you know, Technic, you know, like.
Oh God, yeah.
Don't get me started about how he had better things to do. All right, because you weren't there that San Diego Comic-Con. That was all the fucking free swag. They were giving everything away, man. I mean, giant bags full of this shit with
Techno
foam mug holders. Yeah, Techno. My dad foam mug holders. I mean, it was. I'd never seen so much swag from one company.
Well, no, I had never seen so many names, dude. They had fucking Leonard Nimoy had a book
Leonard
out
Nimoy,
through them.
William Shatner had the Tech War comic going through them.
I don't know what. I still don't know what Techno Comics was. Like, I literally
no one wants
know.
to talk about it. No one even Neil Gaiman would not. Well, it was illegal and people did things for me. I'm like, but what the fuck was it? Like,
no one cares.
You know something? If you could find a way to do a one good long show on Techno Comics, like what the fuck is it? You don't have to do the research. Go look. Here's what it is. But what the hell is this? Could anyone out there? I want to know. The algorithm's not going to help you on that one, but you know.
You know me. I don't make videos for the algorithm. I made a 10-hour Sam Keith documentary. I think I might just write stuff sometimes that piss off people. Be like, oh, you think it's a bad idea, huh? Well, I can make a
because everyone clowns CrossGen, but CrossGen was at least trying to make a company. I mean, you know, build a real studio, do a Disney-like style thing.
I've done a lot. I've done a lot of research into that one so far.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was all goofy nonsense, you know. Oh, we all got a ring, and these books are connected. I get it. Every child comes up with this bullshit concept, but that all being said, what the fuck was Techno Comics or Technic Comics? Techno Comics or Techno? Was it Technic or Techno Comics? Right?
I think it was Techno. Tekno. I think Techno Comics.
That K throws me off. Like,
yeah, I was gonna say, but it could have been Technic with Technik. I just remember K was in there, and anyway, terrible shit.
I love the Lego Technic series, and it used to confuse me with the two things. You know, I was like, you know.
I'm like even trying to remember some of their titles because I remember God Wheel, and that's it.
Yeah, Necronomicon, wasn't that one of them? Some shit like that, like
something like that.
Necros.
And there was like one that was a rip-off of Merv. That was like the Pumpkin Lord or something like that. Instead of the.
Look, I love my British fans. I love you guys. But we can all agree sometimes the Brits have a real odd sense of fucking humor that doesn't play anywhere outside of Britain. Sometimes it works geniusly. But the other times, not everything's a fucking death's head. You know what I'm saying? Some of it's like weird gagooby stoppy doopy dude. You know, and you're just like, I know, man. I know you love Banana Man. I know you do. Like, and Super Ted and shit. But you know.
Oh my God, Super Ted! Holy shit!
Yeah, I was there. I was there, Gandalf. I was there.
I remember when you were Gandalf the Grey, not Gandalf the White. Thank you.
It's like
Go
when
back
Americans
there.
make yeah. It's like when Americans make everything extreme sports. You know.
Yeah.
they got that same version for really like too smart humor. You know, it's still a little too smart. You know, like
Or a little too stupid. One of the two.
A little too stupid, right? Yeah.
It's like either too absurdist or too cerebral. But yeah. Been watching a shit ton of British comedy lately, so I just went back and rewatched all of like a Big Train. I'd forgotten how much I loved that series.
Yeah. My wife, when we went on vacation, we went through and watched we rewatched Faulty Towers, and I got all 7 seasons of Are You Being Served downloaded, so we're gonna run through that.
That song is going to be stuck in my head so long.
It's good though, right?
It's fucking brilliant with the samples.
Right, the samples.
Cash register.
The
Like,
cash
shit,
register.
what?
People always go to the Pink Floyd, you know, the money. I'm like, no, just bring up the Are You Being Served, you know?
Yes. That's more my flavor, my friend. Definitely more my flavor.
You remember Marvel Knights, right?
Oh yeah.
So, you remember that Brian Pulido was also in on that?
Probably yes.
Yeah, there was 2 books. There was the Daredevil stuff, and then there was this weird and like, how do I describe it? It was weird. It was like a book, like it's not an anthology, but it wasn't like Nocturnals, but it was that guy who does Nocturnals was like on that book.
Dan Brereton?
I think so, but it had that same look if it wasn't him, you know?
Okay.
And I just like the book they did is the one that I'm like, you want to see how not to reboot something? Like, or, you know, like, not that Marvel Knights was a reboot, but you know what I mean? Like, it had that, what do you call that when you create an imprint to do not reboot, but you're given an imprint launch, like an imprint? What do you call that? Like,
I don't know.
What do you call the Marvel Knights thing? You know, like,
silly?
Right?
Is it silly?
Well, no, it isn't silly because the Daredevil stuff was legitimately great.
No,
you know?
not legitimately great. Some of the best Daredevil ever written.
Right, but
and like that's saying something since Kevin Smith wrote on some of that shit, and a lot of his comic book writing leaves a bit to be desired.
And Quesada was excellent on art. You know?
Oh my god,
yeah.
That's probably the pinnacle of Quesada.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, he was as long as you can get into that Art Nouveau stuff, because he was really
all the Muka. I've been into his Muka stuff since Ninjak, dude. Remember the Ninjak poster?
I remember buying the Chromium cover of Ninjak #1.
I still have the Ninjak poster on my wall with the Muka background that Wizard gave out.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I got it for Valiant Vision or whatever. Remember Valiant?
Dude, yes I do. My god.
But what do you call that when you just launch an imprint? That
I don't know. There's got to be a name for it, but I don't honestly know, Rob.
Isn't that what Absolute is in a way? Because it's not replacing the main books, is it? Is it replacing? Is Absolute?
No, it's not. It's another multiverse that's going to fold into the for whatever you call it, their Prime universe, their 616 universe. I don't know what that's even called in DC anymore. I know in Marvel, 616 is the
Earth 1. Isn't
Yeah,
it Earth
Earth-
1?
Is it Earth 1? I thought they got
Earth
rid of
Prime.
Earth 1.
Look, man, that's what it was
Because it
always
was called Earth Prime for a while. Whatever. Earth 1. There you go. Earth 1 is going to have to team up with all of the guys from Absolute to fight Darkseid, because Darkseid's back. And I think there's going to be something to do with the Source Wall and the anti-life equation, all of that. But
I'm gonna be honest, man. I don't really know what's going on with the books. I don't. I only thing I buy every month is Savage Dragon. So
I buy none of it. I keep up with it. I read about it. And even the solicits make it very clear from the get-go. And it was quite obviously DC hedging their bets. Like, are people going to like Batman with an axe gun combo, like an axe, a chest axe, and like ear knives and a gun? Who drives the cement mixer for a Batmobile and walks around on like a pointy metal set of spikes that look.
Everyone's making fun of that Azrael costume, but look, man, I'm just saying, it's selling. It's gonna sell a lot of toys. Hey, man, energy's energy. That's why
And
things
people-
like Asbats and all that stuff. It's energy. It's bringing energy to a project.
And if people like it, fucking good. And if it gets people to read comics, awesome.
No one can say I draw Batman too big ever again.
They fucking better not, dude. Did you see the James Herron? Like, dude, oh my god, the James Herron cover for issue 4 is nuts. That will be probably the only thing that I really take away and enjoy about Absolute Batman, is getting all of these top tier like image and like post image artists to do their take on like Dark Knight, thick, weird Batman. I can get down with that. Like, they already had Dan Panosian do that Dark Knight book 3 homage cover, and it's just phenomenal. So
yeah, it was great. I liked it.
And I don't do homage covers, so. Sorry, I'm sitting here reading about techno comics, by the way. That's why I'm being quiet.
I know some people go, remember that thing? Wasn't it great? It wasn't great. I'm still baffled by it. Like,
that's so weird. Because it was 95 when they kicked off hard. But they lasted.
you should have.
It lasted until 97.
That's nuts.
I didn't remember that, dude.
Dude, they were just giving as much away as they could at Con that year.
Yeah,
I could have cared less. My dad liked. Give me all. You can have all my. I don't want this stuff. Well, it's free. I'm like, yeah, Dad. I don't care. I don't care. I don't want it in my room. I don't want it in my head.
Gene Roddenberry's Lost Universe, Isaac Asimov's iBots, John Jakes' Molton Empire, Leonard Nimoy's Primordials, Mickey Spillane's Mike fucking Danger.
Yeah, Mickey Spillane. That was the one that got me. I'm like, get the fuck? What is this?
Like, seriously, man. I never saw Mike Danger. I've never seen an issue.
I remember telling my uncle, my nerd uncle, right? I said, you know what? I'll just call this flea market comics. It's like all this shit you get at the flea market,
Mr. Hero the Pneumatic Man? No, that sounds like just an amazing and interesting title to me. Almost as interesting as Lady Justice.
Lady Justice.
Or Technophage, which is the one you were trying to remember.
Technophage, that's the one.
Technophage.
Right. Phage.
And Wheel of Worlds was the one I was trying to remember.
Wheel of Worlds. Yeah.
Yeah, and Mr. Hero, Lady Justice, Phage, Technophage, Shadow Death, and Wheel of Worlds are all Neil Gaiman titles.
So spare me your writing 50 issues of Spawn, all right? That shit would have been fucking awesome.
No, it wouldn't have. It would have been fucking awful, but I don't know if it would have been as awful.
He gave us Medieval Spawn and Angela. You know?
No, but I don't think Neil had any interest. To be
That's
honest,
how you create
and
greatness.
not have a...
I don't think you understand. When you're not committed to it, guys like that end up creating the best shit, dude.
Yes, they do.
I'm telling you.
No,
I'm telling you, he would have if he kept going.
I'm saying I don't think that it would have, for a number of reasons, I don't think it would have worked out. For the same reasons that, like,
in the universe, it does work out, right? And I'm just saying, you know, and he goes to issue 50, you know? That's all I'm saying.
Well, no, he might have even, like, signed a contract and made it to issue 50. But I don't think him and McFarlane got along. The universe where they got along well enough, he was allowed to do what he wanted with the Spawn universe. That might have been interesting.
That's the universe I'm talking about.
Well, but that's different. Sorry,
Yes.
That's different than Todd letting someone do 50 issues of Spawn to me. That's like Gaiman getting carte blanche to fuck around with Spawn. And I didn't see anybody get that right. Like, I think Capullo at one point or another definitely got the keys to the car, but
No, they definitely got to do whatever they wanted in those issues that they did. Because Todd disagreed with, like, Todd Wester being like a wino and stuff. You know? So, like, but it's there in the book. It's not like he changed that. You know?
But isn't that why a lot of the, like, runs got cut? To be bluntly honest, I don't know enough about Spawn. That's why I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm actually, like, saying I don't know, but from the best of my recollection, I remember a number of, like, runs and stuff coming to fairly abrupt ends because people just they stuff wasn't landing for them, and, like, they could get approval, but then McFarlane was pissed about stuff, and he was like
he
in and out of
constantly
but he
changes
was
the
so
words.
in and out of books. I don't even know, man.
He changes the words. No, Eric Larson went on a podcast not too long ago, and they were asking him why he loves Spawn. He was like, Todd changes my words. And he's like, no offense, I'm a better writer than him. Like, I was like, damn, tell us how you really feel, Eric. You know? But here's the thing. Here's the universe. I'm just talking about a universe where instead of it being 4 writers as a gimmick, right? Mm-hmm. It's 4 writers, but we get to call into a phone number and vote which one gets to write till Spawn 50. Like, like each one of them agree to do it, and Todd has to draw what they write.
Carte blanche.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's the
Carte
contest.
blanche. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. And we all vote, and out of those 4, which one do you think would have won? You know?
Oh, well, that's...
Look, I think Sim could have wrote some awesome. I like the writing on that the issue he did, even though the ending's fucking weird. I don't know what the hell's going on. But I like everything else about that issue, you know. But the Angela thing, yeah. But the Angela thing is the best single. You can hand that issue to anyone, you know. That could be issue 1 for all I know, you know.
It should have been.
Right.
Sorry. I'm trying to be nice. Sorry.
No, that's how I feel. You know what I mean? Like that's how I feel. So it should have been issue 1. So, but you know, we don't live in that universe. But that's what I'm talking about. Just like I want to live in a universe where Kevin Eastman drew The Last Ronin. You know, I don't give it. You know, fine art, but I'm not interested in anyone but him drawing it.
I can think of a couple other people, but it would have been cool to see Kevin Eastman do it 30 years ago for sure. I don't know about Kevin Eastman last like 10 or 15 years.
Oh no, it'll look outlaw. I love it. You know who would have been, actually, I'm telling you, what would have been a great combo, and I know egos would never solve this problem, But Liefeld did that issue of Snake Eyes. Well, he did 3 or 4 issues, but
yeah, that mini,
issue,
right?
Yeah. But one of the issues, he had everyone come on and ink a page. Like Neil Adams inked a few.
Yeah. No, definitely.
Yeah. And Kevin Eastman inked one of his pages, and the merging of those two styles looks amazing.
Really?
I think even you would like it. Like seriously.
Well, to be fair, Liefeld, when inked properly, doesn't look like shit. That's why I don't understand why everyone hates Liefeld so much. Like on his
because
art
when my
line.
buddy Shelby Robinson inks them, Liefeld doesn't give him credit, and Shelby inks Rob really well. You know. Like,
Yes, he does. And yeah, I might have gone a little bit nuts about that.
Yeah.
Since I've definitely burned my bridges in the Spawn camp and won't be talking to anybody from like McFarlane or Capullo. Those guys take one look at my channel and I'm sure I have some snarky quip about fucking Spawn and they're out, you know.
They don't really work that way. I would not say that's the case. No. I think it's just reach. If you had a bigger reach right now, they would, you know.
Well, no, that's
like
what I mean. I'm not like a heavy hitter.
If you did,
So you're gonna get onto my channel and you're gonna find me talking shit about that series.
Right, I'm not saying you'd ever, because they talk shit about Spawn, dude. Like that I mean, the kayfabe guys did the whole Todd courtroom thing. You know what I mean? And he still went on there twice. Like he doesn't care about that. It's just if you were doing like daily comics read-throughs like they did, you know, and blah 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 blah, blah, you know, like then that's kind of, you know, I'm certain that really wouldn't be a big deal. But yeah, Todd doesn't really care about that stuff. I don't know the man, you know, but from what all the conversations, I mean, I'm just telling you.
He has got a way better sense of humor about that shit than I would have ever assumed.
Yeah, he did. They don't care, dude. He loves having conversations with us. That's not how they operate. So, yeah. But, I mean, we made fun of Todd in the movie in the fucking book, bro.
That's exactly the joke that I was thinking.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because that was.
That's what I told John. I'm like, just keep doing more of that. All right, just go meaner. Like, don't write this like it's a kid's book. It'll look like a kid's book, but it ain't gonna read like a kid's book. That's the trick, man. Like, it's gonna look like the best drawn kid's book ever, but you're gonna read it and go, what the hell is going on? Like, go farther, faster.
Farther, faster, harder, stronger.
Yeah. They tried pushing that Captain Marvel campaign. It didn't work out for them too well. So. Hey man, I don't have a problem with the character. Like I know people don't like Brie Larson shit. I just think she's acting in those movies the way that guy. Did you ever see Tron Legacy?
Yes, unfortunately.
She acts like, remember, and that guy has this like Billy Badass walk in every scene, like he struts. And I don't know what you call it. You know what I mean? We used to call it Billy Badass in the 90s, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do. You got the shoulders and kind of like the hip thing. And
Yep. Yeah, he's doing that, right? The whole fucking movie, and you're like, I hate this guy. You know? So she does the modern version of that. And I'm like, you need to not do that.
Well, and everybody hated Brie Larson because everybody said she was or not everybody, but there's that vocal section of people that didn't like her because she's outspoken about stuff that's happened on sets and stuff. And
I know what I would do, man. I would just recast her as the chick who played her in that movie. The younger version of herself in that movie is played by an actress named Grace McKenna, who's the lead in the Ghostbusters films.
Oh my God, is that her?
That's her. She actually has blonde hair. She doesn't have that. Yeah, she looks like a young Captain Marvel, man, in real life. Like,
oh, that's crazy.
And she can act, you know? Like
she can act her ass off.
So I would just be like, just cast her. You're not even recasting. She literally was Captain Marvel in that movie. Like, yeah.
Yeah, but that would involve Marvel admitting they made a mistake, which they don't.
No, sometimes they do, man.
They don't. They never admit it. They try
just
to
reshot all of Daredevil. No, bro. When I tell you, I have some friends on that production. They were blown away. They're like, dude, they've thrown away everything. Like,
on which one?
The new series, the Born Again series.
Oh, Born Again. Yeah.
Yeah, they literally had the whole thing done and in the can. They were just imposed, and they fucking threw the whole thing away, dog. You know?
What the?
And then the direction they're going in now is totally like the Netflix stuff, you know? But it was gonna be like that episode of She-Hulk where he was in, where it's kind of goofy and stuff, you know?
Oh yeah, well that's where they were setting him up in the new Spider-Man movie with the jokey jokes and the.
Hey, I don't mind Matt Murdock doing jokey jokes during the day, you know what I mean, when he's around Spider-Man.
No, I just knew that was the tone that they were trying to set for Daredevil. Like, he's not going to be like Netflix, guys. He's not hanging out with John Bernthal, okay? We're Disney. We don't do that.
Yeah, he is now. So they do, man. It's just, I mean, sometimes you can change everything and it still not work out. I don't know. I haven't seen it, but I have close friends who I have some very trusted source whose friends went to that screening of Captain America and they were unimpressed, you know? So I don't know, you know, like if things, sometimes you can't fix something. Like if you look at the Donner cut, that doesn't fix the movie, you know? The version I got, the Deja Vu edit, which you gotta watch sometime, dude. Like, I really want to have a conversation with you about that. Like,
I gotta fucking write that down, actually, because I totally had forgotten about that.
Yeah, I have I mean, I sent you the link, you know, so like, if you ever want to watch it, just let me know. You know, you can download it and watch it. So, I mean, you can't fix the visual effects beyond a certain point, you know what I mean, without real people, you know?
Well, yeah, yeah.
So you're stuck with the shittiest of visual effects. But story-wise, it's the only way to accept a Superman 2, in my opinion. Because Superman 2, even if you took the theatrical cut and you're like, oh, I like it just fine, it just doesn't make any sense. If Superman knew he could turn back time, why didn't he turn back time the minute Zod and them showed up? Right?
Truth, yeah.
And so the Deja Vu edit does exactly that. They show up and he turns back time and stops them and thinks he's in the free and clear. And that's how they utilize the Lester edit and the Donner edit by showing. But the Phantom Zone guys get unleashed anyway through the alternate method. Like, there was no way you were getting around this.
It was the singularity. I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to happen. And hold on one sec. I just ripped my damn earpiece out. So, but what's genius about that is you have that scene in Superman 2 when Clark is because he goes, it plays out in the second half of the thing. He's with Lois becoming a human, and he's not paying attention to anything on Earth, and that's when they get unleashed again, you know, and they're wrecking havoc, and he doesn't know anything about it. So there's that scene when he's in the diner. And Zod's on TV calling out to Superman, "You come kneel before me, son of Jor-El." And Reeves goes, "I should have known." And Lois goes, she goes, "You couldn't have known." And you're like, "No." He goes, "No, I knew." You know, like, no, he did know. You know, he fucked around with the course of human history. You know what I mean? In human history, you know, he got shown. That was like, so when he says. When the mom comes back at the end and saves him or whatever, I can't remember which one it was. Brando comes back at the end, or the mom. They use both of them in this edit. But it's like no, it was Brando. Brando goes, you know, "This is my last gift to you. This is the last lesson you have to learn." The last lesson he learned is you can't fuck around with time. You have limits. You're not a god, you know? You have a responsibility. And he doesn't kiss her and she forgets everything at the end, you know, like it leaves with them just being, this is life now, you know, I can't be with you, I gotta be me, and blah 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 blah. But I don't know, man, it's great, it's really good.
Dude, you can get, if you got access to enough stuff, you get into an editing room and you're an intelligent person, you can do some interesting stuff.
Only fan edit I stand by, man.
Oh,
Only
there's
fan
quite
edit I
a
stand.
few fan edits that are absolutely phenomenal that I've seen. The official director's cut of De Palma's Dress to Kill that you can get, that is a reconstructed cut of it was called the Amazing Ant-Man edit. That was the dude's screen name, was the Amazing Ant-Man, and like he just fixed movies. And De Palma is on record as saying like he saw the fan-made edit and he literally was like, I did not know that we had successfully shot the movie that I scripted. They flew him out. What's up?
To be fair, I wasn't watching Brian De Palma fan edits when that was all the rage.
His stuff, like he did a really great edit of Under the Red Hood. I'm trying to think. He did like about half a dozen things. He did an Evil Dead edit that I really, really like. I'm a big fan of the like evil epic edits of Evil Dead. Even though you can't seamlessly do it, I still love them.
Yeah, I told you this is the only one I stand by. But, not that they aren't interesting ones. I want to. Is there a fan edit of Aliens where it's the theatrical cut, but all they do is add in the part where she finds out her daughter died? Because that's all I want.
Not just that, but there is an edit where they trim a little bit of stuff, add that in, and make it more of a character. There's a more character-based one, yeah.
No, I just want the same theatrical edit, but that scene gets put back in. Like,
yeah, no, it's got a couple of scenes taken from the director's cut that are flipped down and then used in place of scenes from the theatrical.
I like the pacing of the theatrical edit. You know?
It keeps the pacing of the theatrical, but it uses a bunch of alternate ways to get there. Basically, is how I would describe it. It's a cool edit.
I'm sure it is. I'll have to make it myself sometime. For some reason, though, and every time I try to make a fan edit, I always get weird interlaced footage, no matter what I do. I'm cursed.
Dude, encoding and doing all of that shit is such a bitch.
It shouldn't be, but for some reason, it's still. I told you, man. If I ever use AI to make video, I just wanted to create B-roll footage of 1993 Chicago at night. That's all I need. 16:9 B-roll footage of Chicago with the same film stocks as The Fugitive, so I can just cut out the opening and just show B-roll with the credits, and then have it go to him getting out of prison, and the movie plays so much better when you skip the front of the film, man.
Yeah, the whole spoiler section of the movie.
Yeah, where they give away the whole ending of the fucking thing. Yeah. So
yeah, I know we had this conversation once before, and I was like, wait, why do I even care what happens in that movie? What the fuck?
You should find out as he's doing the research,
Exactly. No, when you said that, I was like, dude, that is dead on. Like, you should never have there was something about the Fugitive that never quite sat right with me, but I always assumed it was just Harrison Ford, because I am not a Ford fan.
But you would become a Ford fan if you find you're with him on the journey. And you're not with him on a journey, you're just there watching him try to prove his innocence, and you kind of don't give a shit. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. I totally fucking 100% agree with you, actually. But it's weird what can happen in movies and editing rooms. It's crazy how many different movies you're shooting and you don't even know it.
Oh, I bet, dude. I bet. I mean, even on a show like The Bear, when they use nothing but like B-roll footage montage together to create whole scenes, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I don't even know, you know, like, I think that's how I think. I experience life very much like one episode of The Bear. Like, I think it's in season 3, I think episode 1 or 2, where it's like you just see him at a position where he's experiencing all of his points in life at the same time he's doing something, you know? Like, that's how I operate all the time. Like, and I'm like, how do you get that? How do you get that on? You know what I mean? Like, to accomplish that, to me, I was like, that's the best edited thing I've seen. You know, that's like Richard Linklater on steroids, you know?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love good editing on stuff. I remember watching the pilot for Legion and just being like, oh my God, this is so beautiful.
Noah Hawley, dude. Yeah. I mean, he didn't edit it, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I mean, but it was so goddamn amazing. I knew that show would take a slight bit of a quality dive, but man, was that pilot just, whew. God, that was good. Can't say that about the rest of the show, but pilot was great.
I like the first season.
The first season was solid. That's why I said the rest of the show.
Right.
Season 2 quickly.
Yeah, well,
kind of lost.
I'm fine with just leaving it at season 1. You know. I've been rewatching News Radio.
Oh, nice.
And I love the fashion, right? Like, you just, I like that. The mid 94, 93 to like 96, there was this weird like Art Deco thing, you know, going on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that I love it, you know, but I'm kind of shocked when The Office was doing the whole like we're gonna do different managers for a season, you know.
Mm.
Kind of shocked they never got Dave Foley.
Dave Foley.
Yeah, because that is like an Office before The Office, that show, right? Like,
yeah.
Even or Stephen Root, you know, like as the same exact characters, like.
Yeah, I had definitely lost interest in The Office by that point, but yeah, I kept waiting for them to bring somebody from News Radio, quite literally waiting for them to bring somebody from News Radio on. Like, why? What? This just seems like a missed opportunity to me.
Foley being a guy who's like, yeah, I tried to get everyone to like me once. It didn't really pan out. So here's what we're going to do. Like, he just becomes the world's worst manager, you know, with that shit-eating grin of his, you know.
I fucking love Dave Foley, man.
Yeah, I've been a Kids at a Hall fan since day one. Also, you know what else I wanted when they were in that weird period with no manager? I actually like that period, just when they settled on Andy and the show fucking went over. But I really wish they had done an episode where they had gotten Terry Tate, Office linebacker. You know, the greatest commercials ever made is Terry Tate, Office linebacker. I stand by it. I'm willing to bet children on this. Like, you killed a Joe, you make some more, Doug. I think he's great for morale. If I could have 7 Terry Tates.
God damn, I haven't thought about those in a long time.
Watching Terry Tate pile drive like Dwight into a wall, you know what I mean? Like, just would have been something, you know?
There was so much potential at the last half end of that show. They just did not do none of it.
Well, Todd Phillips fucked it up, you know? Yeah. He didn't just screw up fucking, you know, you had to go and make that movie The Hangover. You know? All these dumbasses had to go, look, it made a lot of money, so now we gotta make this guy. Yeah.
I did not know that.
You didn't know that? That's why it happened.
I
They
didn't
were
think,
like
dude.
that classic mentality of fucking like, oh look, he's a big movie star now. He's the hot and he's the new Michael Scott. What's the actor? Dave Carell. Dave Carell? Steve Carell. He's the new Steve Carell. Like, no, he's not. You know, and he wasn't even that good in the movie. You know, like, but literally, I was like, anybody else in this movie would have done a better job than Ed Sheeran, Ed Sheeran, whatever his fuck, Ed Helms. Like anybody, fucking Mike Tyson would have been a better fucking manager than Ed Helms. like Ed Helms, and this is the other fucking thing. They dropped Scranton Strangler, so either it was Toby or Ed or Andy, right? Which one? I felt it should have been both. You know.
I tapped out on that show whenever Jan became like a, whenever Jan and Michael were dating. I couldn't watch it. So.
You missed some great stuff with Kathy Bates, dude. I'm telling you.
I know I did, because I've seen some of the later episodes, and fuck me, do I love Kathy Bates, but
yeah, and
not enough.
What's his face? Ultron. What's his dude? What's his fucking name? Ultron. Say no most fire. Come on.
Spade. Not Spader, right?
Spader. Spader.
James Spader.
James Spader. I know the fucking movies, guys. You know, I'm just horrible with names.
It took me long enough.
Yeah. Man in Motion. Like, it would have been great if he'd come in every day listening to Man in Motion. I know.
I even watched. I really like him too, because I even watched his shitty ass Blacklist show.
Oh, I like James Spader.
Great actor, man. Sex, Lies, and Videotape. Holy shit, dude.
Yeah. Although there was a small period of time in the 80s where I used to get him confused with Andy McCarthy from Mannequin.
Yeah, and there was a period where Eric Stoltz looked a shit ton like him too in movies to me sometimes. Not always, but I'd see Eric Stoltz. I'm like, is that James Spader? Oh no, it's less creepy James Spader. It's Eric Stoltz. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, not Mask. You know.
Oh man.
Good movie, man. It's a good movie.
Fucking amazing movie, dude.
Yeah.
I don't know how you act under that.
Yeah.
That's like, I mean, that takes some real skill, to be bluntly honest.
It bummed me out when I first watched it, because I thought when my dad put it in Mask, I thought it was the cartoon. I thought it was the cartoon. You know, like remember with the cars that turned into like shit?
Oh my god! You thought it was Mask? Holy shit! Okay. Yeah.
So
That's.
I'm like, well, when they get in the cars? Like, this is the guy.
Wow.
Yeah, Don. I mean, they were never getting cars, and this was just, you know. And I called it. I think when I was a kid, I was like, it's like an after-school special. Okay. You know, I mean, I came around on it later, you know, but.
Well, yeah, the Rocky Dennis story isn't necessarily something that's gonna like hit hard. You know, when you're like
third grade. Like,
I was gonna say when you're like 8 or 9, that's more like a middle-aged thing.
I got into it by the 5th grade. I was film literate fast, you know.
Man, that's impressive. Yeah, that's impressive as shit.
I was actually into the movie when it came out. I was just let down that they weren't getting cool cars. You imagine? Look, here's the thing: if I could take AI and say, okay, AI, here's Eric Stoltz, the Mask. Now, add in, he gets the cool Mask car at some point. He gets Tracker's car, right?
Just give it a while.
Say the day, Spectrum's got some supervision. Mask, and it just goes into that for like a good bit. I want to put it to use on things that no one's going to be able to make money on, you know? Like when I was a little kid, I thought Beastmaster was a He-Man movie.
Oh,
just, you know,
God.
because he's blonde, he's got the animals, and I get they can't make an animal talk, but, you know, he's got the panther, like you know, but when's he turn into the prince? All he's got to do is just turn into, you know, hold the sword. Like, but,
isn't he going to hold it up and yell something about power at some point?
Yeah, I mean, but, you know, he looks like He-Man.
Yeah.
You know?
Now that you say that, I'd never put that together, but yes.
Seriously?
No, never. I was such a big Coscarelli fan. I'd never thought about that because I knew all about Beastmaster. I was a huge Phantasm freak, so like I was waiting for Beastmaster. I knew all about fucking Beastmaster before it came out. I don't know why I was so fucking obsessed with Phantasm, but that series still fascinates the hell out of me.
Well, it has a great name in that ball. You know, it has really good lighting and the visuals are strong.
Dude, no, I mean, I'm obsessed with the story, dude. Like, I'm fully aware that series makes no sense, and yet it is like one of the few series that I watch where I constantly am like, this is what's happening, this is the continuity, blah, 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 and it's all in my head. Like, there is nothing there. I am hopelessly invested in Phantasm, and I don't know why.
That's how I feel about Rounders. I watch Rounders weekly for the last 20 years.
You told me that, dude.
Yeah, not a week has gone by I haven't watched Rounders in 20 years. I've probably seen Rounders more than anybody on the face of the planet.
I feel you. There's certain shit that I just have to watch every once in a while, and then other stuff that I have to watch constantly.
You know what I've been leaving on lately all the time? The Batman.
Ooh.
Yeah. I remember when the movie came out, I was like, look, I like it, but okay, they're doing Miller, and I don't really care for this Joker bit. But like, I'm like, it's just going to take forever. I know how Matt Reeves works. You know, I've listened to him talk quite a few times.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, I love to take time. And I'm like, it's just going to take forever, you know, for anything to come out. Cause I just know they're never getting this guy to work fast. You know, like it's just not it's not how he works. And I'm not going to complain about it because that's how I work. But it's like hard for me to get excited because I know I'm like 4 years away from something else. But with the Penguin show and everything else, it's like right around the corner. Now I got like 4 hours of extra Batman to put on the end of that thing. You know what I mean? And it's starting to fill out like a universe, man. Like it's working for me quite well. And I actually think, visually speaking, it might be the best looking film I've seen outside of like Aliens 2, Terminator 2, and Blade Runner. You know, like I really do think and you know, people might take a cursory glance or say, yeah, it's got some interesting, but I have stared at every frame probably 100 times now in the last 3 weeks. And I'm telling you, it's a shockingly brilliantly designed film, you know. And I know some people would think of the ending goes too long and this, and I'm like, he's throwing away the 3-act structure, you know. And you can't complain in a world where they literally treat, you know what I mean, like I feel like Marvel and Disney have turned all movies into, you know, that scene from Adaptation where he has to go see McKee. Mickey's just like, you know, trying to drill that shit into Charlie Kaufman's fucking head, you know? And Charlie is like, no, doesn't have to be. And then the end of the movie just turns into a regular fucking movie because it can't end otherwise. Like, I love Adaptation, dude. Like, that's such a fucking brilliant movie.
Bizarre, strange, and fun.
I was reminded of it the other day because you watch Only Murders in the Building?
No.
You like Steve Martin?
Fucking
like Steve Martin humor?
Oh my God, no.
Okay, yeah, then you're not gonna like this.
No.
But I love Steve Martin and Steve Martin humor. So, but there's an episode entitled Adaptation because in this season, their podcast is being turned into a movie.
Uh-huh.
And so they got a writer he's trying to like look the part, you know. So he puts on a fake beard. He's got a Charlie Kaufman book, you know, and he's trying to look like Charlie Kaufman so he can appear to look like a writer. But what's hilarious about it is not just that he's doing that, is that Meryl Streep's in the show. Like, you know, just like, it's like, this is good. Like, if you know what you're looking at, you're getting a whole nother show, you know?
That's what I've heard. I've heard a lot of good shit about it. I just can't, Steve, Martin Short's okay. I can get into a lot of his stuff, and
I love their shenanigans. I know it's not for everybody, you know?
Yeah, because I was gonna say I don't mean to burn on that show. I've heard a lot of really good stuff about it. I simply cannot do Steve Martin.
Yeah, I love all that. I love LA Story and all that kind of shit, you know.
And more power to you. I saw him live at one point, and that it was like a turning point for me. I didn't necessarily like hate him before that, but I wasn't like into him. I saw him live, and I just wanted to just.
It's a sign of a great comedian when you want to kill him. Like,
not him, myself.
Yourself, right? You're like anything but here. Like but that is a sign of genius. Look, I recognize it's not for
I was gonna say it's just not my kind of comedy.
It's very white bread humor, you know, like.
He's not like Chevy Chase. I think Chevy Chase is talentless ass. Steve Martin just isn't my kind of funny.
I don't. You said Chevy Chase is talentless?
Yeah, Chevy Chase. Yeah.
No, I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah.
I said me personally.
That's me, my personal opinion.
Right. Name anybody who's been able to pull off what Chevy Chase does.
Has been directed by some amazing people and has some really talented
I'm saying
friends.
Just in terms,
yes,
he's no one's ever been able to do that. Like he has. Quentin Tarantino broke this down really. I mean, you've heard his breakdown before, right?
Breakdown what? Sorry.
Chevy Chase. So he had Quentin did this whole thing once where he said,
mean,
hey, you know,
talking about his like domination of the like Hollywood industry in the 80s?
No. So there's two things to this. One,
okay,
he was saying that, you know, Bill Murray movies are all about. He's like he likes Chevy Chase more than Bill Murray, and he goes, here's why. Bill Murray movies. Bill Murray comes in and he's Bill Murray. Oh, we like that. It's Bill Murray. But the movie always ends up with him becoming a better person.
Yeah.
Like, don't be Bill Murray is the lesson of every Bill Murray movie. He's like, but in a Chevy Chase movie, he learns nothing and he still wins at the end and he's still a dick the whole way through. He never goes, I gotta find a way to be a better person in the Chevy Chase movie. And you know, I gotta respect that. Like,
that's the one thing I like about Chevy Chase movies. But yeah. And I can agree with that.
And Chevy Chase has a type of humor I've never seen replicated. It's not quite deadpan. I don't know what you'd call it. You know, it's dismissive humor. I don't know. There's a word I'm thinking of there.
I think it's called being a coke-addled dickhead.
Right. Yeah. You know what? I like it.
Having grown up with a lot of people with substance abuse issues, I can tell you I've seen that kind of comedy before.
I don't want to live with the man. I like the movies. Right?
No, I'm just saying, like, what you see is unique. I see is like
nobody can pull off Clark Griswold. Nobody can pull that off. You know. In the same way, no one's pulling off.
No, I don't think that anybody else could pull off Funny Farm or Vacation. Those two movies.
Even Fletch.
Meh, guys, no, disagree with that one.
I don't. Well, I'll wait. When you show me the day that happens, you know.
But it'll never happen. We're not living in an alternate universe. I can't go back.
What about Nothing But Trouble? Look at what he's doing in Nothing But Look at what he's doing in Nothing But Trouble. Like,
chewing on the scenery, going millions of dollars over the budget, ruining one of
Well,
his
that was
best
Dan
friend's careers,
That was Dan
and being
Aykroyd,
such a
come on.
massive asshole that the entire
Exactly.
fucking cast basically wouldn't even be in the same room with him by the end of the
Come
film.
on. Three Amigos? Three Amigos?
I like Three Amigos.
Come on, he's great in Three Amigos.
I don't think he's great. I like Three Amigos, but again, Martin Short.
See, Martin Short is one of those guys. I told you, my uncle. I had two uncles, this fat one and this thin one. They're mostly like, I've said this before. They were like the dudes in War Games, Eddie Deasons and that other guy, right? But another scenario is that they're like Martin Short and John Candy. The real annoying Martin Short, the Ed Grimley guy, you know?
Yeah.
The people that think ruined SCTV, I don't think that's the case, but, you know. The one that won't stop doing the Jerry Lewis impersonation, which my uncle would not stop doing one Thanksgiving. Like no matter what.
I get how Martin Short can be annoying as fuck and stuff, and like I'm not arguing that or anything. He's just way funnier, and he's the foil that makes Chevy Chase stomachable in Three Amigos for me. But Vacation, Chevy Chase is good in that.
It's his best work.
Funny Farm, I also think is fucking very funny, and I don't know of anybody else that I would have put in that.
Yeah, Loopy likes nothing but trouble. Hey, what's up, Ashley? Sorry, I didn't see Ashley. I'm drawing while we're talking. But no, I saw a funny. I used to go to these radio premieres. My uncle, the fat one, he I'm not saying his name because we don't get along anymore, but I have happy memories, right? And when I was a kid, he made his money playing radio stations for a living. You know, like his wife brought in the cheese. My Aunt Rosa, you know, she was a breadwinner, but he did radio stations all day while he was taking care of the kids, and so they got a lot of extra perks you wouldn't normally get at that pay scale, right? So we're always going to free movies, but in the mid to late 80s, none of those radio premieres were for good movies or hotly anticipated films, put it that way. We saw good movies, but they weren't anticipated movies. You know, they were like, get people in, you know, so they can tell their friends about this.
The Sleepers and the neat shit, yeah.
So like I saw The Boy Who Could Fly, I saw Funny Farm, I saw The Great Outdoors, I saw Big Business, you know, like these kinds of movies, you know?
God.
Funny Farm was, yeah.
Funny Farm is fucking hilarious, man. I can't help it. It's funny. I don't like Chevy Chase.
What bummed me about Funny Farm, though, was they never did the song. I thought they were going to put the song in the movie. They're taking me up to the Funny Farm. Or the right?
Like, what?
Yeah, the Demento song. But that's where the name comes from, really, you know?
Yeah.
And they never put the song on the soundtrack.
If that's my biggest gripe about a movie, especially a Chevy Chase.
Yeah, I know, and I'm the only person on planet Earth right now who feels this way, right? And have consistently for 35 years. But you know, I'm making that case. I'm sticking to it. It's a freaking problem.
It should have been in there. Now that you say it, I'm like, well, I don't really see why it's why isn't it?
It's kind of like on Pump Up the Volume, the Leonard Cohen version of Everybody Knows is not on the soundtrack. You know,
it's not.
No, it's that remade one. Remember at the end when he's racing through the town in the Jeep and it belts out that like chick singing it?
Oh God!
Yeah,
wow,
that one. Yeah.
Ooh. That substitute.
Which that bit's fine for that part in the movie, but trust me, it's not the same, you know?
No, you don't get to replace Leonard Cohen that easy, thankfully.
Yeah. Leonard Cohen kicks ass, yeah. So I had to, in high school, go to not Woolworths, Warehouse, that when they were doing those, like, remember those, you could they were doing that whole buy used CDs for like $5. Like anything was $5.
Oh yeah.
So I would go and I had to get the Leonard Cohen one and then make a mixtape. You know what I mean? The exact soundtrack I just put on the Leonard Cohen one. And I started it off, you know, like I was smart, I was clever. Like I didn't just start off with Leonard Cohen. I started off with the movie intro, you know, and then ended the tape with the final Leonard Cohen one. So when I would play it over, it'd start over. You know, I made it a little cinematic.
I made it cinematic. Don't wake my head, you freak.
Canadian poet, yeah, Leonard Cohen was great.
There's no replacing Leonard Cohen, though.
When my friends wanted to tell me about Bob Dylan, I was like, nah, I'm a Leonard Cohen guy.
The correct answer to that question.
Yeah, and I'm not a big music nut, you know, but I can tell the difference. You know?
Yeah, he's kind of like a half for it. You know what? Actually, not going to get into that. Too many people love Bob Dylan, and I'm not going to hurt any more people's feelings by being a prick tonight.
That's what the show does, though, bro. What are you talking about? I like how we were getting into it the other day. What were we arguing about a little bit? James Gunn. You're like, I don't fucking like any of his movies. I'm like, that dude's punk, dude. He kissed my ass. I love that guy. Like,
oh yeah.
That guy. Nobody in Hollywood was making Rocket Raccoon work, dog. Nobody.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Yeah. And guess who's still not? Nobody. Fuck Rocket.
No, he is. Did you see Guardians 3?
Yes, I saw it. I don't talk shit about movies I don't see.
You didn't cry? You didn't cry. You got come on.
Cry?
Who hurt you?
Cry?
Come on. It's a tearjerker. Those little animals, man. What I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Romeo and Juliet. See, you know, every great director, in my opinion, has to come from some little weird, scrappy studio where they learn to do a bit of everything.
They really
believe it.
And small indie stuff where you're doing weird shit, and yes.
Yeah, and so Cameron comes from Roger Corman. Roger Corman, yeah. And I know I was getting Richard Corbin, you know what I mean? But,
I was like,
yeah,
wait.
I know. My brain.
You're drawing.
Good. Guys, to be fair, I'm drawing a Spawn comic while we're having these fucking conversations, all right? Like, cut me some fucking slack. Not some easy shit either. So anyway, but yes, and then Gunn comes from Trauma, you know? Mm-hmm. And you don't get more punk than Trauma, dude. I mean, you know, like
no, and no shade on Trauma, and I don't have anything wrong with James Gunn personally as like a guy or anything. I like a lot of his views on stuff. I just don't.
The man made me like Peacemaker. I couldn't stand that fucking guy. I love Kirby.
I do.
But
no. The one thing that I will give them is that Peacemaker is the DC property. For me,
right?
That shit is beautiful. It is better than any of the comic books. Yes, I fucking said that, but I don't give a shit what anybody says, and I love everybody who's wrote on those series. I literally did two docs about Ditko. I did pieces on like Keith Giffen, and I was trying to interview him right before he died. So like, I love that character. They nailed that shit. I don't like anything about that. I hate
not they. James Gunn. He wrote it and directed. You know, that's a James Gunn thing. So.
I know, and I'm saying, well, I said they. I should say he. What I'm trying to say is, I'm not like maniacal in my hatred of like, I can't see past. Like, if someone does something good, I'm not incapable of beholding it. I just think the majority of James Gunn stuff is fucking donkey ass trash.
You're a madman.
I fucking love Peacemaker.
You're a madman. I love you.
I am.
Donkey ass. If I made those exact movies, you'd be saying I was a pretty good dude.
If you made those exact movies, you would have made them for about a quarter of the budget. And I think there's some things that that you would have explained that bother me about those films.
Those movies were all made financial. They were all responsible. He didn't break any budget.
No. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. No. I'm not implying whatsoever that he went over budget. That's not my implication. My implication is that they look shinier and have bigger budgets than they needed. That is my factual. They could have all been done on the same kind of budget that the Peacemaker show was done on.
No, you can't.
And worked just as well.
No, you can't. Come on, man. You can't do Groot on a Peacemaker budget. Groot alone. The composite.
No. I'm not. I was talking about Suicide Squad and stuff.
Okay, I'm talking about Guardians. So you can't.
I would have never even
attempted to. The Guardians movie is not a bad movie. It's just you can't. Look, you can't. This is. I think he did such a good job at Harley. I really wish he had been the guy that had done the Birds of Prey movie. You know, it's just Suicide Squad in general is like, it's for some reason they keep trying to make that be their thing, and I just don't. No one cares. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because it's dumb. Like, and no one cares about
it literally
fucking
is
Suicide Squad.
It's a gimmick, and they had one shot at it, and they kind of blew it. So it's like, he's like, I could do a version that works, and it does work. It's a fine movie, but you know, the only thing that really saves it for me is knowing where Peacemaker goes. You know what I mean? So
yeah, like, and that doesn't save the movie for me. Like,
but it's a good movie. No, if the first Suicide Squad movie never made, that just had got done, it would have been, we would have been, oh, this was fun. But that's not what actually happened. So I do think, though, that Suicide Squad, you put that on 5 years from now, you know what I mean? You're going to look back at it way differently, you know, than when it came out. But,
well, maybe differently, but I don't think more favorably.
It's just a solid film, dude. But it's a film that kind of.
No, it is.
Other than
the stuff that I would pick apart about that film have nothing to do with stuff like the normal shit that bothers me with film, like cinematography and like, people just can't shoot films and they can't light movies anymore either.
Go watch the Batman.
I was just getting ready to say, like, I don't cinematically know what people want more from, especially a Batman movie, than the Batman. Like, I don't understand, like, people that visually attacked that film. What do you want? Because that's the greatest
looking film made. I told you in 30 fucking years. Dude.
There's some stuff in there that's too dark for me. But it is one of the most beautifully. It's most certainly the best shot comic book film, without a doubt. You know,
and for me, before this, it was The Crow. You got to understand, like, that's how. I mean, The Crow is a phenomenal piece, but this exceeds The Crow, dude. And I don't say that lightly. You know, I don't say that lightly, but it does. And it does it for 3 hours, you know? So, yeah.
Well, at least we can agree that the Crow is an awesome movie.
Crow's an awesome movie? Oh, we agree on things all the time. What are you talking about?
Well, the people assassinated, like, they're going all over the Crow these days. But I was trying to...
The 94 Crow?
Yeah. Cool. Oh, dude, they just rip apart those opening scenes, like, with the miniatures and stuff, and a couple other shots in that movie. They're like, it totally dates it, just ruins the film.
How else were they supposed to build that city? There's no gothic Chicago, guys. You know, like.
Yeah, and CG wasn't quite like the thing that it is now, and even if it was, they wouldn't have had the money. So I'm not quite sure. But no, yeah, people are brutal about it, bro. Brutal about it, man.
Yeah, What did they find out how many of the miniatures, all that stuff in Harry Potter was miniatures too? You know.
Well, I mean, the irony is like half of those guys are the guys that are fucking applauding Tim Burton for doing all of the physical effects on Beetlejuice. Just depends on what argument they're trying to make. They're all
I haven't seen the movie. I've seen some clips.
Beetlejuice.
Yeah, if I have anything to say about that from what I have seen, I would just say they obviously are using way different apertures now than they did 30 years ago. You know, so like
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah, it just the look of it is. I don't know. You know, I get, hey, I'm different. I make different things now. I'm like, all right. But if you've ever seen Beetlejuice in 4K, the original, I would say no. Looks great. You know, looks actually way better than it. Probably the best 4K I've seen of an old film. You know.
I don't know if I've seen. Do you know which 4K transfer? I've got like 3 of them.
What, Beetlejuice?
Yeah.
It's the 4K Blu-ray, D1.
What's up?
The 4K Beetlejuice Blu-ray.
Do you know which is it just a random US release? I got 3.
Yeah.
I collect transfers, man. I got a Russian, a French. They all are done different. They all look very different.
Oh. Well, the one I have looks brilliant. So.
No, I don't know if I specifically seen the US 4K. That's why I was saying, I was like, I didn't know if Shout Factory or somebody like that had done one.
I think that one looks great, and Full Metal Jacket looks great.
Oh, there's some really nice 4K fucking, you know, like there's some good stuff.
I don't like a lot of the older ones because they don't deal with the grain properly. Sometimes it just looks like snow, like the Ghostbusters one. It's fucking horrible. Like, I'm like, that's not what the movie looked like. And I saw it. The thing was in theaters for years, you know?
Yes,
like,
it was.
I saw it when it came out in '84. I saw it again when Purple Rain came out. or under. I just remember going, oh, I was gonna go to Purple Rain. I'm gonna see Ghostbusters again. It was, oh, Ghostbusters is here, great. We'll watch that. Like, it was just still there, you know?
Crap.
Yeah.
I don't remember it being around for that long continuously.
Oh, it was at Plaza Bonita. I'll name the exact fucking mall. Like
No, I mean, I believe you. I'm just saying, I was like, damn, dude, that's impressive.
That was the weekend Super Hangout came out to that mall because they had the Super Hang On with the red motorcycle, the physical Akira looking bike, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, whoa. Yeah. Oh shit, how are you doing, Kuya? Sorry, I missed you. Sorry, Kuya, I'm drawing while we're talking.
And I can't see chat, so I apologize, guys.
He can't see chat.
I can't see chat on this. I'm
not
not trying to ignore or talk over everyone, I swear.
Yeah, his setup doesn't allow him to see.
But yes, I'm a controversial cunt when it comes to movies, so you can have some fun arguments with me. One of those opinionated film school dicks.
Critters 1 or Critters 2?
Ooh. I probably Critters 2.
Critters 2. Critters 2 is better. You know that actress died, sadly, like a couple years after Critters 2?
Yep.
Car accident.
Yep.
Useless. Yeah, sucks. But it gave us the Critters ball. You know, which... the best, cheesiest... when they roll over that guy and he just turns into a skeleton. So good.
Oh my god, yeah, dude. Oh man, now I'm gonna have to go back. I gotta put that. I'll put that on my list with. I gotta watch Killer Clowns from Outer Space and Ernest Scared Stupid. Add that to the list.
Well, you remember? Hey, Leaf, this is Uncle Ro. This is Uncle. His name is Uncle Jerk on YouTube, or Jerk Comics on YouTube.
It's
He does
Jerk Comics,
documentaries.
sorry, yeah.
Yeah, we call him Uncle Jerk, but it's Jerk Comics on YouTube, and there's links. I didn't know he's gonna be on this one. I normally put a link in there, but it's Jerk Comics, and then he does really good documentaries on comic book creators. So he's got a really great. If you're into like Sam Keith, or I mean even you did. Well, the Rob Liefeld one was great too. You recommended which one did you recommend that not a lot of people?
The band comic that started Image Comics is my biggest one. Another really fun one is the Mike Allred Sandman story.
Excellent stuff. Excellent.
And Mark Ditko, Steve Ditko's nephew, did call both of my Steve Ditko documentaries "quote unquote" essential viewing for anyone who is a passing fan of his uncle.
And I'm trying to get him to do a whole thing on the Yonan Vasquez comics, from Johnny the Homicidal Maniac through Squee and
dude,
funny,
you get Yonan to get back to me to give me one single solid interview. You know how bad I would flip out? I keep getting so upset when I do interviews because I keep meeting people that know Jonan and they cannot hook me up.
Yeah, I gotta get you hooked up with Jonan.
I just want to get one serious, real interview about comic books and about that guy. Just one. I just want to tell that story. Like, people want to kneecap Johnny, and I think that comic is way more influential and important than most people want to admit.
Yeah, no, I told you. I bought 3 comics whenever they came out, or 4 really. 4 comics every month or when they came out. So it was Spawn, Savage Dragon, Bone, and Johnny the Homicidal Maniac. Whenever that, and then Squee, whatever Jonan did, you know? Like, that was, if I had to not eat lunch for a week at school to afford to make that's what I would do, you know?
Yeah, I got really lucky on that series. So.
Johnny was hard. Like, I had to go to Hot Topic to get Johnny. It was the only place I would carry it.
Yeah, like that was what was so cool. I had a buddy whose his older brother would go out to California and come back with independent comics, and he came back with the first printing of Johnny issue 1. So I was on from like a month out on that book.
And what's the one? I like that one. I like the one that's in color with the girl. What's that one?
I Feel Sick.
I Feel Sick. Yeah, that's great too.
Yeah, that's the girl that he kidnaps from the gas station. It gets away. And Johnny the Homicidal Maniac.
Johnny says, I always forget the other artists on Johnny, but they did a cover for Ogre, the singer of Skinny Puppy.
The what?
Riva says, I always forget the other artist on Johnny the Homicidal Maniac. There was another artist?
No, there
wasn't.
wasn't.
No other artist.
There was no other artist that ever worked on that series.
Are you thinking of like Eleanor or Lamore?
He's thinking of Roman Dirge.
Roman Dirge?
I guarantee you he's thinking of Roman Dirge, but Roman Dirge never worked on Johnny. Nobody has ever touched those characters but Johnny.
There was that Lenore book that was like biting off that for a while too, right? That was like the safe version of that kind of thing, right?
Yeah, that was Roman Dirge, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because Roman Dirge went and did him. They were friends, and Dirge is the guy who handled a shit ton of Invader Zim, the cartoon. Like, he was one of the head writers. He got hit by a van or a fucking bus for a while.
Oh my god.
He's got like brain damage. He's gone.
Oh no. Oh really?
Oh yeah. Roman Dirge guy.
I liked Lenore. I did not complain. It was always like, oh, there's a safe version, you know? But I'm like, that's fine, you know.
Well, but he did Johnny. He did Invader Zim, and that
He did
shit's
Zim, yeah.
fucking amazing. And
Right.
it was
'Cause I got
kind
the
of
Zim
like
I got that Zim Scripts book. I think that's where I recognize his name from, the Zim Scripts book, you know?
that would probably be it. Yeah, but yeah, he got Stephen King, bro. Except he didn't have the money to recover and didn't get lucky. No, he's brain damaged and it's really, really sad. That's the only person that I could even artistically connect to that book, because like Jonan did some work. Johnny originally showed up in Carpe Noctem, but that wasn't, that was a magazine. So
no, he says that's what he was talking about. Yeah. But I did not know that. So sorry to hear.
Oh yeah, fucking shitty stuff. I was just talking to Shannon Wheeler about Jonan the other day, and like, I didn't know he had done work for Shannon for his magazine. So now I'm trying to have Shannon figure out which issues of the magazine he worked on so I can read his stuff. Because I grew up on Too Much Coffee, man, but I never got the magazine.
Yeah, I never got it.
I didn't even, I've never seen him credited, but I guess him and Shannon are old buddies. So of course I was begging Shannon. I was like, "Can you give me an email? I just want to talk to fucking him just for like 2 hours about Johnny the Homicidal Maniac. Just get something on record."
Okay, Ravel, gotcha. Ravel, sorry. It's a lot of words. So you guys don't get bored or tired drawing for so many days now. No, this is the job. This is the job, Leaf. But yeah, I think do you think like if you did a thing on Jonan, that like if it took off then he'd get a hold of you, or do you think you have to get a hold of him and then do it? Like, I
would most certainly have to get a hold of him, in my opinion. That being said, I do vastly underestimate the impact that my documentaries have on the creators that see them sometimes. Like when I was talking Rob Schraub reached out to me, and like Rob definitely does more interviews than Jonan, but Rob is a busy dude, and he don't fuck with people that ain't family. I'll put it like that.
Jonan did Double Toasted once. Now, I love Double Toasted, but they're not, they're not huge. They're big, I'm not saying they are. They're pretty big, but they're not. Most people don't know what Double Toasted is when I say Double Toasted. You know what I mean? It's not like you're throwing out double. It's unfair, but he did do at least the 30-minute, and you wouldn't even like have to do that live. Like that would just be you talk to him, and then it gets put into. So I just wonder, like, if you had let's say I'm not signing you up for nothing. I'm not even asking you. I'm just saying hypothetically, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you had just done something on Johnny, right? And you were like, yeah, I want to cover, I feel in this other stuff, if I, hopefully if he ever gets a hold of me, we'll be able to, elaborate on that from his point of view. We could expand this further. You know what I mean? Do you think that would reach him maybe?
No.
No?
Absolutely not. Right. No, I think
you need an agent. That's what you need.
Yeah. Honestly, at this point, with like some of the people that I'm trying to talk to, Rob, I honestly really need somebody that at least appears professional. Because the thing that I've found is that usually, not always, because obviously it's just not always going to work out in your favor, but usually if I can get somebody to watch one of my interviews, they will do the interview. Because
how does anyone watch or listen to your Kelly Jones interview and not think that, you know what I mean? Like, so it's one of the best interviews I've ever heard on YouTube. Like, seriously, like, I mean, you got to understand, like, I'm not just cheesing you up. I was listening to, right when I first got, the Spawn gig, that's when you put that out, And so, like, I was like, everything he was saying, when Kelly gets to, like, advice for start, I'm like, that's exactly what someone should be hearing if they're starting in comedy. Like, seriously. Like, going through it at that exact moment. You know what I'm saying?
And that Kelly Jones piece was like, we hit 4 hours on that first interview, and like Kelly was going hoarse, and he was just so tired, and I could see him, and his mouth was dry, and I was like, oh my God, we've been talking for 4 hours. Let me just let you go, dude. Thank you so much. And I was like, if you ever get another chance, I would love to follow this up. And Kelly just said, when are you available? That was on a Friday, and I was like, Monday. And he's like, I'll call you Monday. And we did the second part. And like, that was like the moment that I knew that I needed to lean into those instincts. Cause like you were talking about those dudes who did the 4-hour podcast earlier, and my stuff is so long. And it's a constant like worry for me. Like, am I being just insane? And
have
like,
you ever thought of cutting your stuff up and just doing a separate channel with the clips,
I have, yes. If I could spin enough, like
not all of them, just the ones that are big. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, not just in terms of length, but like, they've done well for you. You know what I mean?
Yes. No, I to be bluntly honest, like, I struggle with a lot of physical pain, and sitting at my editing rig and recording rig both at this point are extraordinarily painful for me.
I hear you.
And I also like, not to be like weird, me, whatever. I'm Mr. Overshare. I don't give a fuck. I struggle really badly with mental health issues. And when I do my art, I can talk to people and get out and be healthy in that sense. And when I'm
alone, right?
Yeah, when I'm doing my docs, like, it's hard to... People think that I'm blowing smoke up their ass when I tell them I spent 4 years on that Sam Keith documentary. Okay,
well, when you're doing the documentary, are you unable to do anything? Like, you just can't focus on two different things, right?
It depends on what part, but
okay,
for the most part, yeah.
So what I was saying was, if you were doing if you're working on the docs, and you're just chatting with me off air, right? You know what I mean? Like, would you be able to do that, or would you just be a giant distraction? Right?
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it because I comb every interview.
Yeah.
So it's audio, video. Yeah. It's like I'm compiling timelines. Yeah. I have to cross-reference, because the way that I do my scripts is now I have a very specific way of doing research where I take everything and you lay them out into like fact sheets. They're bullet point fact sheets. And then you have to not only chronologically start grouping those, but also like logistically start grouping those into like what I consider chapters or sections. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And like like when you're combing, like, because right now I'm doing Michael Golden, so it's 49 years of coverage that I'm using right now. I think I'm just short of like 60 interviews that I've compiled and taken info from just from him. It gets to the point where like I literally can't even be like, my kid can't be awake because I can't have like background noise and shit. I can't watch movies. I can only listen to music and stuff. It's hard for me with my learning disability. Like I'll say
it's just hard. It would be hard for anybody. Like you don't see editors in editing bays chatting with folks when they're working, you know?
And like me having to do the research on top of that and do the writing and like doing the brute force editing too of like the scripts and then the recorded material. It's a lot, man. And to know, and like I don't want to like sound like a whiny bitch or anything, but like when I get 1,000 views on one of those and I make $20 a month off of the channel, it is really hard to motivate yourself to spend 10 to 12 hours after a 10-hour shift at work alone, not talking to anyone, not doing anything, working for free, making a documentary that, you know, 1,000 people are going to watch.
Have you thought about training your kid to edit? You know, busy work.
I'm actually doing that right now.
It seems they got a lot of free time. That's all I'm saying. My dad made me be a little Cinderella. I was cooking, taking care of his kids, laundry. I was filing paperwork, sorting paperwork, all sorts of shit. I'm like, make him edit a video.
She wants to do YouTube because dad does YouTube. She does a lot of art because I draw. So I'm like, oh, okay, I can teach you how to edit.
You know, right? Yeah.
But another big stumbling block that I actually have.
Here's 8 hours of the numb, kid. You know, like, like that. That's not when a kid these days says they want to be a YouTuber. Editing 9 hours of the numb, probably not what they're imagining. Like,
yeah, no, definitely not. Definitely not.
Hold on one second, Reveal. So you know. Oh shit, you're leaving. You gotta head out, your phone's dying. Yeah, so you know, behind me, I'm playing art that I've done in the past while I work on things I can't stream right now. So right now I'm drawing Spawn, but behind me I'm playing a Turtles thing I did. Yeah.
I'm drawing Spawn, but you're seeing Turtles.
Yeah, that's why it's called the NDA Podcast, because I can't, like what Drake, you've been saying, you know, like, I spent like a year not streaming because I was working on stuff, and I'm like, I can't keep doing this. I gotta like at least be able to jump on and hang out with people. So I tried to find a format, you know, and I got 12 years of videos saved, you know. So I'm like, most people have never seen this stuff, and they're never going to. So it's like, even though it's on the channel, so I'm like, I'll just play it behind me, you know, while I'm working, right? So, but the final stuff of all this, this was a commission I did, and then I eventually turned it into a giant poster with 100 more things. It's on my, I'm not promoting the store. I'm just saying, if you go to my store or my Deviant or whatever, you can see the final tribute piece and see how much stuff. I turned this into a giant tribute poster. So. I don't even draw this way anymore digitally, so this is funny to watch. I'm looking at it like, this is an easy way to do this, bud. You know, but
it's a much easier way to do this.
Yeah.
But no, I have kind of like worked myself into a corner because, like, I don't think my editing is like professional level editing. But for a schmucko one-man show on YouTube, like, my shit looks and sounds good too. So
yeah, no.
You know what I mean? It's hard, dude.
Well, it's tough because you're talking about things and you're giving it the right length it needs. But sometimes there's only so much footage you can put behind those words too, right?
Dude, finding Oh,
Yeah.
finding images sometimes. Whoa. Because I try not to do like totally unassociated. That bothers me a lot. It's like jump editing in YouTube stuff where it's just like people look like they're fucking flipping around the screen because they don't use like fades or cuts or anything. Like, yeah, the video editor inside of me is dying. But like recording those is such a fucking pain for me because I can't really have anybody home because I got like a 9-year-old kid and she like slams around and everything about those sucks. They're no fun. I really like putting them out, but they are not fun to make.
Right.
I keep looking for a way to
someone
make
asked-
them fun.
Someone asked if I've ever drawn the Avengers. I think Leaf was asking if I've drawn Avengers or Rocket Raccoon. So no, I haven't drawn Rocket. And so what happened was, I've been doing a lot of Marvel work for a reason, and that's because back in 2012, 2013, I did these like watercolor Marvel pieces. It was 2012, it was when Avengers came out. I did these watercolor splatter things I called saucy Avengers things, and I did some prints on Kickstarter for like $500 because I was trying to go to a convention to buy a new Cintiq for work because work wouldn't buy me a new Cintiq. And that Kickstarter went from a $500 goal and it earned almost 20 grand within 24 hours. You know, I was like, was it definitely at 12 grand when I woke up the next morning, and I was really, really unhappy because I was working in licensed apparel, and Marvel got word of it, and then instead of just giving me a take this down, they decided to go to my employer. And basically I didn't get fired, but I had to quit my job because I could see that they were going to eventually fire me for this. And I decided to take the Kickstarter down, and then that company and Marvel then chased me around from every t-shirt job I ever went to where there was a Marvel. Like, Marvel used to only be at one t-shirt company, and then it was at every t-shirt company. So any t-shirt company I went to that had the Marvel license, I would not get the job, or I was actually let go because of it. So basically blacklisted. So I just refused to draw Marvel anything. And then just this past year, that department was officially fired when Bob Iger came back. He dissolved that entire legal department. So the people that were making those calls had nothing to do with me, but now maybe at some point I might, but I refused to draw Marvel. You know, I drew like some X-Men stuff because they weren't doing anything with it, you know, but nothing big. I never really went back. You know? I did a Hulk piece and a Wolverine thing, but that was because the guy who commissioned me was Bruce Powell, who was the lighting director at ILM for the prequels and the Transformers films, and I was like, I can't not hook this guy up with something, you know. But yeah, so maybe at some point, I mean, it would it would be smart for me to do it because I could probably get one of those like Marvel Snap gigs, you know. But I'm still sour about losing my entire career over a fucking Kickstarter, you know. So, you know, even though it's been over 10 years, I haven't let it go. We all have our burdens to bear.
Let the hate guide you. Fuck working stuff out, man.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm very fortunate that my wife's career took off right when mine went right down the shitter. So, but had that not happened, I don't know. But that's not how things worked out. So I've been able to survive. But that being said, I mean, that was my career was licensed apparel, and I won't lie, I was very good at it. I have some of the highest selling shirts ever at those companies to this day. So, you know, it's what can you do? You know. And you go, but Rob, you shouldn't have gone to Kickstarter with licensed materials. I don't think you were following Kickstarter in 2012, but there was plenty of it.
Yeah, just not hitting 20 grand.
No, but I was trying to raise $500.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It just didn't hit 20 grand. That sucks,
Right.
dude.
I didn't think I'd ever hit 20. I just wanted to raise enough to go to a convention to, by the way, I was trying to raise not enough to buy a Cintiq, enough to go to the convention to raise enough money to buy a Cintiq for work, to make them more money. I'd already been there for a long time, and I had bought a second Cintiq for work as I had one at home, and I'm like, I'm not taking my home Cintiq to work. But I had severe carpal tunnel, so I needed to use a Cintiq. And I can't draw looking at I can't draw on a Wacom pad looking at a monitor, guys. You know, like this.
That's like witchery to me.
Yeah, that's not happening. So, but I've told the story many, many times. But if you're wondering why doesn't Rob do it, well, that's why. You know?
That's why.
Although some cats over at Marvel whatever, Creative or whatever, were looking at my LinkedIn the other day. I got that.
Really?
Yeah, I had 2 different looks. Who knows? I don't know if that'll come of anything.
Well, one can hope. Because you were saying like the Marvel Snap, and I was like, yeah, dude, that's where Sean Crystal's at. And, like, he's got a really nice fan base because of it and shit, man. Like, you deserve to be out somewhere doing something like that. It's nice, high pay, low fucking output.
No. Right now, I got a comic to draw. So.
No, that's what I mean. After this, it'd just be cool to see you get like one of those higher paying, lower output gigs that gets you a little bit more exposure, you know? Even though Disney is, obviously the Antichrist.
No, this legal department, Marvel Legal was not a part of Marvel or really Disney. They were a company that had like they were a legal department called Marvel Legal, but they had to justify.
Was that still the holdover legal department from Cadence and all of that shit?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, these are real vile people.
Yeah.
So
the Cadence, yeah. No, I know exactly what you're talking
these
about.
are real assholes,
Cadence,
man.
yeah.
Like, trust me. I rarely say this about people in real life, but I just want you to know, regardless of what happened to me, these are the ones that, hey, let's go sue the ghostwriter guy. I don't, even though he sued us for, like, I don't know, let's just make people's lives a living hell. Those people.
Oh.
Yeah, those people. The ones that, look, same assholes who wouldn't let me put Scarlet Witch on a t-shirt, on an Avengers shirt, because women won't sell. Those people.
Yeah, no, we don't want to make Rey action figures because no one cares about her.
So.
No Captain Phasma fucking toys. Let's cancel.
That's Perlmutter, but Perlmutter was best. He loved these guys, the Marvel Legal, whatever.
I'm just saying, it's like all across all media division. I don't understand when people's like when Young Justice got canceled for doing too well with both demographics.
Right.
What? It does too well with men and women between 8 and 12 and 18 and 36. What do you mean it does too well? We don't know who to market to, so we're not going to market to anybody, so we're going to cancel it. Fucking what?
Maybe Lisa's. Maybe I should make a comic based on that. No, I don't want to get into another issue with Marvel. It's such an issue that when I was part of the Star Wars podcast for a number of years, right? And the guy who runs it, Jason Ward, he's got a site, makingstarwars.net. He's a legit insider. He's a really good dude. We're good friends with Jason. But he would call his show from the prequels to the sequels, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I was talking to him at some point, like, hey, what if we did an illustrated comic, like a historical one, kind of like Grand Design or Hip Hop Family Tree, but about from the prequels to the sequels. We'll start with George Lucas going from the prequels all the way through Lucasfilm being bought by Disney into the sequels. And he was like, yeah, they'll because it's him and because it's probably me, they'll sue us they'll keep that from ever happening. You know?
Jeez.
They're like that. Yeah, they're that vindictive. You know?
No,
I
mean, I've heard stories. Cadence was a legendarily monstrous fucking company, and they're largely responsible for the Stan Lee the shit show that we're still experiencing today. So,
right.
Does not surprise me. It upsets me, but it doesn't surprise me. But I wouldn't want to work with or fuck with the mouse either, man. I mean, they're not nearly as litigious as they were a decade ago. But
look, we got some friends in the chat that are working for the mouse right now, so let's be careful. I don't mind it. I just you got to know who you're dealing with. I wasn't working for Marvel or Disney. I was working for a t-shirt company. You know, and so Marvel decided to call my t-shirt company and cost me like that. I don't know how one, that's creepy, you know, and two, the standard protocol is you just send someone a cease and desist. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm wondering. Like, what the fuck?
Someone decided not to just skip the cease and desist altogether.
They went full on Hulk work print on you.
Correct. Yeah.
Because I remember when they tried to make that whole point out of that poor kid that fucking downloaded the Hulk work print.
Yeah. Yeah. And then they were like, did you make the art at work? And I'm like, when do I have time? I had my art director. I'm like, do you really want to? And I knew this guy personally. I'm like, you really want to tell him I got time at work to be painting? You know, are we doing this? You know, they just, you know, it is what it is. You know, it is what it is. But that is why I don't draw Marvel stuff. Long story short. Too late. Too late. Wait, what? Something got goofed up. Oh, okay. See all these lines while I'm doing this, folks? Now I would just draw it. I would draw it, and I wouldn't worry about the lines being perfect. But this was me going, I gotta have it, at least straight, this is ridiculous. I look at this now, and I'm like, how dumb was this move? Just draw it, Rob. But I didn't have very good drawing tools. The drawing tools I was using at this point in Photoshop was just like an oval brush or a round brush, and it just didn't give me the look I was trying to do anyway. So this is ridiculous. I could literally be done with that arcade cabinet right now. But here's me taking the long ass way.
And just to clarify, I wasn't burning on anybody for working for the mouse. That's not how I meant that, if that's how that came off. I don't want to insult anybody.
No.
I'm saying me. I got a big mouth. So I would be scared. But no, last thing I want to do is cause problems or talk shit to anybody. That's my eye. Not meant as an insult.
But I am certainly still sore about losing my whole career. You know? So.
I would imagine.
You know, I mean, if I wasn't good at it, it'd be one thing, but you know.
Yeah, because you still well, I don't know about passionately, but still you talk about it, you know, like it was such a big part of your life for such a long time, and that's a I don't know, man. It's such. It seems like such a trivial way to lose such a big thing.
Yeah, and it was a responsible way to make a living, and I could do all my own comic stuff after. I mean, you know, I don't know, and I was good at it, and so, you know, but
much like Gary Frazier, seems a bit overkill to me, but I never got their legal department.
lesson learned.
Why do you even have me on your show? I just do nothing but talk shit about people and like fucking bring up bad, horrible memories.
You do not. We talk about all sorts of things. You didn't bring it up. Someone asked me why I don't draw Marvel stuff, or why I haven't, you know, if I have, and I was like, well, there's a reason why I don't.
That's true. Fair enough.
You're being mean on yourself. Don't be mean on yourself. We have spirited conversations. But you know why? Because we're having like honest conversations, you know?
I was gonna say, because I feel like I could be honest with you, Rob. Like, no, I don't like that. I think it's crap. Here's why.
It's okay to say you don't like some. The problem we don't have is not people not. I don't have a problem with people not liking things. What I have a problem with is when people try to get you to not like the shit that they don't like.
Oh, that's
you know what I mean?
Oh.
Yeah. Which you would never do. You'd never be like, Rob, you can't like fucking Avatar. You know what I mean? You'd
Well,
be
yeah,
like, hey, man, enjoy spending your money, you know. I will I will text, and you know me, I'm gonna text you from the theater. I'm at Avatar 3. Guess where I'm at, baby?
This shit was so awesome. I saw it 4 times in fucking 3D.
You damn straight. I saw the Metallica movie in 3D when it came out. Only played 1 week, so such a bummer. Through the Never.
Was that the one about the kid going to the Metallica concert?
Yeah, I mean it was a concert thing, but it was also about a kid who was like a roadie or whatever that worked there.
Yeah, and he had to go through all that like weird. There was like
it was a music video, you know, but it was cool, man. I thought it was fucking badass.
I always wanted to see it in 3D. I never even knew it came out until like 2 years later.
Well, it's affordable now, but when I got the 3D Blu-ray, it was $100 fucking. It was ridiculous.
Jesus Christ!
And I figured, well, I'm just gonna. I'll just chalk it up to me not buying a whole lot of Metallica merchandise over the last 20. They finally got me, you know. Because as you know, Metallica merch is always overpriced. You know?
Yes, it is. God knows, because I had a fucking push head fucking obsession as a kid, so I had to have so much of their shit.
It's fine, as long as it's not a normal thing. I'm fine with, you know, every, you know, fine, you know. But now it's a responsible like price, and I'm like, well, can I get the difference? No.
Back?
No, I don't want it back. I want to keep in my DVD. I just want to split the difference. You
know?
No,
that's what I'm saying. Can I get the difference back? Just
yeah.
I'll buy something else. Probably not Metallica stuff, but I'll buy something else. Have you read Normal Man at all?
Normal Man?
Yeah. Okay.
What's Normal Man?
It's a image book that just got
Local Man or Normal Man?
I said Normal Man, totally. Yeah, Local Man, totally.
Local Man. Yeah, Shelby did the cover. I own the Shelby cover. But I was frustrated because they took his art and then like shrunk it down and made like a fake cover on a table with like, you know, I'm like, just print the cover, man. Like, don't do that graphic, that photo bashing. I don't get it. You got a guy from Extreme Studios doing your cover. Just print that cover. You know. So, but people seem to love it. I haven't actually read the issue though.
I was curious what you thought, man. There's been a lot of nods to a lot of stuff that I like, but I hadn't been able to take the leap on it yet. Now it's like, going on in an indefinite hiatus or whatever. So I was just curious.
I don't know. I've seen their homages, and as a guy who does a lot of homages, I get it. I would say for me, I don't know if the homages are operating at a level that were as good as the original.
Well,
so it's like, that's why I'm saying, I'm like, I strive. I'm not saying I get there, but I like to think that, like, look at my covered issue 4 right there. I mean, that would have sold in the 90s, I don't know if Local Man would have sold in the 90s, that's all I'm trying to say. So, but I can't tell about the story. I'm just telling you about the homages. I would like, they need a little more polish,
You don't have to tell me on that. They spelled Sam Keith's name wrong in the homage.
Oh, no.
So they lost a lot of points with me on issue 3. I have to admit that's kind of when I was like, maybe I'll wait for a trade. Because that was one of the big polls, is they were like referencing the Max and a couple other things. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And then it was like, after Sam Keith, Keith. And I was like,
Oh, no.
do you even know who the fuck you're talking about?
Calf. Sam Calf. The late, great Sam Calf. He's still alive, dumbass. Oh, yeah.
Really? Are you sure? Maybe that's just petty of me, but he's got a series out called IV4E, for fuck's sake. And it seemed kind of disrespectful to do a homage cover and then spell the dude's name. I was like,
It is funny though. But yeah, I hear you. It's so funny. You finally, not only do you get an homage cover, you get it under the image banner, you get it into shops, and you spell the man's name. You know what I mean? You're defying. There's already a series of things that you're kind of getting in the way of that happening, right?
Yeah.
And it's like you beat the odds. Come on, guys.
It did not shake.
When I did all the signs on the Spawn cons, I made certain I was spelling kayfabe right. That's all I can say. I didn't want to be like, I was like, what? At the time I thought Ed would see it, so I was like, oh man, if I misspell this, I'll never hear the end of that. He can't even spell. Look at this guy. Can't even spell kayfabe right. What a jobber. Trying to get points with us. You get no points, buddy.
That's exactly. That would have been exactly it.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Here's a little trade secret. Here's a little trade secret, buddy. Get yourself an editor. He must have got one of those Malibu editors, right?
Oh.
He probably got one of those Bravura editors.
Bravura editors. Dude, Gabe Olbrich talked to me for almost 4 hours, and I brought up Bravura, and that dude shut down so quick. It's like, okay, let's not push this one.
In the grand scheme of things, it wasn't the worst thing compared to Techno Comics,
No, apparently.
Did they ever get in trouble with McDonald's over the Malibu logo?
No.
How did they not get in trouble over the Malibu? It's just so similar.
I don't know. I can't remember what it is, but the logo is actually based on another pre-existing logo. It was a big ass sign that Dave or Tom, I can't remember, one of the two, drove by every day. So it's kind of defying logic that it's not just McDonald's either. It says other company too.
Yeah. Hey, buddy, we didn't rip off. We also ripped off this logo. Like
Exactly.
That's a meticulous mind. We got a meticulous mind here. Ed had a way with words, dude. I miss that. You know what I mean? Like his particular way of using words together.
I was having a really, it was my birthday this week, and I was having just a really, really rough time. And I like wanted to go watch some stuff. And yeah, I don't think I'd really like realized how profoundly I missed Ed until, you know.
Every day, man. Every day, guys.
You know.
Every day.
It's a voice that was really important to me. And it's not like I agreed with everything the guy said. Like sometimes 100%. I just wanted to slap him, and argue with him, and fight with him. And
yeah.
Now I'll never get the chance.
Right. You know, like.
Because I think he would have embraced that. It just seems like who he was. But
I just wanted him to crap on my comic. I was looking forward to that so much. Look, he drew. We're in the comic. We're in a spawn. Look at that. We're finally in the big times, Jim. Look at that. When we're getting that love check. When we getting the love check. How about love comps? Can we send you some love comps? I wanted to send them literally like a shipping address. I was gonna put, here are the love comps. Like in the I had a whole thing planned out, man. You know, and I'm not saying losing Ed derailed my fun. You know, I'm not saying that, but you know, like, yeah, it's just a voice that is like, I would have loved to argue with this guy every day in art class in high school.
Yep.
Or in college. Every day I would have been in here going, oh, fucking here we go. He's going to bring in some stupid fucking comic from the 50s and tell me how this shit's fucking genius, you know, while nitpicking, you know, Capullo on Spawn or something, you know, like.
And simultaneously hammering on Will Eisner.
Right.
Like, how the fuck do you call Will Eisner boring, bro? Oh my god, I want to fucking fight you. I love you, Ed. Bastard, what the fuck?
I love people who disagree with me, long as it's genuine. I think that's what you got to know about me, man. I care about genuine opinions. I don't care about contrarianism or saying things to appear like the smart one in the room. And I know the fucking difference, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. And that was a big thing that I had to like work on when I started the channel for myself, was like, yeah, you're not the smartest guy in the room. You will never fucking get that fucking head. Cause man, people look to me a lot of times like, oh, you got to know about this and you got to know about that. And it's embarrassing sometimes when I like have to be like, no, I've never heard of that. Or what are you talking about? Because everybody looks at me like I'm the comics professional. And like, I don't draw or write comics. So I can't just be like, oh, well, you know, I'm cool because, you know, it's like.
Yeah, but you're a really good historian. And Ed was both a historian and an artist, which is a rare thing, you know?
Yes.
Like there's just usually not enough time to learn. You know, when his family talked about his schooling, like they took him out of school, you know, and he did better on his own. I was like, I totally relate to that. Like I did better at school when they put me in the back of the room facing a wall. And I would just kind of like sketch and hear everything and then do all my notes, you know, like it was just there's just a different way, you know.
Yep.
Some people learned it, and so like I related to him on that level. Like I'm like, oh, I get this. I also get that I don't agree with 9 things out of 10 this man says, like opinion wise, you know. But I love that he you know what I mean? Like he 100% believed in it.
He was genuine about his shit. Yeah.
That's all I care about, you know.
Yep. When he came with his hot takes, you could tell it was stuff that he was actually hot about, and I liked that.
I was also bummed. They did the review of the Spawn Vault edition, the first one, right?
Uh-huh.
And the Frank Miller issues in there, right? Remember the one where they fight the gang war, that cartoony gang war? And there is a character in there that genuinely looks like Ed with a bowl cut. If you look at this dude, it looks like a caricature of Ed. And I was like, first time I saw Ed, I was like, he looks just like that dude from Spawn. Hold on. Like, and when they got to him, I'm like, will they mention that, hey, what's this? Never even mentioned. I'm like, it looks just like you. He's wearing the same glasses. That's hilarious. So,
how much of a coincidence, man? That's so fucking weird.
Well, I want to, yeah. But, yeah. It's tragedy, man. It's all tragic. All of it's tragic.
Yeah, I really wish Jim could get to a place where I hope he's able to get to, is what I should say. Not been long enough, but I hope he's able to get to a place where he does something. I really miss, like listening to Jim as well. I really like Jim, so
yeah.
It's been sad.
Good combination.
Well, yeah, and I relate a lot to Jim too. Like, he's kind of the type of guy that I want to be. Not that I am, but I want to be. More positive and outgoing, and it's like his personality and shit. Real nice guy. All of my I talked with him a couple of times, and all of my interactions with him have always just been amazing. Just a really nice guy.
Yeah, sometimes I made him a Spawn with that stupid hair sticking out the head. Yeah, I know he's balding, but I'm like, I know he's got 80. I just picture him with 80s hair, like Walter Koenig hair, Chekhov's hair from Star Trek 4. Like, that's because I'm a madman, That's how I just imagine people. I'm like, you look like that now, and flannel. Jim Rung will be the first flannel Spawn. I'll call him Flannel Spawn. Rob's just running amok. No, I found them because of the Calvin and Hobbes bit they did. They bust up the Comic Journal with the Bill Watterson interview. And so that's how I discovered that channel. And they were the only ones having a meaningful conversation about Bill Watterson. That wasn't just, I love this one Calvin. It's usually people reading Calvin and Hobbes strips, which I can't stand, So.
Yeah, I remember seeing their second Wizard video, and I was like, what is this?
Yeah, I discovered the Wizard video after that. I mean, I could tell it was Bill Watterson probably there. So I'm always looking up, anyone talking about Watterson, I'm just genuinely always looking for something. And then when they were covering the Wizards, I was like, hey, look at that. And I know the Wizards very well. Like Edward James Ellis, the Wizards, the times tables. I'm very, very well versed in the first 75 issues of Wizard Magazine. Not proud of that, but I am.
God, I'm glad I'm not alone. I was just getting ready to say, I was like, I'm not quite proud of the fact that I am, but damn, Skippy, yes.
But it's because of my knowledge of Wizard Magazine that I've managed to make one of those covers Spawn canon. Later, Floopy. Appreciate it. But also, man, I own a piece of art from Wizard, right? The Capullo, the Scott Williams.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, for a guy with very little budget, It's not like I can just go out there and afford wizard covers and stuff, you know. So.
Gotta know what you're after and keep an eye out.
I kept an eye out. It was just when COVID hit, this guy was selling everything off. And he was a Spanish collector, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And he just said 1995 inks, you know? Like, and I'm like, I know what that is, you know?
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So did he not, was he just being lazy or did he not know what he had?
He didn't know what he had. I mean, yeah, because it was one of the, everyone needed money, you know, and everything was going down. And I have alerts on eBay for years. Like I go 1994 original art comics, you know, like things like that.
Yeah.
By date. I don't ever do by names, and this one had no names attached. And I looked at it, I'm like, I could see the photo. I'm like, that's real. That's on vellum. You know what I mean? I know the stat that came under, like, and I can look at the brush strokes, especially the whiteouts, you know?
Yeah.
I'm like, that's it. That's the one, you know? I got that for $250.
What?
Scott Williams, dog. Inking Capullo for $250. Huh?
Oh.
Even if it was 1,000, it would have been cheap, you know?
Jesus.
But,
yeah, dude.
And when I got it, I immediately tweeted to Scott Williams, and he was like, dude, I haven't seen that. And where'd you get that? Like, I don't know how, you know, I'm like, some Spanish guy. He's like, yeah, I sold that off like years ago when the boom happened, you know, or the bust, or when the bust happened.
The bust happened after the boom.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, who was going to buy a piece of art that was in a Wizard magazine?
Wizard magazine.
That wasn't even fully featured because they cut every one of those. They didn't properly. Ed and them covered that issue and that contest, or that feature, right? And they covered it, and Ed was like, why didn't they just put off? Look at, here it is. They got a great idea, they got a great gimmick, they got a really great talent, and then look at, they don't even put the 4 pieces up individually. And Wizard Mag just fucking it up left and right. And so, like,
that sounds like Gareb Sheamus.
Yeah, and so I even went into the comments at the time, said, you know, I own the Williams piece, you know what I mean? I'm willing to give you guys scans, you know, or high-res photos or whatever you want, you know? But he never replied to it, you know?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They just didn't see that shit then.
Yeah, I don't think they focused much on the comments.
They did not. Jim, every once in a while, would respond to people. I talked to Jim. That's how I originally ended up talking to Jim. But that was really early on, too, now that I think about it. So that might have had something to do with it.
I didn't make a big deal out of it. I just typed it in there and, you know, don't respond. So
well, yeah, no, but that seems like the kind of thing they'd been on, like, White on Rice. They were all about that.
Really good. I mean, when you look at it, I mean, you could just see there's a difference in talent. I just got to put that out there.
Yeah, you put Capullo next to a lot of people, and
well, the Capullo thing, it's the inking, because the Capullo sketch, they didn't even have the full sketch. They had a photo stat, and the photo was not even good. The copy of his pencils were shit. Like, I would love to see the actual pencils, because the fucking thing they got was really not good, you know? So
yeah.
It was like they were working from virtually nothing, you know? Like the loosest of concepts or whatever. And then you see what he did. It's just like, that dude's a beast, you know?
Yeah. He is. He's a monster. Monster with the fucking pen. That's no shit.
Yeah. But yeah, I own Scott Williams and Danny Miki inks, you know? And it's just like,
so ridiculous.
Right? I don't own a lot, but the stuff I got, I'm like, I just look at it like, this is nuts, you know? I told my wife, if anything happens to me, you take this to Heritage. Here's the address. You do not go to eBay with this, you know?
Yep. Get yourself actual money. This is real art.
Yeah.
Yeah, those wizard covers are definitely starting to kick off last few years.
You know what my favorite wizard cover is? You would never be able to guess. But it's this cover Quesada did of Spider-Man fighting the Sinister Six. And his construction and the solidness of it and the action and it's the best Quesada piece I think ever. He had the perfect control right there. It probably took a lot of effort, which is why, probably went away,
Yeah.
But that particular cover it's as good. Remember that Batman piece he did for the poster book where it's like super dynamic and like all the villains are at the top of the building and he's like coming down? It's like the Spider-Man version of that, if you know what I'm talking about.
Nah, not off the top of my head, I don't think so.
Yeah, that 94 to 96 year of Quesada was pretty genius stuff,
Yeah, oh yeah, fuck yes.
Yeah.
Quesada was a monster, man. I always loved so many of his other influences that he brought in with stuff.
Name some of the influences you would say he brought in.
What, for his like actual like artists?
Yeah.
Man, I would be hard pressed to like name. I know who I see in there, but I've never read enough to know.
Who do you think you see? I mean, who cares if you're right or not? I'm just curious to know.
Jesus, now you're gonna make me think of names while I'm trying to draw.
Certainly doing Miller, right?
Absolutely,
Right.
No doubt.
We all agree. There's the Dark Knight specifically,
Yeah, that's probably like the big building foundation. And like we were talking. His compositions like changed so much, like they jumped around. But it seemed like he learned a lot from Barry Windsor Smith too, which was really interesting.
I was thinking Walter Simonson though, or did he?
Okay, I could see that.
Did he do X Factor before Strowman or after?
Before.
See, I don't know the dates on that.
I'm pretty sure before.
Because I feel like there's a lot of shadow crossover between what Strowman was doing and what Quesada was doing.
I can see that. Strowman is one of those guys that's like so fucking like nobody talks about Larry Strowman.
Or is it or am I seeing that, or am I seeing the Odyssey, the Mignola Odyssey look? You know what I'm talking about? Mignola, what is that? I have the books. They're on the Cosmic Odyssey is literally on my wall. I'm brain farting. But yeah,
Cosmic is.
Because if you look at the way Mignola's spotting shadow blacks, you could see right?
Yeah, his blacks I can definitely see a lot of Mignola in, and I really had admittedly I had never put that together before you said that earlier, and I was like, yeah.
And my favorite, I think the most underrated thing was I always get the name mixed up, dude. Was it Wolfhammer or Wolf? Mignola did this science fiction steampunk 4-issue miniseries that no one remembers. That was fucking brilliant. Illustrated, like.
No, I'm not remembering it either.
Yeah. I'll get the name, dude. Give me a second.
Is it in his actual like post?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's shit. Not often I find new Mignola books that I haven't read.
This is like, it's around that era too, like it just got lost in the shuffle. People who see it, they you always talk to artists who've seen it, and it's well regarded. But it's got this name I always forget. I always want to call it like Steppenwolf or some shit like that, but it's not it.
That's not it.
No.
But I also always saw a lot of I was never sure if it was Bernie Wrightson or Arthur Sidam in his line construction.
Okay.
Those like that thick flowy lines that he really got into right around like the Valiant era and stuff.
Iron Wolf.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, Iron Wolf. I thought it was Steppenwolf, some fucking dumb, forgettable.
Hey, that's close.
Yeah, I got close. Like, Samson.
I was way off.
But Iron Wolf is great. I mean, I think you can see a lot of, I think, Quesada. If you look at Iron Wolf and you look at that X Factor, Batman, you know, all that stuff. I think there's a lot of that there. Underrated book, man.
It's kind of a shame because a lot of the stuff that like Quesada really did the best on, I just didn't care about.
Well, when people say steampunk, I think Iron Wolf, and no one's seen it. Like when I look at Iron Wolf, if I had full control over Star Wars, like no one could fuck with me, I was in charge of everything, I would clearly define eras of Star Wars. Like that whole Space Nouveau thing they were kind of like doing for the Phantom Menace should have been not there. It should have been like during the first Galactic Republic, you know? Because like Iron Wolf does literally like wooden ships in space, or chrome, you know, like mixed with like, then you get chrome ships in space. Like you can take these different art styles and really define them as eras. Iron Wolf does like giant wooden like Atlantis treasure planet ships in space, but like actual spaceships, not like pirate ships and stuff, you know? Really good stuff if you've never seen Iron Wolf, folks. That's my jam right there. It has the detail of Cosmic Odyssey and Gotham by Gaslight, but it's science fiction space. So it's got a bit of the Bram Stoker stuff in there.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's that one thing no one remembers, you know? And
really weird.
Yeah. You can see a lot of the Hellboy being developed on that. The color palettes, everything. But, yeah.
I know what I'm doing tomorrow.
But much more detailed figure work than, you know. I mean, when you look at it, you're like, he drew the shit out of this. Like, like there are a page of this that I'm like, that could be like, if there was ever a sequel to Weapon X, it should have been this era of Mignola that drew it.
That transitional period where he was like getting into his like heavy blacks but hadn't lost all of the like Rosetta body.
This still has all the line work as well. Yeah.
Yep.
Iron Wolf, dude. It's the best thing he's ever done.
I'm gonna have to check that shit out tomorrow. I gotta read Dylan Dog and Batman tomorrow. So.
Well, you know who wrote it? Iron Wolf. Howard Chaykin, dude.
Okay. That's why it sounds familiar. Okay.
So you got Chaykin was writing that. Mignola's penciling. PK. I think was it P. Craig Russell? He was.
That's exactly it.
Yeah, he was inking. I know Mignola's like, I don't like him. I'm like, it was working for me, dude. You know. Kind of like Bachalo when Buckingham was inking him. You know.
Dude.
Like.
P. Craig Russell is a goddamn magician.
Magician, right?
He's just. I don't know how he does what he does, but like, how him and Charles Best aren't like household names appalls me. So.
Yeah. You're gonna love Iron Wolf, dude. You're gonna be like, how did you miss this one?
That's exactly what I'm sitting here thinking.
Jeanette Kahn and them didn't sign the right deal with B. Dalton. I don't know, or Crown Books. I don't know, dude.
insert other bankrupt and or completely fucking unknown chain
But I think
here.
maybe no one's gonna see the level of effort I put into it. I look at that book and I'm like, well, no one saw this, and he drew the shit out of it, so I should shut up. You know.
For whatever reason, people never got into any of the stuff that he seemed to really, like, you know, like any of his figure work book. It wasn't until post that Dracula stuff where he got really into his blocky style that people seemed to perk up.
No, I
don't know why.
I saw his stuff early and was immediately on board. Matter of fact, so much so that when I saw the Batman animated series, it reminded me of his work, you know?
Oh, see, yeah, I remember, like, knowing Mignola's name from CBG. And, like, back then, like, you would see illustrations, and they were, like, as close as you could get to Frazetta or Wrightson without having them do it. You know? The Comic Buyer's Guide, by the way. Sorry, I just say CBG, but I don't know. Have you ever seen any of the CBGB? Yeah, I don't know if you've ever seen any of the ads and stuff he did from them, but you know, that's how he made a living for quite like 2-3 years there. And God damn, did he do some amazing art? But no one cares about that stuff.
No, I mean his Krypton stuff was brilliant, right?
Oh yeah.
Everyone talks about John Byrne, but I'm like, I think Mignola did it better.
Yeah, Byrne is.
Iron Wolf just shows you Mignola it would have been great to see that era of Mignola do Star Wars. We know when Dark Horse first got that license, you know? Yeah.
Back in the golden age.
Because those ships and everything really benefit on paper from more silhouetting than technical detail. And everyone, when they draw Star Wars, gets into technical detail, and I'm like, that's a fool's errand. Oliver Vatine did the Heir to the Empire stuff, you know? And that's the closest I've ever seen. And I mean, he's for me, Oliver Vatine is the best Star Wars artist of all time. And then the guy who did, I forget his name, the Japanese artist who did the adaptation of A New Hope, I'm sorry, Star Wars, the first one. The Star Wars manga is second best, probably even better, but I love the team. So, but that A New Hope won the Eisner that year.
Jesus, I didn't know that.
Yeah, dude, that's it's better than, I mean, it's visually stunning, dude. You know?
I always loved the Dark Horse universe, but I was never into Star Wars enough to like properly appreciate or delve.
Very few books ever were that great for me, you know? They didn't really capture, they tried to either trace the actors' photos or they just didn't have that special something, you know, that felt like, I don't know, magical. Like Star Wars gave me a magical feeling when I'd watch it. So I'm like, the art can't just be them drawing the things, you know? There has to be something magical about this. Because Star Wars to me is pure Americana. It's where you mash up several things together to get something new, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And so if you're going to draw Star Wars, you need to be mashing different things together, in my opinion. You can't just draw what was in the movie. Or any of the films, in my opinion.
Okay.
So Vatine is Italian, I believe. So European. So like he's bringing that European, you know, those backgrounds that are really detailed but open, but super solid shapes. Right? Everything is shape design, but it's all like, I don't know how to describe it, dude. You know, and so he's bringing shape design, the best shape design, by the way, like Mignola level, but with that European flair, you know? So much so, I mean, Vatine did a Hellboy one-shot last year. It's my book of the year, you know? So, like, and then with the manga is just like, it's putting in scenes that from some of the cut scenes that were in the, you know, the original cut, but it's just there as panels. The pacing of it and the scope. The guy knows how to use double page spreads properly. When they attacked the Death Star, he used like photos of circuit boards for the Death Star. When they're barreling down on the Death Star, so like as textures, you know. So it's just
interesting.
And the fight between Vader and Obi-Wan is better than any film could capture. If you've never read Star Wars manga, only the first one, that's the magic. What's really sucks is they got Adam Warren to do the covers, and Adam Warren's fine, but this guy was so good, he didn't need Adam Warren on the covers, you know? Mm-hmm. Adam Warren's fine, but he's not the same level. And I say this as a guy who owns multiple copies of bootleg Gen 13 and the Roxy movie. I am a Adam Warren fan, but he's not operating at the right level. So that, you know. And then Miglia did a Star Wars book that I love, because I love Carlos Miglia. He just created something I've never seen characters ever. I've never seen Star Wars characters or Jawas ever drawn that way before, and it works. It's super great. Highly influential book, that book. I mean, Scotty Young, John Samavaria. I mean, a lot of people were influenced by that Star Wars book. They just don't talk about it, you know. They're not that they're hiding it, just that every now and then they'll bring it up to me when I mention it. Like John will go, like, yeah, you should see the Star Wars. Oh, I know. And I know where you've been getting your stuff too, bud. We've all been there, you know. Like, you know, so. But most Star Wars books are just drivel. You know, they're very generic. You know, they're fine, but they're generic.
Yeah, I just went back and reread. I hadn't read any Star Wars in a long time, and I read some for the Golden Doc, because he did a really good issue and a bunch of pinups. And then I read the John Cassidy stuff. After he passed away, I went back and read some of that.
Kia Azamiya did an adaptation of The Phantom Menace that was very well drawn, but it was 2 volumes, 2 issues. And Star Wars A New Hope, that was 4. And it needed... Kia's stuff was very, very good. It's better than watching The Phantom Menace. But it needed the pacing of 4, I think. But very good. Just short, you know.
Yeah, I can deal with my comics being a little truncated because of when I grew up. So.
Yeah, but it came out after, you know what I mean, the New Hope one. So.
Oh like, yeah, that's.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it'd be kind of off-putting. That's weird.
Yeah, I think they were just doing it to get it out by the movie, and I was like,
oh, okay. I was like, man, if it did so, like, what? That's weird.
Yeah, but you know how they get. Sometimes when it does so well, they're like, you know what we'll do?
We gotta get it out now.
Yeah, we'll do it faster. That's what we need. More stuff. You just you bastards.
You didn't get any of the points of that, did you? No, we did. Make more of that people liked. Now.
Yada yada capitalism, yada yada work for hire. We good. We got all of them. We good.
Good.
We're Dark Horse. We make G.I. Joe of Frank Miller for like 1 fucking issue. Like that's the biggest mess up he's ever done, right? The G.I. Joe thing. Can we? So it's such a mess up, no one remembers it. Like everyone remembers the other stuff they don't like, but go back and check out the G.I. Joe reboot. Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck me, man. How do you even remember that pain? Wow.
Because I was there, Gandalf. I was there.
God. Damn, that was terrible.
Leaf says, am I drawing or working all day or only when I stream? Right now I'm drawing 12 to 14 hours a day. Normally I pull 10. Normally I pull 10 hours. But I'm under the gun. Senior Uncle Jerk here has a day job. A saner day job than this in some ways.
Yeah. What about all that?
In some ways. Well, there's a start and stop to what you do at the day job. Like, you know when it's over. I don't know if what I do is ever over. Like,
Truth. Truth there.
I'm not saying I got it rougher than working at our.
No, I just meant
but
no, you're totally right.
But even at Kinko's, I knew when it was done. You know. The hours on the sign says we're done.
Yeah, I'm just so used to like coming home and then doing like whatever 6-8 hours of drawing and at least 2 hours of writing. So I do like another 10 to 12. It's so ridiculous. I work like 12-hour days and I'll come home and do like 10 hours of work. My wife's like, you slept 3.5 hours last night. You do understand you're just gonna fucking keel over one of these days. Like, yeah, well, yeah. I'll have a pile of shit I'll have done by then, so.
We do differ on that one. When I was working in the art department, I would only work for 4 hours when I come home. So I do appreciate you hanging out as long as you do, because I understand the toll.
Like, honest to God, like, this is the only thing that fucking makes me sane anymore, man. Like, hanging out and streaming and, like, drawing or doing, like, premieres. And it keeps me sane. It's a lot of work. I'm tired a lot, but I'm, like, happier than I've ever been. So, I'll take that.
Leaf asks, how do you guys not get bored or tired of it? I could only tolerate 4 hours. You get to a point where I'm not really thinking about the time, right? Like, time kind of goes away.
Dude,
kind of fades. Yeah.
Normally, by the time that I'm like, I wonder how long I've been drawing, I look up and usually I'll be at about the 3.5 hour to 4 hour mark. And that's when I've really, really hit my groove and I'm like cranking away on whatever it is. And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to at least put another 2 or 3 hours into this. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't even think about stuff in the terms of like, oh God, I've been here for 6 hours drawing on this. I know the sun's coming up. They're like, oh sure. Shit, I screwed up again.
Leaf says, surely it must be possible to find a creative job where we only have to work 4 hours a day and have a lot of vacation time. Yeah, that's called winning the lotto. Like, we all win the lotto. You're gonna see me have a lot of travel. I'll be drawing. I'll just be drawing from my studio in Japan and Norway. But yeah, Germany. Sorry, Germany. I like Germany. Man, I'm looking at how I'm inking this drawing, and I'm like, you poor bastard, there is a better way around. Not with
always with the self-masochism.
Not with those tools. For the longest time, I couldn't find any brushes worth drawing that felt right to me. I didn't figure all of this out until 2021. 22, around there. After I got out of Blizzard and stuff, I just sat down and spent months and months just working on drawing brushes until they felt right. I have so many things I never published where like I would do tests where I would redraw half of a Waterston panel just to see if it matches. Did it feel right? I'd Sam Keith stuff, everything. just to see if any of it fits, you know. But I got tired of fighting with brushes, and it's not what they're doing, it's just they didn't feel right to me, you know. And right here you're seeing like a same weighted line. I wanted it to where I could do a thick and thin, so I could get that water, you know what I mean, stuff in one stroke if I wanted to. And I could go back and do more thick, but this is not sustainable. I could not draw the comic if I was doing this. So, you know, but and this is where, like, I have bought and done every brush thing you can imagine there is to get. At some point I had to tailor everything to myself, you know, and they work for me. I don't know if they'll work for anyone else, but that's why I make them available. Good luck, you know. But this is madness. I'm so glad I recorded it. And the end result was really nice, but you know, there's better ways to get there. Like, you know what a big revelation for me was with digital drawing was just erasing at 80% opacity. So it when you erase something, it's more like a kneaded eraser. It leaves a little bit of it there, so you can still see it.
Okay.
Yeah, right. This sounds like a small thing, right? But like once I did that, I was able to just like erase and then redraw right on the same layer, and then redraw, and then, you know, and then like, oh yeah, like I didn't have to, like, I don't know, it just started to. That was like the first thing that clicked. And then the other thing was, and like this may not apply to anyone else, but the other thing for me was diamond brush. I draw mostly with the diamond brush. Hey guys, can you tell us the difference between these roles in comic production? Penciler, inker, colors, and cover artists. All right, I'll tell you the difference. Penciler makes the most on the book. Cover artist makes the most per image. And the inker and colorist get whatever the penciler has left over in the budget. That's the difference. Shouldn't be that way, but that's how it works.
Rob ain't lying.
But I mean, traditionally, the only difference, really, in a perfect world, Jonesy, I'd be doing really loose pencil sketches and an inker would be finishing the drawing. That's what an inker is supposed to do in comics. What an inker sort of become these days is a lot of us just finish our own art, you know? Or they're inking over really clean drawings, and I don't know, man, you know, like at some point you're like, why bother inking it? Like, you're not adding anything. So it used to be like, that's how comics used to get done fast, is when you do loose pen, like Capullo. If you look at Capullo's pencils, they're super loose, man. They're very well drawn pencil stuff, but you have to try inking gray Capullo. You're gonna find out very quickly how well you can draw, because you have to be able to complete the drawing.
Holy shit! Doing his hands.
Yeah.
Woo. All those spikes on Spawn, man. Because you know me, I work off of pencils and shit as much as possible. I just did those 2 Capullo Spawn pieces. God damn.
I'm aware.
Hard.
So why can't I travel more? Because it's expensive, like it's expensive. But yeah. So it used to be like, oh, when you pair one artist up with another inker, you get one result. Liefeld said it the best on his podcast a year or 2 ago. He said the ideal situation when you pair a penciler and an inker together is a third artist emerges. So if you look at like when McFarlane inks Liefeld, it looks totally different than either one of them if they had done it on their own. Very good combination. I say again, Liefeld and current Kevin Eastman are a hell of a combo. I wish we'd get more of that.
Yeah, that one's got me all curious.
Yeah, another example is Mark Buckingham when he inked Pachalo. You know?
Yeah. Mark Buckingham is just really
Gen X and all that stuff is brilliant. I hold up to visually stunning book to this day. All that work. If I was to do an animated film at the budget of Spider-Verse featuring mutants, it would look like the Buckingham Pachalo combo.
I'd see that.
Because that was the first book my girlfriend in high school wanted to buy. It transcended gender, you know? Like
that shit's
yeah. Man, this is a bad inking job, Rob. Look at it. This is not good. Look at this. Yeah, good job erasing that. Good call, buddy. This is not good, man. I'm laughing. So glad I streamed this. Look, I knew this was rough, you know, but you have to work with the tools you got, you know.
It's all a learning process, man. Can't be perfect the first time around.
How I ever got work, I'll never know. Give me like 5 minutes. I gotta go down and get some water.
Look, you got work because you're fucking insanely talented and you got fucking great work ethic and you're a nice guy and fucking you work and you're a nice guy. That'll get you places. Silly Rob, leaving you all alone with me. I'm gonna get this canceled. I'm gonna get this channel canceled one of these days while he's off getting water. I know I am. Or at least get his video demonetized. I always feel bad when he's like, "Don't say that. You're gonna get stuff demonetized." Sorry. Just an opinionated jerk. I can't help it. I don't even think about that stuff. I'm so small time and nobody's gonna sue me. Demonetize my channel. Don't take my $10 a month. Oh. Only time I ever care is when somebody tries to hit me with a copyright strike because I'll use a fucking photo. But I had to quit using photos and all my stuff. Even when I was putting credit on there, people were hitting me with copyright strikes. I was like, gee. Fine. I just use copyrighted pages from all of the comic books I'm talking about. They don't say anything. Man, I'm so excited. They finally started shipping the artist edition of the Daniel Warren Johnson Extremity book. And I think they're getting ready to start shipping the Zorro artist edition books. And I had a good buddy at the end, like when they were kickstarting that stuff, that actually ended up signing up because he wanted to like support the campaigns, but he doesn't want the books because he can't store them in his house. So I'm super stoked because I get to check those out, and I would have never been able to afford those books. I've been begging for a Daniel Warren Johnson artist edition for, God, 3 years now. I still hope we see more of his stuff. But like the only thing I had from him that was like even approaching an artist edition was the like a company, I think they're called Urban Comics, I think their name. Like French company, and they're not true artist edition, but they're line art, black and white line art. I think they call them like their noir series. They did do a power bomb. And like picking that up just made me like crazy want an artist edition even more. And they're doing that Act 4. I think it's Act 4. I think it's Act 4. Scott Dunbier's new publishing venture. They're gonna do the Jason Pearson's Body Bags artist edition. And that's like an official, because Scott Dunbier is the guy who started Artist Edition. So he's moving over to his own publishing company since IDW can't respect or treat anybody well. And I am really excited. I'm hoping that's the start of like a lot more contemporary artists. Because, man, we need a James Heron. Like, can you imagine being able to get a James Heron Ultra Mega fucking artist edition? Oh. I have dreams about that. A lot of cool stuff happening right now. And nothing on kick like James Edward Clark is kickstarting Evil. Did support that. I was like, there's not much going on in Kickstarter. I'm curious to check out the Kingdom Come documentary too. I am certainly not paying $80 for a Blu-ray. But I'm interested to see what they have to say and what they cover about the Kingdom Come. And again, even if it's not great, like I think it's really cool they're doing a full-length doc on a mini series, not just like Superman or Batman or some shit. So like, hopefully that's the first of more like niche actual AIM documentaries like that we see. Because like we've gotten a good number. We got the Dave Stevens Brush with Passion. There hasn't been like an official like home release date for Frank Miller American Genius yet, and then but it's out, it's streaming. And the Mignola Drawing Monsters, I think, or Making Monsters 1 or 2. All 3 came out this year. Mignola doc wasn't as good as I'd hoped, but it was good.
Oh, you saw the Magnolia documentary?
Yeah, have you seen it?
No.
You interested in seeing it, or?
Yeah, I'm interested.
Yeah, I was hoping for like a documentary. It's a
Fluff piece.
showcase piece, basically.
Yeah, if you're gonna do something like that, I feel like it should be more like the Drew Struzan, where he's just working on a poster the whole time.
That's exactly what it should have been, but Mignola basically just kind of like draws whenever the hell he wants. That is like quite literally my only problem with Mike Mignola. I don't dislike his writing or anything, but I got into him because he was an artist, and then he stopped making goddamn art. Like, I know you do covers, but dang, man, it's not the same.
I know a lot of people are influenced by Hayao Miyazaki because of the art style. That's not what I'm interested in. I love his art. But what interests me is that the man still, not only does he animate and storyboard all of his movies in his 80s, but he, like in the last documentary, he was showing how, and I've known this forever because they're on all the documentaries, but he at least talked about it, is he does the fixes. You know, when the animators bring in the scenes, you know? Yeah. And it's like, he's like, look, here's why I do it. He's like, if I ask them to fix it, they're going to be let down that, you know, they're going to be sad that I didn't love it the first time, you know, and they won't make their best work being sad. It's like, I'll fix it angry, and anger produces a better result. Yeah, better to do it angry than sad. I'm like, that's my dude. Like this I get.
Everything about that statement makes sense to me.
Fucking metal, right? Right. That's how I do it. Rebel says, that's a badass Momoko Spawn Oh yeah, she did a cover. Two guys were fighting over apparently at New York Comic Con.
It was a shouting match.
Hey man, remember what time someone got stabbed at San Diego Comic with the pencil? Let the you know, the legend build, you know.
I saw a kid get stabbed in the hand with a fork over Pokemon once.
Remember, like, are they gonna ban pencils from Comic-Con now?
Like, Jesus, dude, what is happening, you neckbeard motherfuckers?
Maybe we gotta ban Momoko poster covers because they're just too good, and people will fight over them. That's what Americans do. No.
I just feel bad for Peach, man. I don't know if she's gonna come back. She was really shook up when they had that.
Was she in the middle of it?
Well, no, but she like Peach is a pretty like. I mean, did you see the piece that the interview and stuff she did for Kayfabe and stuff?
Yeah.
You know, she's just like super quiet, and I think they even asked her about it at that point because it was her first like major U.S. convention, and there was a huge kerfuffle. I don't remember what it was, but it was like a huge kerfuffle over her signatures because she was like trying to do too many signatures and remarks and stuff because she just didn't realize what the American resale market is. You know, that we're a bunch of fucking want to make money fucking degenerate bastards.
They don't even sell the original art in Japan. Like, they kind of can't, right? Like on animation and stuff, you know, in manga, like.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
But and even the guys that technically can, most of them like keep all of that stuff for reproduction purposes in case you want to like do the, you know, reprint the series later. So you don't have to do it from inferior sources and stuff. Not with animation, but with the, you know, with manga and stuff.
Yeah, you know, she's Japanese, right? So it's like they're like fucking normal. Like,
yeah, they don't
work with fucking asshole comic dudes, you know.
Yeah, and her first convention here, people were just flipping the fuck out, man. There was a huge shoving match that broke out at her booth, and like bunch of people got into like verbal arguments in front of her, and like that really shook Peach up apparently. Because she's just, you know, they're not used to that kind of like vulgar display of power. Work that in the sentence.
American. Yeah, no, Peach stuff's great though.
Because like I'm not even that big of a Peach Momoko fan, but her like work. But man, I feel bad for her.
Yeah, no, that's our country. Welcome to America.
We love you so much that we want to hurt you.
Jesus. How sadly true that statement is, you know? America. Yeah, America, right?
America! Fuck yeah! Oh, man. We had like a 30-degree shift in weather this week, and my back is hurting.
That'll do it.
Yep. Team that with the fucking passing of another year. I'm not built for this shit no more. I'm pretty good at learning to make stuff. You think I can make myself a new spine, Rob? That's all I need.
With stem cells, anything's possible, man. Dude, they just can't. They had stem cells like replaced. They had to replace something. To cure some dude's fucking cancer. You know, like it really. That was like last week. Like, I just keep thinking like I don't want to get too political, but the damage George W. Bush Jr. and his evangelical shitfucks did to this country 20 years ago.
Goddamn hippie.
With stem cells, you know what I'm saying, dude? Like, it's a crime amongst many other crimes that administration caused, you know. But it can't be understated how much damage, you know.
It's not just even the human life toll, because a lot of people have died over it, but like the quality of life that people were robbed of.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. MS probably would have been solved by now.
Oh, dude, I mean, and going back to this, but it's the same thing. It's a cyclical thing, going back to Nixon and his, you know, anti-drug tirades where they came back and they're like, no, it looks like THC might have some really good medical fucking applications. Well, you guys are all fired. Bury this report and make me a new one. Now you see those guys that got multiple Jesus, I can't talk. MS and all types of fucking horrible degenerative fucking diseases, and they don't even have to be THC.
And that Funicello would still be with us if it wasn't for Nixon.
Jesus.
I know, right? Look, it's my birthday. I didn't get to celebrate much because of work, you know? I mean, look, I celebrated drawing Spawn, so I'm not lying to you. That's an honor, you know? 15-year-old Rob would have been more than happy to spend his birthday drawing Spawn. So, but what I mean by celebrate is normally I take the night off and get barbecue and watch Back to the Beach. You know?
Oh yeah?
And so that's my go-to like birthday movie, you know? So you wouldn't expect it, but that's what I do.
I know, you surprise me every time. But...
I know you can't figure me out, bud.
There is no pinning Rob down.
You don't get to make this Spawn book having a normal sense of taste.
You don't get along with me this well with a normal sense of taste either. We grog the same man speak for fucking good reason, my friend.
Oh, I forgot to send it to you, but did you see Like last week, they did a screen of Lost Boys at the San Clarita Beach outside on a theater.
Yeah.
Yeah, how fucking cool was that, right?
Fucking super cool.
I fucking would have been there, dog. If I had known, if I weren't doing this, I would have fucking drove out there for that one, you know?
Dude, I was so jealous when I saw that. I was like, oh, fuck. But I did get really lucky. I got to see I went to this pop art, like museum, and they had a display that was like a shit ton of the original costumes and the 2 Gene Cohen covers for the Destroy All Vampires and
Yeah.
can't remember the other one. So I got to see the original art for that. That was pretty cool.
Oh, that's awesome. But I love Back to the Beach, you know. So when I complete this, I'll go get my barbecue and watch Back to the Beach, and we'll do the ska, the Jamaica ska.
Jamaica ska, baby.
Yeah. Reveal says Spawn kills everyone, drops October 30th. Yeah. Plus or minus a week or two, given on what part of the country you live in, I think. They got a new printer around issue 2, so like I didn't get issue 3 till like last week, even though it'd been out for 2 weeks. So.
Holy crap!
Yeah.
Well, at least you're getting yours. A lot of guys don't get theirs till the dang series is over, if at all anymore.
But I got the 4th issue right now, guys. I got the 4th issue right here. Because they sent me my comps early. So. And I gotta tell you, the printing's great. I think printing-wise, it's the best printing yet. I was a little underwhelmed by some of the printing in 2 and 3. No one's really gonna be able to tell the difference, but I can, you know? But they cleared up any other issues on this one.
So is that just fortuitous, or did you get any say in that, Bernie? I assume just fortuitous kind of switching.
Yeah, because it ain't just me; it's the whole company. You know what I mean? So.
Oh, it's the whole. Okay.
Yeah, I'm certain that got squared away. You know. So.
Yeah, so much stuff is in flux. It's hard for me to keep track of.
Yeah. What's
company wide, and imprint driven, and editor driven.
I don't bother with it. I'm like, I know they see it, you know? Like, so it's like, I'm not going to bring up nothing when I got a book due.
Yeah, that's somebody's job, is to look at that shit and be like, this is subpar.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
that's fine. True.
It's just, these things happen on every series at some point, you know? So it's like, all right, whatever, you know? But the issues look good. They just don't look as good as they could. But issue 4 looks great. And I hope they stick with this moving forward, because if this is what they do, the trade's gonna look fantastic.
Yeah.
You know, like, I'm super excited. If they do a trade, and I imagine they will.
They better do a goddamn trade. Images, Spawn's pretty good about that, though. Most of their stuff usually comes out in collected editions.
Reveal says Vampires Must Die was the other book. Oh, and Lost Boys?
Oh, yeah, that's what it was.
Vampires Everywhere and Vampires Must Die, or something like that, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they got the original art for that scanned not too many years ago, and I think Rob Ishmael is his name. He did full-on facsimiles of them. Fucking amazing. I don't know if you've ever seen them.
No.
Oh shit! You never saw them, Rob?
No.
I got an extra copy I bought. They go for like $200, $250 on the secondhand market now, but If I find my second set, I'll send it to you, dude. They're killer.
Nice.
Yeah, they're scanned all from the original art. They're done all on newsprint. Gorgeous CMYK 4-color mash. Oh, it's awesome. And they did 3D versions too, which were really, really cool.
I used to have a really good process in Photoshop for doing 3D.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, they're all my DeviantArt. If you just type in 3D in the search, you can see some of the covers I've done with 3D. Just put on, it's anaglyph,
Yeah.
But I used to have a really good process for it. I forgot how I did it. Never. It was before I was recording shit.
Oh, I was gonna say, thank God you got videos, and then you're like, well, this is before I was recording shit. It's like, oh, there goes that.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I started recording things. I'm like, I just forget.
That's so annoying when you have one of those like breakthroughs and you're like, yes, I finally understand this. And you go to do it next time and you're like, how did it do that?
I got them to pay me to do 3D versions for the Richie Rich covers I did. So those are up on there. And,
Damn, dude.
Richie Rich, right? And my dad was so proud of that.
That would have been like one of the few books my dad would be like, Richie Rich? Well, that's neat.
Yeah, never in my life did my dad take. He didn't respect me until I could tell, like, we really, Richie Rich. I'm like, yeah, Dad, it's not, all right. He would have gotten a big kick out of the pop, I think, too.
That shit was awesome. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, dude. Dude, I am a monstrous Popeye freak. And when you sent me that shit, I was like, holy crap. I was sitting on my couch and I was like, holy shit. And my daughter was like, what? Because she always wants to see the art I'm looking at. And I was like, well, here you go. I showed her, your line art, everything you sent me, the process pics and stuff. And she was like, the spinach gun is awesome. He has a spinach gun. And I was like, yeah, see, like my 8-year-old kid can look at this and like 30 seconds later pull fucking like little bits of storytelling and stuff. This is a good cover.
I appreciate it.
It made her go and watch some of the Fleischer Popeye cartoons. And I was like,
do any more covers? It wasn't, but
yeah, well, that's their goddamn mistake, in my opinion.
That's how it goes.
Yeah, well, it's a D
cover, not a B cover. D cover.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say it's a it's one of the at least it's open order, but like it sucks because when I asked in my LCS, they were like, what? And they had to go through and look. They were like, oh, okay. They finally found it, and they were like, we can't order that anymore. But my shop was like, man, we would have ordered ordered several copies of that. That's way better than the fucking A cover. I know. Don't hype those things up, man. One of my problems with variant covers is just like, they just feel like they're invented only for secondhand value, and I can't.
Yeah, when you don't have a name, there's just no, I think they think like I'm gonna be able to reach some grand audience, And I'm like, no, I got my diehards. We're all here right now. I'm like, and there's a few new ones. We made some new fans recently, which I super appreciate. But like, I'm gonna be honest, guys. Like, if this were the Instagram of 7 years ago, yeah, I could. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Once they limited my reach, then how I ever reached Todd McFarlane, I'll never know.
God, it's somebody reached down from the heavens and gifted us all.
The damn algorithm somehow worked that day, but for a drawing that has like 100 likes too, it's just weird,
Those are always the ones, man.
Found your stuff through Jerk. Oh, that's awesome. I did not know that. Oh, you picked up the... Oh, thanks, Ravel. Appreciate it.
Ravel's a good guy.
I grabbed one. I should have grabbed two, so I can make sure you're covered, you know? I didn't really think about it. They never sent me comps, so...
God.
Yeah, well, it happens.
That was like the craziest part, I think, of like being at Mike Allred's place was he was like, like Han was trying to get him to draw me like a little head sketch, and that shit was not happening, right? He was like, Mike was like, no. And like Han was like, come on, let's do it. I was like, dude, stop, just chill, man. And like Mike was like, you pick whatever you want out of my comp stack. He's like, I put out a couple of things in the last month. And then he just picked up like it had to have been like a 6-7 inch stack of freaking books. And there wasn't like 10 copies of each. I was like, how much crap do you do, Mike? Damn.
He does a lot.
Not enough, but a lot. Did you read his, well, I assume you probably haven't, the Superman Space Age?
No.
Fucking, dude, I highly recommend checking it out, man.
Okay.
If you dig Mike, I don't know how much you...
I love his Ecstatic X4 stuff, dude.
Check
That's
it
my
out.
go-to jam.
Yeah, check it out then.
I'm a dupe man.
I love his Silver Surfer too. I'm very partial to his Surfer run. He's had some great fucking goes.
Real says, I think that was Massive Comics, if I'm not mistaken. They did the pop-up. Yeah, I'm not familiar with them. Yeah, Massive. They paid well, man. They paid well. They paid early on. I mean, they're great, you know, but like they only have so much reach, you know. And so it's like I think sometimes when if they wanted me to promote heavier, they could have asked, you know. I mean, there's just only so much I can do. I found with my stuff, it's better to show a few things than a bunch. Then people get annoyed when I promote too much, you know. So it's like I did everything I could. I mean, I've streamed the art, and all, you know. I've done reels, you know. But what can I do, you know? When I see me on the D cover, I'm like, oh, that is never gonna sell, you know. So glad I got paid, but you know, I'm proud of the work I did.
I'm still waiting on my copy to show up. I ordered it off of some dude off eBay.
Oh, well, they're like $3 comic, $15 shipping. Like, why don't you just say $20 free shipping? You know? Why?
It would be nice.
That's what I do with all my prices are free shipping in the US. I just block it into the fucking cost. But Rob, your printer's $60. Yeah. And fucking 15 of that goes to shipping and packing, you know? And then another 20 goes to whatever, and I pocket fucking $20. That's how you support me, you know? But at least you don't have to go, oh man, I bought a $60 print and there was $10 ship. That's ridiculous, you know?
That's what kills me.
Yeah.
Order a $20 book and $30 shipping.
No, you gotta put it into the cost, you know? Gotta do that. And massive publishing. They're good though, man. I like working with them. A real easy way to like submit your vouchers and real easy way to upload the art. Nothing but love for working with them.
Yeah, I'm hoping they handle the Zorro Artist Edition well, because they're doing the handling Sean Gordon Murphy's Zorro stuff, I think.
That makes sense. Jones says there's always somehow free shipping from Japan. I don't know why. Every now and then I get stuff from eBay on Japan, usually 3D Blu-rays. But I heard like because Disney, sent all their stuff over to Sony, that's not happening anymore. So it won't ship to the US now. So we're all like, how are we going to get the 3D version of Deadpool Wolverine? I'm like, it's a good question because rips, you can't watch 3D rips. You need the uncompressed. So,
well, if you
3D
need
rips look like shit.
If you need remuxes, just let me know. You know what a remux is, right?
Yeah.
If you need remuxes, hit me up. I archive all of that rare stuff to compulsion. I've watched way too much of the media from my childhood become lost.
Yeah.
Like Syphil and Ollie was when I really, really started getting fucking crazy about it.
I don't blame you.
I mean, like, I went and I got Syphil and Ollie, and I was like, this complete series, and I was like, there's stuff that I remember being in here that isn't in here. And like, some of this is different. Like, there's different music, and like, what the fuck is happening? It looked like shit. Like, geez, it took us 4 years, but we tracked down broadcast versions.
That's why I got that King Turd edition of the Beavis and Butthead,
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because you don't get half the jokes are in the damn music videos,
Yeah, dude.
God.
God.
It doesn't make any sense without him. Like,
God bless King Turd.
Yeah.
He spent, like, I think 7 years on that project, too.
Really?
Oh, dude, he's done 5 versions. He finally had to call it quits. I wish he was still kind of rocking and rolling with it with all of the AI upscaling that you can do now just to fix stuff. Because running some of that stuff through, which somebody else could do, themselves, but just running that through Topaz and setting up a nice, like, way to clean it up a little bit, man. That show really does deserve to be preserved.
Yeah.
I know it seems stupid to a lot of people, but
No, I get it. But at least I'm happy I got him,
oh, hell yeah, dude. Did you get like burnt discs or like burnt discs?
Yeah.
I was just curious which version you had.
It's been a while, so I don't think I have the latest one.
Well, damn, dude, then I'll have to, maybe I'll hook that up for you too. I got the, like, volume, version 7 of the.
I got, like, probably the first one. When it hit, I was like, finally,
Oh, yeah. Dude, yeah, I definitely got to hook you up then. There's been some major upgrades, like first gen. They got a couple of runners for stuff. Like Frog Baseball, which was really rough, if you remember. They got a pro runner of that. That's from a 2-inch negative. It looks just as good as that cartoon's ever going to look.
So you remember the episode they did when they had to learn animation? And they had to make an animated short?
Yes.
And they produced this animation. Roman, I've animated. I don't know how you do this. Like, it really could only come from the mind of a mad person. Like, the piece of animation that Beavis and Butthead produced, I've never seen anything like it before or since.
Yeah, Mike is really into, or was at least really into experimental filmmaking and animation. So, like, he did some really weird stuff. Like, Mike was super heavily involved in every aspect of that show for quite a while until they started cutting him out.
Yeah, that's my favorite bit, is that animated piece, because I'm like, I've never seen anything that looks like that before or since. You know.
Yeah, I was really bummed out that they didn't do more with their collaboration with Rob Zombie for the movie, man. But I was always really, like, just happy that someone finally gave Rob Zombie, like, at least a minute of animation at that quality. Such amazing art. Like, his music is, for me, post White Zombie, but man, his art is insane.
Right.
I don't know if I love his Finks and shit, and like that scene he did for Beavis and Butthead the movie was fucking nuts.
Ravel says, you guys ever remember Friday the 13th, the series? I started rewatching it. I saw an episode last night. There was a cursed comic book. I think it was a Marvel Ditko reference. The company stole the character and made a Spider-Man reference at the end, but in the episode they keep folding the book, which kind of made me cringe. Wouldn't it be great? Because that's like the mid to late 80s, that series, right? 87, 88, and 86 maybe. That was when, remember when they did the Friday the 13th on Fox, and they did Nightmare on Elm Street? They had nothing to do with, they were like pawn shop anthology shows or something, like Tales from the Crypt kind of things.
Freddy introduced Freddy's Tales, but yeah, the Friday the 13th had nothing to do.
Yeah, I didn't like either one of these fucking things. But it wouldn't surprise me that, they're like, we got this little comic, just fucking up, who cares? Like, this is before Batman. Batman is what kind of brought that collector thing back, So,
That wouldn't surprise me at all.
Jonesy says, I support Rob's argument about 1080p, but some of the latest movies look great in 4K, but the older movies, especially CJ, suffer, and the colors look washed out. I don't want 8K. Yeah, I just think 4K is overrated. It's great for production on some level, but I actually don't think it's great for production at all long term. I'm fine with 1080p forever. Other than VR and the Sphere in Vegas, I'm against it. It's just, I have a 1080p plasma. Everything looks great on it to this day. Everything looks great on it. And
your eyes can't see the proper details in 4K. Your eyes can't see that much.
Yeah, so like it just makes things sharper, but it doesn't make things look better or more filmic. If you look at like all the anamorphic lenses and all the really fucked up lenses they use on the Batman, how much shit's being distorted and it's out of focus, and it's like it looks better. Looks better. Looks better with the noise, folks. And the softer image. So
the big,
like
4K, just you can't. It works okay sometimes for film when the transfers are handled properly, but 4K digital looks like shit.
And it's ruined video games in terms of production and development and budgets.
Oh, I believe that.
And games could look better at 1080p. They'd be 60 frames per second. They'd have ray tracing, but you guys, they just keep begging for fucking 4K and I'm an 8K and everything else. I'm just like, guys, this is a fool's errand. It's gonna make everything look cheap and dumb. And at some point, you're just gonna be like, things look better in the past. Why? Because they didn't use those stupid resolutions. It's done. It's dumb. It's over with, in my opinion. I stand by it. And I have a friend who's a cinematographer, professional. He hates this argument all the time. No, Rob, you don't understand. I'm like, no, I do understand. You don't understand. You know, visual effects would get a lot more would get done affordably if they didn't have to render things at 4 and 8K resolution, man. You know,
I collect 35 millimeter prints, dude, and I got the 4K of A Nightmare Before Christmas. I put that on. I made it like 45 seconds in, and I was like, "Oh God, this is the 4K transfer. This is awful." I turned it off. Put on my 35. And my wife, who literally cannot sit through a movie, she fucking just does not care about film. Period. End of sentence. There's no other way to sum that up. She looked at it and she was like, "Why did that other version look so bad? This looks real."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Yep."
And look, I'm not a fan of VHS tape. You're not going to get me to buy another one. I don't give a fuck if Alan Romulus is on it or not. But Tarantino makes a good point on his VHS collections. A lot of those VHS movies, those transfers are literally the ones that play in the theater. They just set a camera up and record the projection. So the VHS versions have the ones you actually remember. You know?
Color timing.
Right.
The audio tracks are fucked on it, though.
Yeah, it's true. But, you know, you pick and choose your battles. So...
But for the most part, they're great to use for color timing. I don't know why they're not used that way more often for color correction.
You want to give me a great image, just whatever you're doing with the film, just print a version of it on film. They print the film, and then just record that stuff, and then send that out to everybody. You know, stop with these direct out of the computer transfers to streaming and VOD and Blu-ray, and you know.
Well, it's gotten to the point where like there's like authoring and coding problems that are getting to be really, really common with Blu-rays and shit, where the web downloads are way better looking. Because no one cares about the transfers or the physical objects outside of like collectability having them, you know. Really sad.
Well, it's ridiculous too, because like, you know, the blacks get destroyed on web compression. You know, like Stranger Things, Game of Thrones, you see those on physical media, and it's a night and day difference, you know. But I don't need 4K. You know, nobody does.
You can't see it.
They think look, these are the same people that swear they can see the difference between 120 frames and 60. You can't.
Yeah.
You can't. You guys are nuts. You know, you're just nuts. In the same way that, like, you know how if I mention ants, you start to feel ants all over you? You know? What about ants? Remember when ants crawl on you and you start to feel like there's no ants on you? Gamers just make shit up.
Yeah, those are the same people that tell you they can hear fucking compression on vinyl and all types of shit.
Right.
You're like, yeah, okay.
Look, now, well, I'll tell you, I have an opinion on audio that I get no one agrees with me, and I'm fine with that because I don't ultimately care. I'm not saying I'm right, but for me, audio is the thing I'm the least interested in when it comes to being great. If it's at a movie theater, perfect. Let them spend $1 million. But at home, I got a sound bar. I'm good with it. I don't care. You know, I just don't. I grew up with listening to all my audio come through a shitty RCA TV. I'm fine with that. Audio is where I go. I don't need a giant. I once built a big sound system with all the monster cable, the whole fucking bit. Colossal waste of money and time. You know, my wife will never let me forget. She caught me out in the living room just pointing at the sky doing the Colonel, Lieutenant Dan, you know, I mean, you know, all that stuff. And I went full Ren crazy trying to get this thing. And you just can't. You can't. You know how many famous people with money regret building movie theater rooms because of the cost, you know, with the sound and the walls, and it's just stupid. So sound is the one I'm like, I could give two shits less, you know? I'm gonna listen through it through a soundbar or on literally, if I have to, on Xbox headphones. I'm good, you know?
I'm an
What I
expert
want-
musician, so.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm in the minority on that one, but I could care less. I'm
I-
fine with MPEG 3s. I don't give a shit. You know? Like,
Oh,
yeah, I don't care.
MP3s, no.
Yeah, I don't care. What
Digital
I don't ever
music,
wanna-
okay.
What I don't want to deal with ever again is having a tape get chewed up or a CD become unreadable. You know? Just because. Like, you remember those big CD cases we used to all have in our cars and shit?
Oh, sweet Jesus. Yeah, the one. I never
They
used
just destroyed
those.
CDs,
but
right?
yeah.
They just scratched every CD up known to man, right? Like you
That's
put them
what
in there.
yes.
Yeah.
That's why I either burnt copies or
Reveal says they have a friend who could pick out digital or analog recording. I've personally seen it many times, but I think the 8K and everything else is just insane. Yeah, 8K is insane. It's insane. And 4K is insane too. I dare you to go look at the Ghostbusters 4K Blu-ray and tell me that's the movie you remember. You know? Fuck that.
and I truly did. I truly like blind test yourself. Get on somewhere that has screenshots, random screenshots, not two things where you can look at them and compare them. Random screenshots, and you tell me which one is the 8K, which one's the 4K, which one's the 1080, and which one's the SD. And then I can guarantee you that the ones that you find most visually pleasing are always in the 1080 to 720 region. Always. They look better. Everything else looks unrealistic. The world doesn't look like that.
No, it doesn't. It just doesn't. And I think it's madness.
It's not just madness, it's ruining old movies. We're living in an
100%.
era where films are essentially being colorized by being put into 60 frames a fucking second, scanned at 4K, and then having all of these non-existent frames digitally replicated to make stuff look more fluid, and then DNR'd all this shit to where people look like Ken and Barbie dolls.
Frame count's a whole nother problem, you know? And I have a real simple solution. All film should be at 24 frames per second. Done. Video games, I'm 60 frames tops. I prefer 60 FPS on games, but other than that, dude, I mean, look, the Game Boy ran at 60 hertz, so, you know, it's better for gaming. That being said, sacrificing frame rate so people can get a better resolution is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. You know, like, who cares? You're not going to be able to notice what all the detail in that one little window you're flying by as Spider-Man while you're in the middle. It's stupid.
And you're especially not going to notice it if the gameplay isn't fucking smooth and you're being distracted by that.
Right. Yeah, right. Gameplay is king. But there's no difference between 60 and 120. Zero. We're fucking nuts, dude. And there's a guy we're friends with, Azatru. Good guy. He's got a big, you know, YouTube following, gamer dude. Goes to all the Ubisoft and gaming shit, whatever. He's like, no, he's British. He's a little kid. He goes, no, you don't understand. You can tell that it's a different 120. I can tell. I'm like, Azatru, you can't fucking tell. You can't tell the difference between Bionicle and Michael Bay Transformers. So don't tell me, you know, like, like you can tell a difference. You don't know what you're talking about. You know, it's gamer mentality. Gamers want this.
In their head, they can. And I used to run up against that a lot with cinema files and audio files too.
In people's heads, and they think they understand perspective in art or screenwriting because they read Save the Fucking Cat. But so what? You know, like that. Like, this is not practical. It's not real. You know.
It's yeah. Like, I get where you're coming from in your head, but logistically, if you look at this, nothing you're saying is making sense.
It's like when people tell me you have to have a script in order to have a good movie, and I'm like, really? Really? Go show me the scripts for Princess Mononoke. I'll wait. I'll wait. Oh shit, there never were any scripts. Right. Just made it up as he went. Yes.
Look at the script from Iron Man.
Right. Go read the script of Beverly Hills Cop and go watch the movie.
Oh,
Two different
Jesus.
Things.
Yeah, you
Two
want
different things, right?
Holy shit, dude. Read the script and fucking for American History X and go watch that movie.
Oh, yeah, that's another one.
Holy Christ.
So, like, people that just say things like that, they feel they're saying the right thing, but it's just not applicable, you know? All right, thanks, Prevail. Thanks for hanging in. But frame rate, 60 frames, it's just, again, I would not want to play a Game Boy game at 30 frames per second. And you could feel the difference. As much as I love the Nintendo 64, when you went from Super Nintendo, you know, level 60 hertz, you know, speed, mostly some of those games dip because, you know, bad, whatever, you know, chugging. A lot of those games ran really fast. But you went from a consistent 30 to 60 frames per second. Or even on the Super Nintendo, remember when they went to 3D FX and you're doing 3D at like 5 frames per second?
Yeah.
Like with Stunt Race FX and shit. And you're like, this is unplayable. You know? It's unplayable.
Yeah,
So,
frame rate is
yeah. But 60 frames per second, 1080p, that's all I give a shit about. Now, my plasma, it's from 2012. It's brilliant. It doesn't have HDR. I wish it had HDR, you know? But who knows how long it's gonna last anyway. Still working great. You know?
Yeah,
14,
I just got my
12
first
years now.
HDR television, so.
Yeah, well, I bought an HDR TV for my game room back in 20. It was a Sony 940 Bravia or whatever. Indiscernible from OLED. I put them right next to one another. Indiscernible. You know, I don't want to carry. Everyone, no, you don't understand. No, indiscernible. Brilliant, but 4K, fucking. That's when I started looking at 4K images. I'm like, so fucking unnecessary. You know. So unnecessary.
It ruins a lot of stuff.
A lot of stuff. Well, the only things I've ever seen that impressed me was Full Metal Jacket and Beetlejuice. You know, that's it. So, and those things look great enough at the regular. It does, you know. So nice tech demo, buds. You know, but we changed the whole industry for this. It just seems weird to me. It seems so weird. And the cost of everything, driving the cost of their own productions up astronomically for this is what I'll never understand, you know?
That's, yes. It makes no sense.
I blame cell phones. Cell phones just kept adding more resolution, so they're like, my picture looks better than the one in the movie theater. No, it doesn't. But you know how people, they get those shiny glossy things and they think they're, that's the problem. Cell phone cameras.
Hey man, I can shoot a movie with my iPhone now. It says so on the commercials. Pro quality.
Yeah, you're gonna really appreciate watching that brand new $200 million Star Wars movie shot on an iPhone. Sure. You want to know something? The Batman was shot using Scotch tape and broken lenses. Looks brilliant. You know? Dude, some of those shots, like when you watch the Penguin coming out of the hangar when the Batmobile, there's the refracting going in some of those lenses is fucking gnarly, dude. You know?
Yeah, some of the action sequences were really, really cool because you could tell they were fucking up cameras when they were doing them.
Yeah.
I was like, oh shit. That was about 15 seconds before that camera melted.
They did all that shit under COVID too, dude.
I don't know how the fuck they pulled that movie up.
It honestly, given all the challenges, it's crazy to me. I think it's probably the hardest shoot since Titanic, you know, given the COVID situation.
Oh man, I can't imagine trying to do anything under COVID. And like Batman was massive scale. Like I know Wolverine and Deadpool had a bunch of problems with that shit because it happened mid-production for them.
I mean, at least Cameron knew what he was signing himself up for with Titanic.
Well, Cameron didn't know what he was signing himself up for. He was digging his own hole.
Yeah, no, he knew it was going to be incredibly difficult to build a whole ship and lift it up in the air.
I mean, but that was his choice. It was his
correct.
What I mean is, like, you know, he was digging his own hole. It
wasn't like COVID would have just sprung on him. Oh, now you're doing it this way now.
Yeah, it wasn't like they hired him and he just like instantly was like, oh, well, now that I'm working on the Titanic, I have to build a submarine and a boat. He knew all that going. You know what I mean?
I always tell people, like, I made friends with people on the set, you know, so I got Polaroids, not Polaroids, but photographs, you know, and of all the extras and stuff behind, and everything was printed in reverse, you know, all the text on everything on the docks.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Because the wind was coming out the stack the opposite direction it was back in 1912. And so Cameron, they didn't have the kind of compositing we have now, right? Where you can just fix this. So he's like, all right, just print all the words back and we'll shoot this backwards. Yes, like that. That's a Rob level move. That's a uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
As much as I like to dislike that guy,
you gotta appreciate that, right?
Dude, there's a lot of stuff that he does where I'm like, damned if that isn't brilliant. He's an insane son of a bitch, and I don't like all of his stuff, but god damned if that isn't brilliant. Every once in a while I see shit and I'm like, ah, yes, you are the man who directed Terminator, aren't you?
Still is, man. I mean, dude, he figured out a way to do 3D motion capture underwater. Dude, the system they built on Avatar 2, they had to build 3D, they had to build this pipeline, right? This is crazy. They had to build a pipeline so they can capture 3D underwater with all the refracting and lighting and caustics that occur. And then when they step out of water, it automatically switches to the other 3D system for capturing outside of water instantaneously, like that alone. And then they open sourced all of the water tech they came up with that movie, unlike other films, so that other film crews could use it.
Yeah, I was watching, do you ever watch Corridor Crew on YouTube?
Sometimes.
Yeah, they had the guys who did Avatar 2 and 3 on there a couple of times, and getting to listen to them talk about this special. I hate Avatar unabashedly. I just think they're all of different fucking films.
I'm sorry,
but their the visual effects are also extraordinarily underwhelming for me in a lot of respects. And the one thing that I really loved was their like textures and like the organics and that kind of stuff. It was pretty crazy looking at the way that because they built how we handle water now.
Yeah.
You know, they built that system.
Yeah.
It's damn impressive.
It's impressive. It's super impressive.
Yeah. Like I don't even have to like the movie to fucking.
To the point where, like, I always tell people, like, you know, that movie comes out and then Wakanda Forever comes out. You just see the difference in water. It's like, ooh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I hadn't even seen Wakanda Forever until like 2 weeks ago.
You see the underwater, and then you go look at Avatar. Get back to me. You know?
Yeah, I will never watch either one of those movies ever again without something put against the back of my head. But I will tell you, I would watch Avatar all day, every day over that. I
love
like
it when that whale saves the day, man. He doesn't just free will; he fucks that dude up. I love it.
Every time Wakanda Forever, just like I was like, it can't get any worse than that. Oh look, it's shittier
I don't
than
understand
before.
the production design on that film.
It's
Like the suits look like
cosplay.
They look like parody versions of Hellboy 2. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand how you conjure up those masks and everything looks so plasticky and cheap, you know?
That's exact. Yeah, it looks like fucking cosplay.
Because the first film had really strong production design, like
amazing.
Remember when they went to that what's that, the ape leader? When they go to his lair and he's got like that bone throne, you know? Yeah, and like, and the way they shot that, and you know, they set the stage, very Game of Thronesy, you know, like it was fantastic, and none of that in Wakanda Forever, like nothing. It almost looks like a TV show, you know?
Dude, not almost. Like Ironheart looks straight up worse than a lot of the fucking TV show superhero shit. Terrible. I mean, whoever did those special effects, I'm sure was like did them in like 3 days.
Penguin looks great. It's not at the same level as Batman, but how can you? You know,
Penguin is one of the best shot shows I've ever seen, and I don't think I'll be able to get into that show.
It's fantastic. And when they do the Gotham at Night stuff, they do their best to mimic, you know, very well. They do a very good job of it. They have
the opening, that opening shot where they blended the new shot with the shot from the movie.
Right. But
dude,
in the third episode, they show the seawall, you know, breaking from the movie. You know,
I haven't seen the third. Just a second.
Yeah, that shot alone, bro. Look at it and tell me it's movie level. Like, it's fantastic. I'm like, it's fantastic. I'm like, that is extremely impressive, you know? So, look, I'm just a huge fan of like people who push for excellence, you know? You can always get into whether it's people's cup of tea or not, but when I see that, I'm like, that's why I pay money for stuff, you know? You know, that's what I'm always like. I'm not saying I operate at that level, but that's the kind of mentality I bring to everything. That's why they go, you know, Rob, you know, you just take it. No. You got a responsibility to perform a little bit of that magic trick for people. I feel, you know?
Yeah, dude. I mean, like I said, story-wise, probably won't be able to get into it, but that show is amazingly well shot. It should serve as a template to show people what you're capable of doing on television, in my opinion.
And it does a thing I've always wanted to see, where they continue the story from the movie, you know, in TV on some level, and it actually be at the same level. Like I really thought when that Ghostbusters, you know, Afterlife had come out, that they should have just done a series after that, and then whenever they get to New York, then you do the movie. Because you need time with these characters that a movie's not. There's not enough time when you have an ensemble cast, you know?
There's not.
Anymore. There's just not.
And I really actually like the new Ghostbusters movies. I won't front.
I like the cast, but it needs this in-between bit. And so
it needs something. Yeah, absolutely.
So my pitch was like, the series would have been them going across the Midwest to New York, the trip, and then you could go through different like ghost spots throughout the, you know, you stop through Chicago, the Midwest, you know, the remember what was that like the World's Fair, what was that guy that had the hotel where he was
H.H. Holmes,
shit like that, you know what I mean? Like yeah,
hire Straczynski to do it, gold.
Yeah.
No, I feel you, man. I just like I waited until like 2 months ago to watch any of those new Ghostbusters movies because I was so angry about Harold Ramis being not being here, and like Bill Murray being such a curmudgeon and stopping all of that shit from happening while Harold was alive. I wouldn't watch it. No, I like finally broke down and watched it. I was like, God damn it, if this isn't way better than I fucking thought it was gonna be.
Oh, I really like the first one. The second one less, but it's not bad. It's not.
It's not bad, but it's
it
not
needs
a very good It's not even a great spiritual successor to the first film.
Reitman has a type of filmmaking that reminds me of George Lucas when he did American Graffiti. There's something very American Graffiti about that Ghostbusters film. Except for the last act when it all turns into a Sony movie.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I can see all the character-driven stuff. Yeah,
the Walmart bit and the final bit, fuck that. That's a studio thing. I don't give a shit what anyone says. The rest of the film is different, you know? Like when they're all at that diner and they're going through the town chasing after that's a different filmmaker than whatever the fuck that Walmart shit was, you know? And it's like, I just go down that path, do more American Graffiti and less, you know, I'm trying to make like a kid-friendly version of blah, 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 blah. Don't. I don't understand these studios, man. They're like, they all want Stranger Things money, but they don't want to do the thing Stranger Things did, which was put the kids in real danger. You know what I mean? Kill kids. Like you gotta have ghosts that can murder people. Stop with this ghost just walk through people shit, you know, and slime you. Like, mix it in, you know?
That was one of the things I actually liked about the newest Ghostbusters movie is, you know, they did have Phoebe in, like, actual...
Right. That was cool. I thought that was the most Dan Aykroyd thing I've seen yet.
Yeah, like...
Yeah. Like, that feels like an old school Dan Aykroyd thought, you know?
My only thing, like, I think the thing that like actually bothered me when I watched the new movie was like how they kind of are like leaning away from her. And they never say it in the first movie, but I think it's pretty apparent she's supposed to be autistic, and like they're really leaning out of that and trying to like humanize her too much. And I was like, dude, she is such an interesting character. And I was really prepared to dislike that series.
No, they need Straczynski or Charlie Kaufman, you know, to write some of this. I'm not saying direct it. But I don't know, man. I don't know why Reitman would hand it off to anyone else. You know? This is a dumb idea. Like, don't turn Ghostbusters into a Marvel movie, you know?
He's older, and like the money's got to be amazing.
Well, he's doing Saturday Night, dude, which I love, but it's like, you know what I mean? Like, come on, man, you know?
No, I mean, I get you. It's just, that's got to be hard to say no to. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I can. You know, it's like, you got a chance to make something really unique and they're pissing it away, you know? Because she's great, and I love that idea of going to like different spots, you know? But then don't just turn into another Ghostbusters movie where it's, oh no, it's like that sequel wants to be one of three things. Like, one, it's either needs to be like the Ghostbusters have set up a school, so it's like Harry Potter with Ghostbusters, which I don't want, but that's, you know, that's a take, because then you have a reason to have all these kids around all the time. Or two, the other one is like, it's like, you're gonna, this is such a bad idea, but it's actually a good idea. It's a new version of Police Academy where there's so many ghosts in New York City, they gotta like take active, you know, recruits to sign up to fight ghosts.
No, that's like almost where they're leaning into in part two.
But you need like an R-rated bit to that. You can't do Police Academy the cartoon, man.
No. I agree with you. And you also need to continue to expand and humanize your character. I think that having Phoebe being autistic and like that being the major motivational factor and her like not being able to necessarily form like the most healthy and lasting relationships, and that's why, you know, Paul Rudd's relationship with her is so important. and like there is so much there that you can build on, and like
Yeah,
that's
I
just
I like Camille Nanjiani or whatever. I don't need that shit in that movie. You know what I mean?
I fucking love him. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
me and my wife, we like about 4 of the same things. And Camille Nanjiani, we fucking constantly are quoting Portlandia to each other. Okay, so like, I love him. He had no business in that.
No. He reminds me of my buddy Hot Feast. I used to work with at Kinko's back in the early, about 20 years ago, you know? And he's in the new season of Strange Only Murders in the Building. Very good. He's got a great gimmick. He's you ever gonna watch that? You're not gonna watch the show, right? Because it's Steve Martin.
Do not worry about ruining that show for me.
So he plays a tenant in the building who's always living Christmas. Like his whole apartment's decked in Christmas 24/7, 365 days a year. So they think he's weird. And then when they talk to him, they find out that he's a fitness influencer on Instagram, and he did this like Christmas bit once, and it's the only thing that got him like likes, and so he's like forced into this world now where he has to do Christmas all the time. He's always wearing Christmas shirts and shit, and like I was like, I feel this. I get it, you know.
Yeah, I wish I could watch it. I really wish I could watch it. Cannot Martin. Been so many years since I saw Martin short in anything that I gave a fuck about.
He's great in this show. Totally different. A more dramatic side on some. I mean, he does the comedy, but it's the best role I've seen him do in a long time.
It's really breathing a lot of life into his career. I know people are talking about him like they haven't talked about.
He's killing it. I mean, and he's got a love interest with Meryl Streep. Could you believe Martin Short and Meryl Streep, and it works?
Actually, yes.
Yeah.
Strangely enough.
It's kind of like, remember Defending Your Life when she ended up with Albert Brooks, right? It's kind of like that, yeah. But it worked. Very good. And it has the best sleuthing theme song. Well, it has a really great theme song, that show. Really great. Just listen to the soundtrack if you ever get a chance.
That I can do.
Yeah, you're going to like it.
I love soundtracks, so.
Yeah, it's an excellent soundtrack. The composer, they're really good.
Well, I was going to talk about, I don't even remember what the fuck I was going to say. I had something to talk about, now it's gone.
I'm just trying to, I'm on like I got an easy panel, but it's like a third of the page big.
Oh, geez.
So, you know, when you scale simple stuff up, right? Like line weights have to change, you know?
Yeah.
And so
Pretty
it's like
dramatic.
yeah, and so it's just, look, if you saw how I work, you'd be like, that's probably pretty efficiently fast, but at the same time, it still eats up time, you know? So it's like, I gotta draw things twice. So I gotta block it in once, and then I have to do a cleanup version so all the line rates are right.
God, at least I'm not the only one who does that.
No, man, I mean, it was one of the artists on Batman, the animated, the Adventures books on DC, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was it Parabag? I think it was Parabag. But they were talking about how like he's like, yeah, man, you know. I was reading this back in the 90s. He was like, you know, I got this phase where I draw everything, but then I gotta do a whole cleanup pass, and this is why I'm not working on anything else because I'm not very good, you know, like, but it just looks like shit if I don't. So, you know, it is the way it is. And I still say those adventure books were the best Batman books being put out.
Without question.
No offense to Kelly Jones, you know.
Well, I would say ongoing. I mean, like Kelly Jones, like had basically his hands tied behind his back, dealing with that fucking Nightfall bullshit.
I have a question. I mean, it seemed he was like, how I remember the interview. I haven't listened to it in a little bit, so
yeah.
You know, if I get it wrong, correct me. But he seemed, was he when they announced they were doing his version of the Freeze suit and Batman and Robin, was he cool with that? Like, did he like the way that came out, or like?
That is hard.
I know he seemed like they were like against Freeze, but then they used my thing in the movie, and he was proud of that. But I'm like,
on one
you know
hand, yeah. On
right.
one hand, I think that it's one of the few flexes that Kelly Jones has got. If that makes sense. It shouldn't be that way, but it is.
But that suit did not work in that movie.
It did not.
Because
but,
he uses shadows, and there's no shadows in that fucking film.
I was going to say, that's the thing, is if you look at his conceptual art, it's totally the same design, but not designed the same way. It is not meant to be seen in neon light.
The Schumacher version looks like a Running Man reject guy, right? Like
that is exactly it. Yes. It looks like a fucking TV superhero that you would see from the 70s. Like, quite literally. Like, it's bad. And I think Kelly Jones is a little bit understandably, I don't want to say upset, because that's definitely not the right word, but like not pleased that he was not given credit. They fucked the suit up. They turned Mr. Freeze into a joke.
Right.
And basically the movie bombed as shit. However, I think that long term he brings it up and he's pretty proud of it, because it brought him back into prominence in the comic books in a way that hadn't been seen in a long time either. So I think that more of the positivity that you hear in his voice when he's talking about when they use Mr. Freeze is the fact that, like, it was cool that a major movie production wanted to use my design. But also, I got to draw Mr. Freeze, and then later on, it was cool for people to use Mr. Freeze, which it was not before I did that.
Which is weird, because they already won the Emmy for Hard Ice, right? Like,
dude, Hard Ice is like.
But they don't take cartoons serious. You know what I'm saying, dude? It's just so fucking dumb, dude.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
dumb, dude.
Prior to Batman animated series, Mr. Freeze was like a fucking joke. Like, people do not remember that. I don't even know if they want to admit that, but
no, Mr. Freeze was a joke before the animated series. Like,
yeah,
he looked like Uncle Fester. We used to call him Uncle Fester and shit on the 66 show.
Oh, Jesus, you know?
Yeah. Unless people think I'm making shit up, you know?
Oh, God, go look at that shit. Good God. Yeah. Talk about comical designs.
I didn't like Return of the Jedi when it came out. And I was 5, so I was the demo. When they go, it was for kids. Well, I was a kid, and I fucking hated that movie. And when they finally revealed Vader's face, which I was looking forward to, I'm like, oh, it's Fester. You know, I thought Vader, even as a kid, I knew he was James Earl Jones, you know? So I thought he was going to be black, that Luke and Leia had a black father. Oh, how fucking annoyed I was when I found out that wasn't the case, because my dad was a man of color, you know? And I was like, are you kidding
Really?
me? Yeah. Well,
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
fucking
crazy.
crazy.
Not a white name. So.
Well, no, I know, but it's just, I don't know if I've known anybody else who made that assumption knowing about James Earl Jones. That's cool.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
And so, like, I'm like, who cares if they're both white? Yeah, well, sometimes it's possible, folks, you know? Like, it's a fantasy world, you know? Who cares? I mean, there's a bunch of things I didn't like about that movie. But first off, I want to complain about Star Wars for a bit. I'm going to say something that I might have said it here, but maybe a lot of you people haven't heard it. Chewbacca does the Tarzan yell. And there ain't nothing more lame in 1983 than fucking Tarzan. All right? Tarzan. Fucking Tarzan yell. You know? You want to talk about inappropriate humor for a fucking movie? You know? Tarzan yell? All right. The other big thing that pissed me off when I was that age, this is the first time I ever made a story comment, right? As I was like, Princess Leia is the one running the rebellion. She's the one who hands out the medals at the end of Star Wars. She's the one telling troops what to do on the Hoth base, right? She's there to the very end, right? Like Han Solo has to rip her out of the room. She's the last survivor of Alderaan, as far as we know. She's a princess, she's royalty, okay, right? Then why the fucking Return of the Jedi is she not running the rebellion? Why are other people running it? And she's playing like, she should have been leading the fleet on the Death Star while Han Solo is on the moon and Luke goes off and tries to save, you know, he goes within, right? You know? You should have all been split up that way. But then you got this, you know, you got Akbar and you got Mon Ma, all these other stupid fucking characters. I mean, that don't mean anything to me. And it's just like, I told you, she got, you know, she got the short shrift. And I didn't find out till later it was because of Lucas's divorce, you know? He kind of took that role out on Carrie,
yeah.
You know? And that's why. I understand, I know why. But it's bullshit. You know?
Yep.
It's bullshit.
Well, and it doesn't make any sense in the context of the film, as you mentioned, either.
No, and then they all get in because in the third act you separate your heroes, you know. I get it. And so you want, will they survive? Will they ever get to see each other again? At the end they get reunited. But she doesn't ever really leave. It just, you know what I mean? It's bullshit.
Well, yeah, she's fucking baggage.
Yeah.
She is baggage.
Yeah.
Like, she goes from a bitch that watches her fucking entire planet die and literally refuses to crack and say a word to Han Solo's hanger-on. Dude, talk about a shit arc for a character. Okay. Just go make out with your brother some more. Whatever.
Well, don't get me started on that. Brother-sister ship was bullshit. They were never siblings. And I know now this, you know, that's true. I understand. But at the time I was like, I'm 5, right? So I'm like, there's no way. It doesn't make any sense. You know? This feels like it was all just made up. I didn't have ways to describe it, but I remember saying it just felt like it was just made up. It doesn't make any sense. You know? But yeah, Vader looking like Fester. Dumb.
A lot of shit about
that. That face does not carry that voice. You know? No fucking way. No fucking way.
And like, way to fuck David Prowse again.
Well, to be fair though, dude, David Prowse, he didn't do any of the cool shit. Bob Anderson did all the cool shit. I mean, David Prowse, Bob Anderson did a lot of the Vader shit. We all like, all the fights are all Vader. So Prowse is a little bit overselling his I'm Vader. No, Bob Anderson was
No,
as
no, no,
much,
no,
if
no, no,
not.
not. I.
Bob Anderson did a lot of that Vader
Yes,
stuff.
he
bro.
did, but he wasn't the one that was It's the promises that were made.
Fair enough on that one.
And the way that they handled Krause, like they didn't even tell him they were dubbing his lines over in the studio next to him. Like that's bullshit. But that's
well, to be fair though, you never know what you're gonna with a guy like that. Maybe if you tell him, he'll give you you won't. You know what I mean?
No,
he'll give you a shit performance.
Absolutely.
You know, hard to say.
Absolutely.
Hard to say how you handled that one.
So,
you know?
so maybe you either don't cast him or you address that situation before it comes an issue.
I know, but you know how it was in the 70s, you know?
I know, I'm just saying, like, it never has sat right with me. And there's also that weird interview that's, like, predates any of this, drafts and scripts and stuff for Star Wars where he makes the offhanded remark about, like, well, about the only way we could do a sequel is if I turned out to be Luke's father. Like, really? I don't know. It seems like he got short shrifted quite a bit. I'll put it that way.
Right, but really Vader's, that voice is, you know, James Earl Jones is, without James Earl Jones, you don't, trust me.
You do not get Darth Vader.
No. So it was like, they should have just put James Earl Jones under the match.
Goddamn Skippy.
You know?
Why didn't you? Oh yeah, because there are no black people or women in space. I forgot.
Right.
I'm still slightly unsure as to why that is, but you made that quite clear in the first three films.
One second, man. My earpiece fell out. It didn't fill out. It's just that I got it on a really long cord, and sometimes my damn chair snags onto it.
Oh, I hate that rolling over your fucking headset.
I tried having a shorter cord, but then it tucks. So then I get the longer cord and it gets stuck under my chair. And I refuse to use wireless. So, you know. What are you gonna do? How could a black man have two white kids? How can anyone have superpowers? In space? Like, were we doing this, you know?
What do you mean, how could they were twins? Has anyone that did... for anyone asking that question, you do know that that's like actually possible, right?
Right.
Like,
at my point, though, I'm just like, you're never gonna find a face that it's James Earl Jones. You know what I mean? Like, just make him Vader.
That's the dumbest fucking argument ever. That's biologically possible and happens.
Especially when they're, you know, force babies and shit.
But
look, man, this goes on and on, you know, like Luke is coming up with the idea that Jedi can't have marriages and kids and shit is the dumbest fucking thing ever too, you know? That actually ruined Star Wars. I tell these Star Wars fans on this damn, we're not doing it now because the Acolyte killed my host's enthusiasm for Star Wars. It was his Attack of the Clones, you know, moment. Like his, oh shit, you know, we're fucked, you know? And I kept telling people, I'm like, guys, you the first thing I would do is undo that. Like, just from now on, anything moving forward, and I would just say that was a rule that was enacted around the time Yoda showed up, and maybe something really bad happened, and they thought that was the answer, and that gave them, you know, the Emperor and shit, you know. So bad idea, because you got to have human drama. Right? Go watch Shogun. You gotta have samurai had wives and you know what I mean, and kids, and you gotta have real, you know, drama. It's so fucking weird watching a bunch of 30-year-old dudes and aliens and chicks hanging out with little kids. You know what I mean? That ain't theirs. What are we doing? You know? This is stupid. It's the stupidest fucking thing ever.
Someone explain to me how this is normal.
Yeah.
That's why I always loved the Chappelle sketch about the Jedi Council getting.
All right.
That's for you, we will. But yeah, that and midichlorian were both just.
That's the least. Look, that's a problem. That's a problem. But the big that's a nothing. You could just never mention that shit again, and be done with it. But them not being able to, okay, you can't have attachments. Like, that isn't a samurai. The Jedi aren't monks. They're fucking samurai, dude. Like, are we kidding ourselves here? Like, what are we doing? You know, they should have just gone. Lucas, a long time ago, should have gone and bought with his fucking untold billions of fucking dollars. Should have gone and bought the rights to every fucking fictitious historical book he could get a hold of. Right? Shogun, all these ones that have fiction narratives based around historical wars and events, you know? And just translated those to Star Wars stories. Because Star Wars
probably would have worked infinitely better.
Infinitely better. Instead of trying to, like, oh, just make it all up. I made the first one up. You got lucky. You can get lucky, but you can't replicate luck. You know? You gotta, at some point, you're gonna have to be like, well, now we gotta, since we have to churn more of these out, you know, we gotta actually, you know, set ourselves up. And just, there's plenty of fucking, you know, great fictitious historical fucking books that are brilliant, you know? I mean, he should have gotten Shogun back a long time ago, you know? Like, that should have just been a Star Wars. That should have been this goddamn prequel.
I mean, Lucas should have known better. He should have known better. The only reason they saved Star Wars was in editing. They took the second goddamn Star Wars movie away from him.
Oh, right. Well, you know who doesn't get enough credit for that is Paul Hirsch. You ever read his book?
Goddamn Skippy, I did. And I don't give a fuck about Star Wars. But man, anybody that doesn't talk about Walter Murch or him doesn't know fuck all about editing. Motherfucker.
Marsha gets all the credit, and I'm like, no, she did the sequence, but Paul Hirsch was the solo editor on that for 6 fucking months, the last of it, you know? Like,
the really gnarly part where they were fighting their head off with Lucas, and he was all fucking storming off, and yeah. Oh, that's just an ugly mess.
I like Hirsch's story when he went to they went to that dinner with Coppola, and Coppola was like trying to, like, basically was courting him to do editing on Apocalypse Now.
Yeah,
he's like, I got 7 editors, and he's like, oh, this is a fucking nightmare, you know? Like, I got one guy just working on helicopters for a whole year, and he's like, why, dear God? Like,
I still remember that picture of Walter Murch in that room, just with the Apocalypse Now footage around him. That film is just. Have you ever seen that picture of him in the room?
Yeah.
I can't, like that. I would lose my fucking mind.
I think everyone did lose their fucking mind on that movie because Coppola hasn't been the same since, you know?
Actually, that's very fair. Probably a very fair assessment of what happened.
You're talking to a guy that likes The Outsiders, but I get why most don't, you know?
I love The Outsiders. We're golden for them, all right?
That's the Brat Pack movie people forget. Jonesy says I just wasn't. No. The movie's dog shit, dog. I love you, Jonesy, but the movie's dog shit. That woman's like, you just killed a bunch of kids. I love you. No. Don't know how to do this. How do I get this eye? Sometimes they come with expressions. I'm like, I don't know how to draw this.
That's me every time I try to draw.
Well, he's got the damn masks around his eyes. So if when you draw eyes bugging out, you gotta really manipulate the mask lines.
Oh, yeah. God,
Look, if it were easy, go look at some of the covers that were being done not by me. And get back to me. You know?
I don't know, that issue 1 McFarlane variant, probably the most
Isn't it great?
quality shit.
Isn't it great? I love it. I got it framed.
I mean, I could just see like the hours of attention to win at that one.
Shh, you're gonna get me in trouble. What are you doing? Did you ever play the Super Nintendo Spawn game?
You know, only a couple of times. I think I played it mostly on main.
I rented it back in the day when it came out.
We didn't have shit to rent. The place we had to rent video games. So I lived in a like fairly small.
I got so lucky with that. We had a Blockbuster that was actually had like the best games. You know, it had Chrono Trigger and shit. You know, like.
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, and I was in a hick town where no one played role playing, so I had access to all the good shit because of that Blockbuster, you know. But the Spawn game I thought was pretty. It's a little slow, but I felt it played like a slower Ninja Gaiden on some levels, you know. But I thought it was pretty good for what it was. You know?
I get it. It's a good game. And
It's
the
still the best Spawn
graphics were
game.
actually pretty tits for what, you know, for back in the day.
Yeah, well, they made the character big, which, you know, is not easy to do on the Super Nintendo. That requires... When you just start doing large characters on that hardware, dude, things get complicated. And they digitized a lot of panels from the comic for the cutscenes and stuff, you know?
Did they actually digitize? Because I remember there being really nice, like, touchscreen images.
I mean, they traced them, but you know what I mean. Like, they, you know, they were using actual...
Well, they used it. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. But they were really well done.
I can't think of any other comic book ones that I thought were much better. If
On
any.
the Super Nintendo, The Death of Superman was very good.
I see. I never played that. I only played that in the arcade.
But you know who made that? Blizzard.
Game fucking cool. No doubt.
Yeah, Blizzard made the Death of Superman on the Super Nintendo. That's why. World of Warcraft Blizzard.
Damn, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that was when they were still doing licensed games. Like, remember, like Lost Vikings and shit like that.
Man, now I gotta go back and check that out.
Yeah, it's a solid. I mean, it's a Final Fight beat 'em up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But it's very good, and the Batman Returns game was really good.
Batman Returns has got some insane screens on it, dude. Yeah.
Yeah. Batman Returns was pretty good. The letdown was Wildcats.
I never played it.
It's not a team game. You know? Really smart, right?
What, like, not a team? Was it multiplayer at all?
You use Grifter, Spartan, and Maul, I think. Or Warblade, one of the, whatever. One of the,
Yeah,
you can't
like
use the whole team.
interchangeable.
You know? Yeah. It just wasn't very good. It was trying to do all the things these other ones were doing as a beat 'em up, but it didn't get there.
I never gave a crap enough about that franchise to try. So.
I just thought it was cool that my comic books were getting video games and toys and shit. And that never happened, you know? Outside of like Batman and X-Men, and you know what I mean?
No,
like how cool is
totally,
that to walk into Walmart and get an action figure in a video game based on Wildcats or Spawn? Like, that's an independent, you know what I mean? Like, to me, there were still independent books, you know?
They were to me too, but I had a limited income, so it was usually like Wildcats or Spawn and something else, and it almost always ended up being Spawn because that was in my head the better product.
It was, you know, it was. I mean, the only thing that was getting a treatment like that was the Turtles, right? You know, like.
Truth. I remember when the beginning of all that proliferation comic book stuff started, and I was like, well, this is going to be a flash. And 40 years later.
Did the Tick have a Super Nintendo game?
No.
No. Should have.
Not that I know. I don't think so.
It should have.
Imagine being able to play as one of the simple-minded five. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, all they had to do was just translate like the episodes of the cartoon to a few levels. You know? Sidekicks Lounge.
That's the exact episode I was thinking of. The Mad Bomber with Bombs at Midnight.
The Bomber with Bombs at Midnight.
But like, I wish I still had it. There's a script running around. That's like a corrected script they got back from Fox, dude. And like, they literally, after approving the episode, sent them back notes that were like, well, you know you're not allowed to say bomb, right? So he wasn't supposed to say, I'm the Mad Bomber, what bombs at midnight? Like, what? That's the name of the character. You approved that.
Right.
And it wasn't long after that, then everyone got a little bit burnt out. And like that third season of The Tick really fucking did things.
It wasn't good. It wasn't good.
It was a decent season. It's just every episode was a fight. And
in my perfect world, the video game would have been one part point and click adventure and one part platformer.
I can see that.
You know, did you ever play the did you have a Genesis?
Yeah.
Did you ever play the Scooby-Doo game that's like a point and click adventure?
Mm-mm.
They did a Scooby-Doo game worth checking out in emulation, man. They did that. It has 2 episodes, like 2 adventures. And they replicated the whole show and everything you can imagine down to a point-click adventure game.
Crazy.
And they even have the skits where they run, you know, the door bit where they run through all the different doors and the enemy, you know.
What?
It's super good, dude. Like, I remember getting that back in Blockbuster and playing. I'm like, this is way fucking better than it should ever be. You know, like this is ridiculous. The music's excellent. The animation, quality of animation is excellent.
Weird. I don't know if I ever even heard about it.
And it had 2 different adventures, yeah. And you could save each one and then jump to the other one, and yeah, it was great, dude. I think it's the most underrated game on the Genesis or Mega Drive, depending on what country you're in.
Damn.
Yeah. Scooby-Doo, man. Those guys, whoever did that, really was like, hey man, we're showing up, you know?
Scooby-Doo just seems to bring a love out of people. So much of his stuff over the years has been such high quality stuff that it just doesn't have as like half the right to be as good as it is.
I always like the paintings, the layouts.
Oh yeah.
They just look the right kind of creepy, you know, like whatever paints they were using or however they were doing it, you know.
I was always obsessed with background paintings and that kind of shit growing up, so I loved Scooby-Doo because of that. Give me a couple of them.
I don't think they did better until the Batman animated came out.
Man, those Batman games were nuts.
Like which one? The Adventures ones on, because one of
Batman
the Genesis was dope, but it was super hard.
Oh, they were super hard, but some of the things they used for like the backgrounds and shit, like it took them like decades to figure out how they pull it off with the graphics.
Well, even now, did you ever play Batman Adventures on the Sega CD?
Probably not.
So, fun fact about that, there's a bunch of unique cutscenes for that game that TMS did. TMS did all the best episodes of the animated series, the Clayface, the Heart of Ice. And they did all the custom scenes for that game. So it's kind of considered the lost episode. So if you ever check out a long play of Batman the Animated on the Sega CD, you're gonna see some pretty awesome animation. Even, I mean, it's low res, you know what I mean? It's like,
wow.
But yeah, TMS did it. So
interesting.
Yeah.
I know next to nothing about video games, so it's not not hard to blow my mind.
I know my 16, 8-bit, 16, really is my 16 32-bit, and a lot of 8-bit, but mostly 16 32-bit are my wheelhouse.
I played a lot of 16-bit.
Yeah, I mean, that was our generation.
That was about as good as it got.
That depends. I think the advancements in music and storage really helped on 32-bit, you know?
Oh, no, I just meant at the time. But yeah, absolutely.
My complaint about 32-bit was they leaned in too much on 3D, and we lost a lot of good gameplay types, you know? Like, there could have been some really excellent platformers. I mean, just look at Symphony of the Night, you know? That shouldn't be the only standout one, you know? Man. But it was just like, we got to do 3D because drawings are dead. I'm like, what are you doing, you know? Or pixel art's dead. No, it's not. It's just, guys. You know? I mean, could you imagine if they had taken Battletoads and in the tech of the PS1 and done a big, you know?
That was a series I never understood why they didn't. They just never have updated that shit right.
That's not true, man. That game that came out a couple years ago on Xbox is very good.
Was it? That was the only one I haven't gotten a chance to play.
When you look at it, you're gonna go, I don't like the art style. When it's in motion, you're gonna like it just fine. And the writing is excellent. Great British humor, man. That kind of dry British humor. And it's a co-op game. You can play with your kid, you know?
I always loved Battletoads designs when I was growing up, but the games, man.
Probably one of the it's in my top 2. It's hard. I mean, I'm working on a Spawn book, so I guess that's the best. But I'd say the second best compliment I've ever gotten in my art was I did this Battletoads, like this Turtles thing. I did a Battletoads tribute piece, you know? Just like this, because I love Battletoads. For no reason. I just spent 100 hours because, you know, me. And the guy who designed all that stuff, Kevin Bayless, He's still on. He's big on Instagram. He bought the poster from me, and every other year or so goes on Instagram and goes, "This is the greatest Battletoads fan art of all time." You know, and I'm like, "Goddamn," you know.
That's so fucking cool.
I remember sitting at the Pet Boys when the Nintendo Power came out with Battletoads on it, you know, just drawing them, you know. I love that. And my mom was like, because I drew it, she's like, "You drew that?" I'm like, "Yeah." And she goes, "From your own head?" I'm like, "Well, no, I mean, I'm redrawing the cover." "Oh, you had to look at that?" I'm like, "You draw it then," you know. But now I can go, yeah, well, the guy who drew all that shit thinks that, you know, I did the best fucking fan art of all time. Like so, Ma, you know, thanks, Mom. Really appreciate it. Great fucking support, Mom. You survived trauma, mother trauma. You get it. You know what I mean? That bullshit. It was like, okay. Most moms would just be happy and pin that shit on the fridge. Not my mom.
Oh, you used reference. I see.
Yeah, I don't know, Mom. I'm in the 7th fucking grade. You know, like.
Excuses, Rob. Excuses.
That was the first year I made money doing art at school. You know the Turtles calendar? The 1990 Turtles calendar? I got it on the wall right now. Like, I still got it. And I redrew every one of those in pencil and sold every one of them to keep people at school. That was the year they stopped making fun of me and just was the Rob can draw. But I sold them all for like not an insubstantial amount of money. So like I was able to buy like 10 Nintendo games when they all went on sale that year. It was a lot. I remember I was selling them for like 10, 20 bucks a pop, you know. I had like 100, 200 bucks in my wallet. I never told my parents, you know. I just saved it.
That's fucking awesome, dude.
Mm.
The hustle.
That's the first time I ever hustled.
Gotta get that video game money.
I wanted Werewolf the Last Stand or whatever it's called. Werewolf.
Oh, yeah.
And that yellow cover where he's ripping through and it came with a comic, you know? There was a werewolf comic where he had like, yeah. I wanted that game in Maniac Mansion.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Still my favorite NES game. Even though I know it's a port. But the NES Maniac Mansion is the best version of that game.
I don't know if I ever played it on the NES.
Well, they streamlined a lot of stuff, fixed bugs, added more story, more options. You know, you could still break the game, but you could break it in the fun ways, not in the like, oh shit, you know. You could still totally fucking break the game, which I love, you know. Like Maniac Mansion, the game where you do one thing wrong and you'll never know. You can't go any further until you get there.
God, I remember those days in games.
Yeah. That was when Burger King added onion rings. So I got onion rings that weekend. So happy. Onion rings and Maniac Mansion.
It's so weird the shit we remember. The onion rings. I had onion rings with it. I remember that.
Yeah, very happy. Yeah, Ron Gilbert was the guy who wrote and coded all that game. Ron Gilbert's the guy who ended up hiring Tim Schafer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he did a Kickstarter for a game. You can get it now called Thimbleweed Park. That's 1 part X-Files and Twin Peaks mixed with Maniac Mansion.
Interesting.
So if you've ever got a hankering to play a new Maniac Mansion style game, and it's old school retro pixels the whole bit, dude, just with like better lighting, you know. Very good. Ron Gilbert's awesome. Yeah, he still has a sense of humor the whole bit. All of it. Still very good.
Many of those old designers and programmers and stuff they never fucking ran out. They're 60, whatever, they're still fucking totally capable of making kick-ass games.
You remember, this is back in like the only rule they only had 2 rules at LucasArts. One was don't lose them money. So, watch your budgets. And the other one was no Star Wars. If you can believe that,
Oh, how times have changed.
Oh, I know. What's going on?
Oh shit. Well, it's 3:45. I gotta go get my wife up for work.
Well, thanks for hanging out tonight, man.
Yeah, man. Thank you for having me on, dude.
Don't ever think you're like, I'm being negative. I don't want you ever to think that. All right, you were having real fun conversations. Trust me. YouTube is a fake fucking place. We're having, and none of it's based on hate or we gotta keep it real here.
Yeah, no. It's just sometimes I say like I'm kind of I've got a big mouth. I'm a passionate guy, and I'll say some shit like, "I'll never work for the mouse." Disney and this and that. It's like,
I know that's not true. The minute there's a check, everything changes. I was talking to, and I know I gotta go, but I really there's my buddy Steven Sanchez, right? He's a really good artist, and we do that show together.
Yeah.
When I'm not, we were having a conversation the other day because I can't do the show right now, and I was like, "Are you telling me?" He's like, because I was telling him, about the deadlines and right now, and he's like, "Oh, that's crazy. That's why I don't do mainstream books. I just do my own thing now." I'm like, yeah, until Todd offers you a book, then you'll do it. And he goes, no, I really won't, man. I'm really done with that. I'm like, I know you believe that, but I don't believe that to be true. He goes, well, it is true. I'm like, okay, but you did the cover contest.
Oh.
And he goes, well, no, I just wanted to see. No. See, you worked for him for free. So you really will do a book. You just don't want to believe you will because there is no book on the table now, so you don't have to think about it, So I get you mean well, but bullshit. So it's okay, man. Like don't, it's fine.
Yeah, I just don't want it to say because it's like I just don't want it to come off insulting. You know what I mean? Like it's not. I'm
pretty good at dealing with that. Don't worry about it. I'm pretty good.
Well, you are, but not you.
Yeah, but even for
I don't
you,
want to insult you.
No. Let's get into context. You know what you mean. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just don't want to insult your friends because it's like, yeah, I mean, shit, dude. If I had a nice fat paycheck that was gonna let me walk away from Arby's, I'd definitely think about it. But to say that I wouldn't think about it would also be a lie. I'd probably end up doing it.
Everything's different when it's real,
Oh God, so, yes. So much different.
I, 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 I,
Oh shit! Yeah, I gotta go. Oh yeah,
Keep going. Keep going.
I gotta go get up my wife. I forgot I was gonna sit down and start drawing again.
Don't go get up your wife, man. All right, man. Thanks for hanging out.
Have a good one, Rob.
Peace. I wonder if Disney will ever make a Monkey Island show. Well, someday I'm gonna get going. It's been 6 hours, right? And I got work. I want to speed up the next. I got 3 more hours of work in front of me, and I want to speed it up. Wow, we've been streaming 6 hours, folks. So you have to wonder if Disney will ever make a Monkey Island show. What I'll tell you this is, you know that movie called The Pirates of the Caribbean, right? Well, it was just a pirate movie until Stuart Beattie was working on a Monkey Island movie, and they just took the Monkey Island script and plugged it into there, and that's how you got the Ghost Pirates and stuff like that in the first Pirates movie. And that's why the first Pirates movie is so different from the others, because they weren't making Monkey Island movies after that. They were trying to make Pirate of the Caribbean lore movies. So yeah, that's what happened. And they kind of, yeah, that's what happened. So I had long conversations about that with someone in the know. So, because I was like, what point did the ghost part stuff come in? Because it's so Monkey Island. I mean, what are they're like, oh, funny thing about that. You bring it up, Rob. Like, that's what happened. All right, everybody. I'm going to pause it here. I'll be back tomorrow. All right. Peace.